playful boy I was only beginning to get to know, to befriend. "It's right there. Don't you see it? As large as 4 wolves put together." There was no wolf, only the scent of metal and bone trees. "Keep your eyes closed, Jude," I bellowed, right before whisking Starlight back down the line of stoic recruits, back over to Nick. "It's there! Can't you see?" he cried, beating his hand against his chest in frustration. "We need to kill it before it kills us! Why are we just sitting here?" "Nick, you need to calm down, please. Close your eyes," I shouted, leaning over my anxious mare and reaching for one of Nick's flailing hands. He resisted me. I cursed my blurred sight as I missed, and Nick flung out a fist, one that landed with surprising force against my ribcage. With a yelp, I was tossed from my saddle, landing on my backside with a bruising thud. I scrambled to my trembling limbs before the pale blue fog could envelop me. "I see it too!" Jake screeched, his voice like nails on glass. My feet planted in the soft earth, and I gazed in horror as every face sprang to life, panic contorting their features as they shouted for action against an invisible enemy. Their movements were jerky and clumsy, like they were being controlled by some grand puppeteer. Jake had jumped from his steed first, his polished sword raised high in the air as if going into battle. "What are we waiting for? Go!" he urged, motioning forward with the tip of the lethal blade. "Now!" More boots landed upon the dirt, everyone besides Jude dismounting their steeds and setting off for that blasted tree. "Wait!" I shrieked, waving my hands. "You need to close your eyes. There's nothing there." They didn't listen. "It's in the air, screwing with your vision, with your sense of reality. It will pass, but we need to ride it out. Close your eyes," I implored, breathless. Never had I felt as helpless as I did now, watching powerlessly as my friends raced away, their weapons drawn and battle cries on their lips. Patrick was roaring right alongside a wrathful Nick. The kind-hearted boy I knew was nowhere in sight as he waved his weapon high and lurched ahead. "Kiara!" Jude called from his horse. His mismatched eyes were open but glazed, though I didn't mistake how he narrowed them into slits, determined to overpower the sickly influence of the fog. My mouth gaped as he swung a leg over his steed, instantly bolting off in a blurred sprint. "No!" I heard him shout, his long limbs struggling to catch up to the boys he was sworn to protect. "Close your eyes! Fight it!" I cursed as I took off in a dash behind Jude, my legs nowhere near as quick as his. But I had to reach him, had to stop them all from committing whatever heinous actions the mist coaxed them into. As I sprinted the distance to the tree, the others having just arrived beneath its curving branches, I quickly thought of what I could do to stop them. If I could do anything at all at this point, maybe it was already too late. When I approached, Nick was shouting, his words filled with uncharacteristic venom. "You!" He pointed to Alec, the black of his pupils flaring. "You scared it off!" Alec sneered, his lips curling back against his teeth as he growled, "What are you talking about, you heavy-footed oaf? You're the one who screamed like some prepubescent youngling, and now it'll come back and kill us in our sleep." He waved a hand in the air, motioning to the deadened forest. None of what they were spewing made sense. Wisps of darkened clouds limned their dilated pupils, the wrongness of their gazes both otherworldly and chilling. "Great! Now you two are fighting. You all just love to find anything and everything to bicker about. You're just vile, petty children. I cannot believe I'm being subjected to this pathetic lot." My mouth fell as Patrick joined in the quarrel. This was going to get out of hand. Fast. Sputtering a curse that would have my mother fainting, I darted to Jude's side and grabbed hold of his muscled biceps. His gaze flashed to me, his brown eye flickering with contempt. But it was the other eye, the one swirling with snow and frost that unsettled me, had me eager to step back. He looked at me as though I were a stranger, and when my fingers tightened around him, Jude reacted. In a motion too quick for me to comprehend, he grabbed at my gloved right hand, his grip harsh. "Get away from me!" he seethed. With a grunt, he kicked my stomach with his boot, knocking the air from my lungs. My balance was lost, but the grip he had on my glove didn't waver. It slipped off. The blue of my scars shimmered in the dense shroud of white, iridescent onyx threads gleaming from the vein-like wounds. I hissed, clutching it to my chest, trying to hide what I'd kept from the world for over a decade. Jude didn't stop his assault. His right eye blazed with fire, and he moved. Gods, he moved so quickly! His looming form was on mine in the time it took me to blink, and instinctively I brought my ungloved hand to his chest, trying to shove him off, to stop him from killing me. "You're poison," he murmured, fighting to hold me down. I stayed strong, moving my other hand to block him from crushing me. Vile, vile darkness. Poison! Tears prickled behind my eyes, hot and angry ones. How many times had I ignored the whispers of sealers' villagers? They'd look at my little hands clutched in my parents' and balk, making the sign of the sun goddess across their chests. They thought I was evil, touched by the cursed lands. "It's me!" I cried, my scarred hand flying to Jude's neck, to his cheek. The sight of my hand made me sick, the reminder of the accident causing black shadows to swarm my vision. Jude stilled, froze so suddenly that I jerked, my back digging into the rocky ground. With my hand on his cheek, he ceased his assault, his eyes clearing, growing sharper. For a moment he leaned into my palm as if it were a lifeline, but then horror twisted his features. "Kiara?" He reared back, his mouth falling open, those wide eyes searching me for injuries, ones he might have caused. The mist had released him. "It's all right," I whispered, climbing to my feet. Shock rippled down my spine, rendering me a mess of wobbly knees and trembling breaths. Without my glove, he'd know. He'd see. His stare shifted to my hand. I was going to be sick, was going to... A thud sounded. A body landing on the ground as it was shoved by a livid Nick, his hair flowing wildly around his determined face like some sort of demonic halo. "I told you to stay away from me!" Thick beads of sweat dripped profusely down his forehead. "Stay back!" he warned Alec as his fellow recruit inched closer, a blade at the ready. "Damn it!" Without time to hesitate, I snatched Jude's hand and dragged him over to where Alec lurked, ready to lunge at Nick and deliver a deadly blow. My bare fingers intertwined with his, and I swore a jolt of electricity shot between us. Before Alec could act on whatever sordid intentions swirled about his tainted thoughts, I released Jude and took hold of Alec's arm, using all of my waning force to swing him around to face me. Alec's wide green eyes held that same fierce animosity as Nick's did, as all of theirs did. "Alec, it's the mist!" I shouted loud enough for everyone to hear. The muscles in the arm beneath my hand grew less tense. "It's the mist making you think these things!" His murky eyes flashed as he took me in, a blink of recognition dawning on his roughened features. I hardly noticed how my scarred hand moved to touch the exposed skin of his chest. I pleaded, "Stay with me," over and over again until I felt his muscles gradually relax, his body swaying unsteadily on his feet. "Key?" I nodded. Just as with Jude, his eyes were softening, the pupils returning to their normal size. I don't know what... "It's okay," I rushed to say, glancing to where Patrick and Jake were facing off, circling one another like dueling predators. Jake darted from the left, barreling into Patrick. Isaiah lingered off to the side, motionless, eyes closed, a statue of calm. Though that had to be a lie, as his lips were moving frantically, likely uttering some misbegotten prayer beneath his breath. He didn't appear to be a threat. Releasing both a stunned Jude and Alec, I shot out like an arrow, my sights set on Patrick. I had to get him away from Jake, who could slaughter him with ease. Diving into the pearly abyss, I tumbled along with the fighting pair, Patrick somehow scrambling atop Jake's chest, his glinting blade poised directly over his friend's beating heart. He'd never moved so quickly in training, and his skilled movements surprised me. "No!" I grabbed the hand holding the dagger. It took considerable effort to hold his hand steady as I spoke. "You need to let go, Patrick. This is some sort of trick the mist plays on you, turning brothers against one another, killing them." I pinched his chin with my exposed fingers, the black in my scars seeming to glow in the low light. Patrick's pale eyes brightened, his hand trembling as his fingers relaxed their hold. The dagger tumbled to the dirt, lost in the pool of white. Before Jake could attack, I swiveled to him, grasping his hand and clutching it tightly. What did I do?" Jake stumbled back, jerking away from me as he fell to his knees. I wanted to kill—" "It wasn't you," I interrupted, already hoisting myself up, shoving my hand deep into my pocket, hoping to hide the evidence of my truth. Thankfully, he was too dazed by his own actions to notice. They would have no doubt murdered one another until only one man stood. Jude had been right. The mist itself was our enemy. "Can't you all see? It's inside of us. It wants us to let it out. Only then can we be free of the sickness." "Nick, I'd forgotten about him." "We need to cut it out," Nick screeched wildly, his head swiveling back and forth among the stunned recruits. "It's the only way." Nick lifted his blade to his throat. Without hesitation, I bolted for Nick, my new friend just 15 feet away. All the blood rushed to my ears, drowning out the cries of protest, the others shouting for him to put down the blade. "Nick!" Jake screamed, his voice hoarse. "Stop!" I was nearly on him now. All I had to do was reach out and... With one swift motion, Nick sliced through the thin skin of his throat, blood instantly bubbling to the surface. "No!" I howled, grasping his arms as he collapsed to his knees, his youthful eyes full of terror as fresh blood gushed from his fatal wound. He choked on it, a sickening gurgling sound escaping his red lips. Within seconds the noise stopped, and Nick was no longer choking on his blood. He was dead.
Chapter 26. Jude. The mind can be the sharpest weapon one possesses, but it can also be the blade that delivers the fatal blow. A Scythian proverb. It was quiet for a long time after Nick sliced open his own throat. The winds were changing, taking the cursed poison with them. Whatever it was that had caused such chaos to ensue. A poison that had compelled a young boy to kill himself in the most gruesome of ways. Jake was the first to react, rushing to cradle his dead friend in his lap. Tears cascaded down his golden cheeks, sobs racking his lithe frame as he wailed, as he mourned for his friend. I stopped breathing, my limbs weighted down by the realization of what I'd just witnessed. What I had failed to stop. Again. Kiara moved quickly as she reached for her discarded glove, sliding it on while the others were distracted. Her entire body trembled, and I wanted to reach out to hold her in my arms. But her scars... I'd finally seen what she concealed, and... There were no words. I had never seen anything like them before, and gods knew I had seen every manner of injury over the years. They'd been black, veiny tinges of blue whispering among the glimmering onyx. My throat constricted as I peeled my eyes from her. Kiara had hidden herself from me out of fear of my reaction, but while shocked by the revelation, I didn't feel repulsed, only curious. Jake continued to rock Nick in his arms, his tears splattering upon his friend's open wound. Kiara rushed away from the group, leaning over to heave up the meager contents of her stomach. I was beside her in a heartbeat, winding my fingers through her hair and holding the strands away from her face, mustering whatever soothing words I could find and whispering them in her ear. I couldn't help it, and thoughts of maintaining my distance vanished entirely. Someone had killed themselves before our very eyes, and pushing her away would just be cruel. The moment she'd gotten everything out of her system, she took off, marching to where Starlight and the other horses rested. She grabbed at her canteen, unscrewing the cap and chugging the cool water. Starlight protested beside her, waving her head back and forth as she kicked out her front legs. "Shh, girl, it's all right," she whispered, leaning her head against the mare's neck. She settled at Kiara's touch, allowing Kiara to hold her as a lone tear escaped down her cheek, dripping onto Starlight's velvety coat. Kiara. She jerked at the sound of her name. I spoke it again, and her body tensed when I wound my arms around her, holding onto her waist as my chest pressed into her back. This was why I didn't want you to come. No one should bear witness to this. I rubbed soft circles onto her back, resting my chin atop her hair. She let out a soft whimpering sound before giving in to the sensation of being held. I could tell it was new to her as well, the touching. Given how she barely touched the others, unless it was a playful jab or a punch to the face during training, she hadn't displayed intimacy with anyone else. Not like she did with me. It made me relax, knowing that we both were unaccustomed to this, to embracing. I only wished to ease her fears, to silently let her know that I'd seen her secret and that it didn't bother me. She, of all people, should have known that. After many minutes passed, I angled my head, pressing my cheek against her red hair. This is what it does, the curse. But I can't understand how you weren't affected. All I know is that you seemed to stop it from getting worse, before all of us killed one another. You saved us. She winced at my words, but I merely tightened my grip around her waist. You killed your brothers, she said softly. My breath hitched. I'd almost entirely forgotten I'd confessed my dark truth. And I regret what I've done every single day, every moment of my existence. It wasn't you, though. Even Patrick wanted to kill Jake. He almost did. Twisting in my arms, she slanted her chin to meet me head-on, her features turning hard. I despised the inches between us. You say you wished I'd never come here, but if what you believe is true, that I somehow broke the mist's hold, then I'm right where I should be. Raising her chin, she sniffed back the tears aching to be released. I noted her fists clenched at her sides, the leather of her gloves straining. I wouldn't speak of that, not now, and not with the others. They might not have noticed in all the chaos, and I refused to push her. My hand trembled as it made its way to her cheek, my own rules to drive her away, forgotten. They seemed so trivial now that we'd almost died. You're magnificent, Kiara, I murmured. All of you. I stared at her fists, at her right hand. She tracked the movement. Don't go all sappy on me now, Commander, she sniffled, attempting a half smile, even as she shoved her hand into her pocket. Still, it felt like acceptance, like she knew what I'd seen and that I hadn't turned away. I moved closer, and at this point I was nearly flush against her. Kiara's hands instinctively went to rest on my hips. I'm sorry if I hurt you, I said, shame eating at me as I remembered how I kicked her. She blew out a breath. "You didn't hurt me. My uncle trained me to make sure that no punch or kick or weapon could wound me, not where it matters." Her eyes shone, the clouds within them dispersing. I understood exactly what she meant. "Either way, I am sorry." Gods, was I sorry, even if I'd been but a puppet, my strings pulled by some invisible master. "I told you, Jude," she said, casting a crestfallen look to where her friends surrounded Nick's body, Patrick holding Jake in a tight hug. "It's this place. It's the poison in the air that's at fault. You would never hurt me." I wouldn't, but I had hurt others. "I've taken more lives than I ever wish to count. You have no idea what I've done." "All I care about is what you do now," she said, steeling her spine. Gone was the raw vulnerability, the trembling girl who'd melted in my embrace. Still, she was unable to stop her lower lip from quivering, and I lifted my arm, brushing my thumb across the fullness of her mouth. I wasn't thinking straight, my eyes fixated on the soft skin I caressed. Kiara sucked in a strangled breath, turning to where Nick's lifeless body lay surrounded by his friends. It jolted me back to my damned senses, and I dropped my hand and released her entirely. Nick had died, and here I was thinking about how I wanted to hold her. I had known I was a twisted bastard, but that shocked even me. "We should check on the others, then make camp and bury Nick," I forced out, hating myself and the coldness of my tone. Her face contorted with grief. "He didn't deserve that," she murmured. "Nick had a whole life ahead of him, and he was so damned witty and smart and so not funny that he actually was funny." Kiara's throat worked as she swallowed her tears. "He was my friend." The last part she said in a whisper, eyes downcast so I couldn't see. He didn't deserve it. There was nothing else I could think of to say. Isaiah and I had lost so many of our brothers that it had become normal. We grieved behind closed doors and spoke to no one of our sorrows. Kiara hadn't yet been infected with our apathy. I didn't want her to be. Just when I thought this world to be cruel, it went ahead and proved it could get so much worse. And now, I had to dig a hole for a boy who would never see the sun we fought to restore.
Chapter 27. Kiara. I miss your stubborn face more and more as the days progress. I find it ironic that only after you left me did I realise just how much I needed you. I think you've always claimed you were hard to love, but really, you just saw the best in everyone else and the worst in yourself. Unmailed letter from Liam Frey to his sister Kiara Frey, year 50 of the curse. We buried Nick beneath the brittle blue and white branches of the tree where he'd taken his life. Jude dropped to his knees as we all watched, the commander's head bent to the grey soil as his hands began to claw at the dirt. Mud and blood stained his long fingers, the earth trapped beneath his nails. But he didn't stop his methodical movements, and one by one the others followed. I, too, started to dig. Jake remained frozen on the dewy ground, his lean arms wrapped around Nick, his blue eyes a shade of steel and hopelessness. It took an hour before the hole was deep enough, every recruit coated in the dust of the earth. When the time came for Jake to release his friend, it took both Jude and Isaiah to pry him off Nick's lifeless body. I held back the lingering nausea as Nick's eyes were closed with the back of Jude's hand, my friend's skin the colour of snow on the coldest day of winter. Jake didn't cry. He was in a state of shock as I wound my arm around his shoulder and led him to where the others circled the grave, their backs ramrod straight, their hands clasped behind them in a demonstration of respect. Jude and Isaiah swaddled Nick in ripped linen before lowering him to the bottom of the shallow grave, dirt and fallen leaves sullying the ivory cloth. The recruits somberly filled the hole as I enfolded Jake in my arms, clutching him tightly. Only when the last grain fell did Jake shed a lone tear. Then he cried no more. The commander tucked his helmet under his arm, his focus trained on the obsidian metal. With the others watching, Jude stepped up to the freshly packed soil and dropped to a knee. Shutting his eyes, he spoke, his voice too low for me to hear. When the last silent word fell, he opened his eyes and placed his infamous spiked helmet, the mask he'd donned whenever he played the role of death, upon the earth. Jude stood, rigidly backing away, though his attention never strayed from his offering. I tried to catch his gaze, but he swiftly turned on a heel and marched toward the horses, away from us all. The weight of the moment wasn't lost on me. Jake continued to stare into space, glassy-eyed and numb, throughout the remaining hours of the day. Even when we settled around the campfire later, sharing dried meats and fruits packed from the palace, he simply sat beside me, a spectre, an empty shell. Nick's absence was heavily felt. There were no clever comments or playful jabs, no boisterous laughter or shrewd smiles. My chest ached whenever I thought about my handsome and sarcastic friend, because that's what he'd become, a friend who would have stayed at my side until the bitter end. Nick and Jake and Patrick had all taken me under their wings back at the sanctum, and when the loneliness had threatened to swallow me, they would appear like a wish made real, ruffling my hair and teasing me endlessly until the void in my heart was filled. I felt like the biggest failure for letting Nick down. That evening, instead of curling up beside Patrick, I covered Jake's body with my own, dragging his quivering frame flush against my chest. There were no words I could utter that would ease his pain, no apology that would bring Nick back. But I could do this. Hold him. In the past, I'd believed that I'd never been fond of touching because it felt too intimate, allowing people the opportunity to get close enough to weaken me, to break me. But the truth was I'd been broken a long time ago. It was the fractured pieces of myself I didn't trust with others. Until now. Until we'd all stepped into the mist and were united by something greater than fear. Jude passed by once, his stare lingering where my body met Jake's. As we connected, an undecipherable look flashed across his eyes, a muscle in his jaw tensing. Was he imagining my hand? The gruesome scars that tainted my skin? It was selfish to think of such things then, but I couldn't help it. Never had I felt so exposed, and my heart skipped several beats when he broke eye contact, striding away with heavy steps. He slept on the other side of our camp that night, as far away from me as he could manage. When my eyes fluttered open after a restless sleep, my skin was cold, and my arms were empty. Rising from my spot beside the dying fire, the rest of the camp only just waking, I made my way to the tree where Nick would remain forever. It made me sick that we'd buried him here, where he'd succumbed to the mist and its will. But we hadn't had a choice. Jake. I placed a gloved hand on his shoulder when I found him before the tree. He was on his knees, eyes cast to where the gravel and fog hid the body of our fallen recruit. Jake flinched when I took a spot beside him, my knee touching his.
I don't know how to carry on without him.
Jake's raw voice broke.
We've been inseparable since we were 5 years old. Friends, brothers.
I kept quiet, allowing him to release the grief that threatened to wreck him.
My parents were never really a big part of my life. Whenever my dad spent all our money on ale or lost it all on cards, Nick would sneak me over some bread or leftover dinner from his house. That was the first way he kept me alive. Jake swiped at an escaped tear, sniffling. And the second way? I asked, massaging Jake's shoulders as he cried. The physical ache in my chest throbbed. Lowering a reverent hand flat upon the earth, Jake answered. The second way he kept me alive was showing me that I wasn't alone. That while I didn't have much, I did have someone who cared about me. Someone who would mourn me if I died. Jake scoffed. I sound like such a damned sap. I vehemently shook my head. I may not have known him as well as I would have liked, I began hesitantly, gently twisting his head to face me. But it sounds like he loved you dearly, and not many of us are lucky to have that kind of unbreakable bond. I swallowed the lump that always appeared when I thought of Liam. Nick would have wanted you to continue on, to live your life and honour him by simply remembering all the good that he was. And he had been good, funny and sarcastic and all kinds of warm. I felt as if someone had cut off a limb, like our little ragtag group had lost something vital, a piece of our united heart. It would never beat the same. Jake squeezed his eyes, jerking his head out of my grasp. It's also normal to grieve, Jake, to feel this pain. I tilted my chin, snuggling close so my shoulder rested against his chest. You, Nick, and Patrick were there for me when no one else looked my way. You became my friends. The lump in my throat grew. But you are not alone, not anymore. I know I am not the same, nowhere near what Nick was to you, but I promise you this. From here on out, you are my friend, my brother, my family. It stunned me how easily the words came out, and how much I truly meant them. In Jake, I had a brother. 2 more in Patrick and Alec. It was now us against the curse of a goddess, us against the demise of our kingdom, and we would either triumph together or die together. And that bound us. A fresh wave of tears trickled from his swollen eyes, disappearing one by one into the swirling haze as the moon vanished behind a shroud of clouds. I was just about to leave Jake to his grief, to allow him to mourn in peace, when a hand fell heavily on mine, stopping me. And you, Kiara Frey, are my friend, my sister, my family. Jake's fingers crushed my own, an unspoken promise passing between us. Briefly he glanced to the hand he held, and he nodded. I didn't ask if he knew what lay beneath, if he'd seen my scars. I found it didn't really matter. So I sat there, right beside him with our hands entwined. I didn't have the delusion that this would be our last burial. We'd lose more friends, but that time had yet to pass, and right now I was grateful to find myself in the company of someone I was honoured to call my brother. The next day went by just like the first. We trekked through the mist, the blue-tinged fog now up to my mid-calves. No one spoke unless absolutely necessary. When dinner was ready and the fire roaring, we ate silently and settled in for the night. There were no stories told beside the fire. Again I draped myself around Jake like a human blanket, Patrick curled up on my other side. This time Jude didn't deign to glance my way. He had made a point to steer clear of me. By the new day none of us felt rested, but we continued on, Jude guiding us with the scrap of a map the king had gifted him. A part of me wanted to ask Jude if I could see it, to get a better sense of where we were headed, but like all the others, I'd misplaced my spirit and lost my resolve. The third day after Nick was killed, when we were well and deep into the land of no return, I began to feel a profound unease. It crept across my skin like a million tiny insects stinging my flesh. This sense of disquiet worsened as the day progressed. The once red ring around the moon gradually turned a hue of sickly yellow. It did nothing to alleviate my anxiety. I couldn't help but feel like something was coming. What that thing was, I hadn't the faintest idea, but we'd gone days without a new incident, and that screamed that it was only a matter of time before our luck ran out. Starlight was just as agitated and restless as I, the old mare's ears flicking in warning. I shushed her and comforted her as best I could, but she would not settle. The deeper we travelled, the more the brittle underbrush gave way to razor-sharp reeds the colour of cinder and ash. They sliced at the white trunks with every gust of wind, swishing in the air like honed knives. I was so lost in the shifting scenery that I barely heard the telltale swoosh of an arrow. "Key!" Patrick screeched, forcing my head to twist just before the sharpened tip would have pierced my skull. Starlight reared back on her hind legs as I jerked on her reins, the mare letting out a distraught whinny. "Attack!" Jude thundered from the front of the line. I glimpsed a flash of steel as he unsheathed his sword, and then there was the pounding of his steed's hooves. Quick as the arrow that had nearly ended me, Jude materialised at my side, the commander wildly scanning the tree line for the source of the attack. My heart hammered behind my ribs, and I wasn't sure if I was breathing at all. If I'd been an inch to the right, I would have been dead, buried beneath the mist and the grey soil that covered these cursed lands. Time slowed to a crawl as we all searched the obscurity, anxiously awaiting the next arrow to fly, waiting for the bedlam to unfold. We didn't have to wait long. Another whooshing sound echoed before the second arrow struck a target. Isaiah. He slumped over his steed, an arrow piercing his shoulder. His horse whinnied beneath him, the panicked animal bucking his rider off before galloping into the copse of trees. Arrows fell across us like a wave of silver, the moon's glow shining on the gleaming metal tips as they descended. Foolishly, I looked up, covering my head with my hands, knowing that without a shield I was helpless. "It's coming from our left!" Jude dismounted his horse, his lean frame vanishing as the fog swallowed him up. Following his lead, I dismounted Starlight, Patrick at my heels. We stuck out like sore thumbs on our steeds, and we had a better chance of survival if we used the mist and its unnatural cover to our advantage. While I sprinted, keenly picking up on Jude's heavy steps, I heard more boots hit the ground. Who could possibly be attacking us? No one survived out here. The king made that quite clear to any who thought to try their luck beyond the kingdom's borders. We'd been led to believe it was a realm occupied only by beasts and monsters. Judging by the arrows that had been aimed at our heads, that hardly seemed the case. They were knocked and released, and my breath caught when a startled whinny rang out into the gloom. I stopped dead in my tracks. Starlight! One of the damned arrows had struck her in her belly, blood already dripping from the fresh wound. I began to backtrack, a cry of rage lodged in my throat when a hand encircled mine. "Kiara!" Jude's voice penetrated the haze, the sound of my name on his lips a growl. "We have to go, now!" My heart fell further into my stomach as Starlight collapsed, nothing but a blur of red-stained hair. Her cries of pain tore through me, had my hackles rising and wisps of darkness clouding my vision. I couldn't just leave her here. I had to— "Kiara!" Jude snapped, yanking me so hard I went flying into the solid muscle of his chest. "You can't save her," he whispered, understanding, lacing the cutting words. I swallowed down my rage, the black spots receding enough for me to focus on him. It took everything in me not to bolt. "Who's attacking us? I thought no human could survive," I asked as Jude's hand gripped my arms, his mismatched eyes wide and full of confusion. "There shouldn't be anyone. Last time I was here, we never came across another living soul." That didn't make me feel any better. "We need to—" The flicker of a sword cut me off, the gleaming metal emerging from nowhere. Before I had the chance to alert Jude, he'd already spun around on his heel, bringing his blade directly down upon his attacker's head. Black liquid oozed from the man's skull, his face masked by a crudely wound cloth. The scream died in my throat, my adrenaline surging as I watched Jude jerk his blade free from bone. It happened so quickly. Jude, a flash of vengeful lightning. "Get ready! There are more!" He held his blade out before him, swivelling protectively in front of me as I stared open-mouthed at the black blood streaming around the man's lifeless grey eyes. "Kiara, focus!" Jude bellowed, shaking me from my daze. Regaining my balance and swallowing my suffocating fury, I brought my dagger before me, angling my back against Jude's as we awaited the next assault. For a moment, instinct kicked in, my mind going back to all the exercises Micah made me perform back home. "Stand this way. No, not like that. Don't drop your guard." His commands looped around and around in my head, and I fixed my form, preparing for the inevitable onslaught. This time 3 masked men charged toward us, their hooded forms seeming to have manifested from the mist itself. With a roar, I bent my body and swerved just as the one closest to me lifted a crudely fashioned blade. Through gritted teeth, I hissed as I spun, raising my dagger before cleaving it into the man's meaty back, the sound of squishing flesh making its way to my ears. Yanking the blade free, I didn't hesitate to strike again, right between his ribs. My attacker wailed and collapsed to his knees, black blood trickling from his wounds. To be safe, I stabbed him a 3rd time and kicked him to the ground. One could never be too safe. Jude was grunting behind me, fighting 2 men at once. He dodged every attack, moving like a wraith dancing in a nightmare. His legs shot out and sent one of them flying several feet back, allowing Jude a fraction of a heartbeat to twist and drive his sword deep into the belly of the second man. By the time the first attacker righted himself, a battle cry on his exposed, chapped lips, Jude was ready for him, swinging his blade and slicing cleanly into the man's neck. The man's head rolled off his stout shoulders a moment later, his mouth gaping as viscous black ooze spilled free. Jude's breathing was even and calm, his sword raised and eager for the next contender. The fluid way he moved was inhuman, skilled in ways I could only dream to be. The way he swung his blade with ease and sensed the moves of his foes was extraordinary. Jude was magnificent. I didn't even have the chance to respond when a grey silhouette lunged our way, but Jude effortlessly drove the tip of his sword into the heart of our masked enemy. The man never stood a chance. 2 more silhouettes approached, and 2 more men fell, their bodies practically hitting the ground at the same time. Wiping his brow, Jude turned to face me, a hard look contorting his sharp features, a look without emotion or thought, soulless. "We need to find the others," I rasped out, my pathetic dagger raised. I would have to petition Jude for a better weapon once we got out of this mess. Nodding, Jude's fingers seized my hand, holding firmly as he navigated through the thick blue fog. Only when we heard the grunts of a fight did we slow, following the guttural noises until we came across a wounded Isaiah and a pair of masked attackers. By the looks of it, Isaiah had not only taken an arrow to the shoulder, but he'd been stabbed in the chest, crimson blood pooling from his injuries. But his wounds weren't enough to slow him. Driving down his sword with a roar, Isaiah slashed through the meaty flesh of his foe. The other attacker, the stockier of the 2, lunged, aiming to propel his crude blade into Isaiah's heart. But he never made it that far. Jude cleaved his head clean off his shoulders in the time it took me to exhale. Grabbing hold of Isaiah, Jude made quick work of scanning his friend's injuries as Isaiah groaned, his icy grey eyes fluttering as he fought to stay conscious. "Help me lift him!" Jude brushed his hand through Isaiah's hair, black blood and dirt coating the strands. Hoisting one of Isaiah's arms over my shoulder, Jude doing the same, we struggled through the suffocating white, our ears straining for the voices of our friends, for anything at all. We heard nothing. "We need to get him to safety," Jude ground out between his teeth, heaving most of the weight onto his shoulder so I didn't have to carry it. "I need to stop the bleeding," before he bled out, before we lost another soul to this suicide mission. There were no more sounds as we stumbled through the fog and trees, not even the cries of the dying or injured, and that's what terrified me the most. I prayed that we weren't the only ones left alive, that Alec, Patrick and Jake had been lucky enough to locate shelter. But for now we were on our own, and I shocked myself when I silently prayed to the lost goddess of the sun, begging for her to spare my new friends. Foolish. Raina had long ago ceased to listen. We were all alone.
Chapter 28. Jude. Do not trust your eyes. Do not trust anything. Those were Commander Maddox's first words after returning from the Cursed Lands. Letter from Randall Thorne of the Guard to Lieutenant Harlow, year 49 of the curse. Isaiah couldn't hold on much longer if we didn't tend to his wounds. Crimson dripped with every step into the forest of eternal night, the night losing precious minutes. He couldn't die. Not like this. All I could think about were the hundreds of times he'd tended to my wounds over the years. Every time I'd come sneaking back into the sanctum after a particularly awful mission. Now it was my turn to make sure he was all right, and "We need to stop now," Kiara urged, gently shrugging Isaiah's weight from her shoulder. We lowered him beneath an ivory trunk, both of us grimacing as feral sounds climbed from Isaiah's throat. They made my heart falter and my eyes burn. "Hold on, brother." I wiped away the sweat coating my fellow knight's brow. My friend's brow. "Let me see what we're working with here." Ripping his shirt in two, I located the grisly puncture, a cascade of red pumping through the hole in Isaiah's chest. "We've both been through worse, old man." We'd been shredded and practically torn to bits during riots Syrian had sent us to squash. Hells, we both had been stabbed before, shot full of arrows. One look at our bodies would paint a gruesome picture. This is nothing, I told myself. Just an arrow, just a stab wound. I felt Kiara's heavy gaze upon me, and when I lifted my head, pity and uncertainty greeted me. She didn't think Isaiah would make it. I abruptly stood, shrugging off my weapons and soiled leather jacket. "What are you doing?" she asked when I started to take off my long-sleeved shirt. "We need to apply pressure." Whipping off the thick linen shirt, left in nothing but a thin cotton undershirt, I dropped to my knees, wadding the material as I pushed it against the gushing wound. Kiara's eyes flickered to mine again, wild and full of helplessness. Already, Isaiah's blood drenched my shirt. "Once we stop the bleeding, we need to cauterize the wound." I continued to talk, but Kiara didn't move, let alone speak. "Jude." She placed a hand on my shoulder. I ignored her, my hands desperately thrusting into my oldest friend's chest. "We just need to stop it." Too much blood. The bastards had struck something vital. "Jude," she tried again, giving me a firm squeeze. I kept working, my breathing hard and uneven. Isaiah bringing me coffee in the morning after missions, ruffling my hair and darting out of the way before I could smack him. Him telling me to stop brooding and smile for once. Memories flashed across my mind and my chest squeezed. I felt like I was drowning, weights tied to my ankles, the surface too far away. Kiara kept repeating my name, kept shaking me. But I just pushed on Isaiah's unmoving chest, hissing his name in anger. He couldn't leave me, not like my father, not like my mother. He was the only family I had left. A cold breeze gusted, seeming to wrap itself up around me and hold tight. It soothed the sweat on my brow, and instead of the red rage covering my vision, pacifying shadows washed away the color of loss. I looked up. "Jude, he's gone," Kiara whispered, and that mollifying breeze caressed my bare skin. "I'm so sorry." Her fingers enfolded around my wrist, her gloves stained with Isaiah's blood. "He's been through worse than this," I growled, my teeth bared. "He's going to be fine." She was against me now, her other hand snaking around my waist. "Jude, please," she begged, and that damned crack in her voice did me in. Eventually, I lifted my eyes from what remained of my friend, harsh realization dawning on me like a crashing wave during a storm. Isaiah was gone, and in his place, an empty ache took up residence in my chest. My friend, my brother. I should have smiled more, laughed with him more, put aside my stubbornness and gone on every adventure he'd tried to entice me with. The man had loved me like his kin, and instead of embracing such a gift, I'd turned my cheek, too fearful of what might happen should I let him in. And gods, I should have had the damned courage to let him in. "I'm so sorry," Kiara murmured again and again, as if she didn't know what else to say. I tumbled back, thrusting my arms out behind me as the swirls of white enveloped me. The hoarse curse I released echoed in the darkness, and I clenched the packed soil between my fingers, knowing it was wet with Isaiah's blood. Kiara wasted no time closing the distance, flinging her arms around my neck and pushing me roughly to her chest. I struggled, but she didn't relent, and eventually I gave in. I let it all go. Not the tears that threatened to fall, or the screams of fury I wished to release. But surrounded by her heat, I fell into the void that housed all of my loss, my pain, my joy. A closed-off place that was too vivid, too intense. Still I drifted, down, down, down. And still she held me. She murmured in my ear, telling me everything would be all right, her hands in my hair, smoothing down the bloodied strands. For a moment I was a child again, my left eye dripping red all over the carpet as my father screamed. But back then, I'd had no one to hold me. Eventually, I pulled back. I looked down at Isaiah, hating how his eyes would never open again, hating how his steadying presence was suddenly gone. "We need to bury him," I said, the mask of the hand of death falling back into place. It should have frightened me how easy it was to put it on. I searched the swirling plumes, hunting for danger and the men who'd assaulted us. I had no idea how long we'd been here, or how long Kiara had allowed me to mourn. "Jude," she began softly, "we can't stay. We need to go on and find shelter." It was nearing the end of the day. Add on the hours and hours of riding, and we were long past due our rest. Not that I believed I'd get much of that tonight. I opened my mouth, ready to protest, and insist we give my brother a proper burial. But when my eyes locked on hers, I stopped. "Should we try to search for our horses? The others?" She spoke barely above a whisper. Retrieving my jacket from where I'd tossed it, I reached into the pockets, revealing an old but finely crafted silver compass, along with the wrinkled map. The compass had apparently belonged to my mother, a single claw etched onto its back. For years I had no idea what the symbol meant, but when I found out, I wish I'd never learned its meaning. Isaiah had glowered at the compass with distaste, arguing that I should have sold it for a few coins, but I'd kept it as a reminder. People were never who you thought they were, even your parents. "We go northwest." I avoided Kiara's question about the others, knowing she wasn't going to like my answer. I clipped the lid of the compass shut, sliding it into my trousers and trying to ignore the way my white undershirt clung to my body, the fabric a macabre splattering of savage red and black. Against my will, I shifted my gaze to Isaiah. His eyes didn't flutter, nor did he move an inch. I must have been delirious, because for 1 second I swore his chest lifted ever so slightly. But no matter how much I wished it, when I blinked, he remained still. Kiara crouched beside him, and I wondered if we shared the same hallucination. But before she touched his pallid skin, she jerked her hand away, dropping it defeatedly at her side. Bile rose in my throat. A part of me wanted to curse everything and abandon the mission, the recruits, even Kiara. But I knew Isaiah wouldn't want that. "You still have time to be your own man, a good one too." His words from days ago echoed. He was already a good man. I, on the other hand, I was about to leave my friend's body in this wretched place. Good men didn't do that. Slipping into the leather jacket, doing my best to avoid looking at Isaiah again, I jerked my head into the abyss. "Let's go, Kiara," before I physically wouldn't be able to move. She hesitated, looking between me and Isaiah, a question poised on the tip of her tongue. But I didn't wait for her to ask it. I couldn't stay here another damned second. Her footsteps sounded shortly after, hurrying to catch up to me as I all but ran into the fog. "Jude, wait! How are we going to find the others?" she asked once she'd reached me. I gazed into the ice blue beyond. Thank the gods the moon shone brighter in these parts, as we no longer had torches at the ready. Not that it would be a problem. Those of us born into the darkness knew how to craft our own light, should we need it. We aren't. We leave them. She stopped in her tracks. "What do you mean, we leave them?" I didn't meet her eyes. I was physically unable to. "We can't find them in such conditions." I motioned around to the fog. We could see but 5 feet in front of us. "But we can't just leave them," she protested, knowing full well it was a useless argument. If we tried to retrace our steps, we would lose precious time, and possibly our lives, especially since we were no longer alone out here. "We have to," I asserted, taking a sharp inhale. A furrow formed between her eyes, and I could have sworn her irises turned a shade darker. If there was another way, I would take it. All we can hope is that they found each other. When all this is done, then we can go back and find them. Her nostrils flared, and the shadows in her eyes grew stormy. "We have a mission, Kiara, and if we do not succeed, then it will be more than just your friends you will lose." She straightened her shoulders, her chin raised defiantly. I could all but taste the rage and hurt rolling off of her in waves. "There's no time to argue with me," I said, cutting her off before she could open her mouth. "If we don't hurry and find the 3 pieces, then you won't even be able to save yourself." I gave her my back, ending the conversation. Kiara didn't understand what was at stake. Syrian might be a ruthless bastard, but he'd always been hell-bent on us reaching the mysterious X and securing the cure. The note he'd given me that day in his council chambers burned a hole in my jacket pocket. 2 sentences had been scribbled on it, 2 sentences that had bile rising whenever I'd thought about them. I should have tossed it into the fire right after I read the words, but something had stopped me. I had a feeling it was due to the girl who currently seethed at my back. Hells, even if we succeeded, I'd lose her. She just didn't know it yet. We must have walked about an hour before we came upon a massive tree that had fallen across a dip in the land. It provided just enough room for the 2 of us to huddle beneath its coarse trunk, though my head still grazed the top. At least it would provide some semblance of shelter, and we needed the sleep. I settled as far from Kiara as possible. Her fury at persisting without the others continued to radiate off of her, but at the moment all I could think about was my fallen brother. Isaiah's face wouldn't leave my thoughts, no matter how hard I pushed it away. I couldn't erase him like I'd done all the other knights who'd been brutally slain. What kind of person that made me, I wasn't sure. He was a respectable man, I found myself whispering, the words slipping out before I could take them back. Kiara perked up as my gravelly voice pierced the silence that had befallen us. He was my first friend, and he deserved a far better death than that." I cleared my throat when she remained silent, fixing my features into stone and peering out into the thicket. A moment later she closed the distance I'd put between us and pressed her cheek against my leather-clad shoulder. We melded together, my heat seeping through her trousers and jacket. I dropped my head on top of hers, the act too easy. We were torn apart and broken, even if our bodies remained whole. I'd stared death in its eyes and found nothing but emptiness and cutting loss. It pierced me like shattered glass. "Try to sleep, Kiara," I murmured, my arm winding around her waist. The hand at her back began to rub soothing circles, and soon her chest rose and fell evenly, sleep ushering her into its folds. I wasn't sure what possessed me, but I took her hand in mine and brought it to rest on my heart. The last thing I remembered was placing a kiss on the back of it and whispering her name and a prayer. I woke covered in warmth and softness. Sometime during her slumber, Kiara had managed to wind both arms around my torso, her hands fisting the back of my shirt. She was practically straddling me, using me as a pillow. But she wasn't the only one who had changed positions. My stubbled cheek pressed against her smooth temple, my nose nuzzling her hair, my arms wrapped snugly around her waist. I went completely still. Kiara began to shift in place, mumbling beneath her breath. Inwardly, I cursed. My change in breathing must have roused her, because she was awake now, the uneven rise of her chest giving her away. Still, she didn't move, and neither did I. This was the closest we had ever been, and while I couldn't get Isaiah's lifeless body out of my thoughts, the pressure of her embrace told me she needed the contact. I did too. Her hair, which was an unruly mess of tangled red tresses, tickled my chin, and I brought my hand up to smooth the wild strands. A tremor worked through her body as I ran my fingers through her hair, the move probably surprising her. Hells, it surprised me how easy it was. How utterly normal. When I tucked a few loose pieces behind her ear, her head angled upward. Our eyes connected, and a bolt of fire shot into my chest. "Are you all right?" I asked, my voice hoarse and roughened by sleep. I dropped my hand from her hair, clearing my throat. "I'm alive," she murmured. "Did you sleep well?" "I think I got a few hours in," I said. Great. Now we were making awkward small talk, and I had yet to move. "You make a decent pillow," she attempted to joke, and the barest hint of a smile graced my lips. "Although you're a little lumpy, but I managed." She poked at the muscles in my stomach as if to prove her point. I scoffed. "You make for a decent heater." She bestowed me with a timid smile, one that told me she knew I was far from fine. My brother was dead, gone forever. That heat in my belly intensified. "We should really get going." "We should," she agreed, not moving. "Kiara." I pressed, a lone finger tracing the side of her cheek. "Thank you for—" I paused, trying to find the proper word. I couldn't think of anything that didn't sound cliched or empty. "Being there for me," I finished clumsily. "Of course," she said, her eyes still upon me, vibrant and fierce. "I'm always here, even if you want to talk about it. About him." Talking about Isaiah wouldn't help. Maybe one day, when our lives weren't on the line, but now I had to keep my thoughts clear, if only to get through this mission. "Not today," was all I said, my body tensing as I prepared to stand. "Wait!" I froze, one arm still encircling her waist. Reaching into her trouser pocket, she retrieved a golden pin, the knight's emblem. "He would have wanted you to have this," she whispered, angling herself so she could fasten it to my leather collar. The gold pin rested right below my matching one. Her hand fell across the emblems, my chest barely moving as I watched her fingers work. She'd taken Isaiah's pin, knowing I'd want a piece of him. Something to remember him by. My heart squeezed. I should have said thank you, or something else that relayed my gratitude, but my mouth didn't work. Kiara dipped her chin as if she understood everything I couldn't say, and at that simple nod, a wall fractured within me. If I didn't move soon, I risked cracking altogether. With a final, lingering glance, I released her waist and gently nudged her forward. She followed my lead and stood, though she did so awkwardly. Suddenly, I was cold all over, and not just because I didn't have a body pressed against mine.
Chapter 29. Kiara. Raina is often said to have possessed beauty such as the world has never seen. There have been few lucky enough to have been blessed by her presence, but they all claim the same thing. Her eyes glowed a brilliant gold, a devastating eruption of light that blinded them and brought them to their knees. Camille Ashton, Assyrian historian, year 40 of the curse. We spent the following evening out in the open. Alec, Patrick, Jake. Alec, Patrick, Jake. I couldn't stop thinking about them. Were they safe? Were they angry with me? Were they alive? I matched every footfall to the rhythm of their names bouncing around in my head. Alec, Patrick, Jake. It felt as though we were walking in circles. If I didn't see another white tree with blue leaves ever again, I would die in peace. I griped about this for the majority of the morning as my empty stomach grumbled in violent protest. We passed some blackberries a while back, but neither of us wanted to risk getting poisoned by a berry, of all things. Wild men oozing black blood, sure. A hallucination-producing breeze, I could understand. But a damn berry? No way I was going down like that. Jude indulged my hunger-induced whining, occasionally sprinkling in an "uh-huh" or "I see" now and again. I didn't think he was listening. When I questioned his navigating abilities, he raised his dark brows in affront, awarding me an icy look that stopped me dead in my tracks. He then proceeded to enlighten me on his expertise in that particular area, how he was such a skilled hunter and tracker, and this was when I inserted my own uh-huhs and I sees. Ever determined to make his point, Jude flipped open his silver compass, pointing to the creased map as he explained we were to go northwest. Apparently, the king believed the keys were located in a valley quaintly named Nightshade's Cradle. It was during that first full day when I heard the glorious sounds of a bubbling stream. "Thank the gods," Jude exhaled sharply, his relief matching my own. Our canteens had run out of water last night. Coming across this stream was pure luck. Relying solely on our hearing, Jude and I padded through the thicket, nearly tumbling face first into the stream before we realized it was in front of us. My boots splashed into the flowing waters, and I yelped, stumbling back. "Graceful?" Jude repressed his smirk, but his eyes danced with laughter. Like the two sides of him, his eyes were portals into his soul. On one hand, he could be thoughtful and kind, warm. On the other, he could slay his enemies in seconds, a mask of death adorning his handsome features like he was born to wear it. "Don't push me or I'll toss you in," I threatened. But I wasn't as strong as Jude, because a smile curved my lips. "Promises, promises," he taunted, dropping to his knees with a groan. Cupping the water in both palms, he brought it to his lips to drink. He gave a growl of approval. I wasn't as refined as my commander. Lacking both dignity and grace, I let out a squeal of joy, collapsed to my knees, and proceeded to dunk my entire face into the stream. It was divine.
Gods, I even shook my head beneath the chilled water, letting out a bubbling scream. I didn't care that Jude shot me a peculiar look as I flipped my hair back, my face deliciously soaked and my parched lips painted in crystal droplets. I felt like a new woman. "What?" I scoffed, unscrewing my canteen before submerging it into the depths. "Don't tell me you didn't want to do the very same." Jude just shook his head, but a wry smile tugged at his lips. "You just say and do whatever you want, don't you? Life is too damn depressing not to find joy anywhere you can. I learned that the hard way in Sealer." I swiped at my hair, allowing the residual water to slick back the coppery strands. "And as far as speaking my mind," I paused to raise a brow, "why waste precious time with word games when we don't have all that much left?" Jude lifted his gaze, a mischievous sparkle in his brown eye. Without warning, he dove right into the water, his face and shoulders fully submerged. I smiled, my grin turning into riotous laughter when he surfaced for air, shaking his black strands like a wet dog. He beamed, a full and genuine smile making a rare appearance. "All right, yes, that was surprisingly needed. Perhaps you're right, about some things," he clarified. "See? Live a little, Commander." That impish look of his returned, and even his scars seemed to shimmer. I noticed how, in the mist, the raised bumps appeared more intense, the faint red turning a deeper maroon. I hadn't taken off my gloves since Jude had inadvertently yanked the left one off during the attack. While I found his scars intriguing, beautiful even, mine hardly could compare. They were dark and ugly and reminded me of the prickly underbrush we trudged through. They reminded me of the mist. Before I could even process what he intended, Jude sent a cascade of water flying through the air, the chilled water splashing across my cheeks. I sputtered, blinking away the falling droplets clinging to the tips of my lashes. Thoughts of my own scars vanished and I shot him an incredulous look. "Did you just splash me?" I was a complete disaster right about now, but I couldn't care less. Not as the most indecent dimples appeared on either side of his mouth. My heart thumped in my ears. "I'm going to kill you," I vowed. Jude only smiled more. I wasn't sure what was more surprising, that Jude possessed a playful side, or that he was sharing it with me. Flattening my hand and skimming the top of the water, I returned the favour, giggling like a fool as it soaked his devilish face. His grin never faltered. Jude snorted. "That went right up my nose." He ran long fingers through his black hair, pushing it out of his eyes. Of course, he managed to look even more handsome, whereas I likely resembled a drowned rat. His eyes locked on mine, his throat bobbing. All the playful teasing was wiped away, replaced by a scorching look that prompted a prickling warmth to pool in my belly. My gaze briefly fell to his mouth. "Payback, dear Commander," I taunted, covering up the fact that he'd disarmed me with a single stare. And here I'd thought only weapons and fists could destroy me. A slight breeze picked up, playing with his dark locks, the pieces flying into his eyes that turned cloudy and fiery all at the same time. I needed to look away, to fracture the spell Jude had placed on me. I was Kiara Frey, and I could kick ass like it was my job. Yet here I stood, rendered immobile by this enigmatic commander. "Kiara," Jude whispered, my name like a song on his full lips. He leaned closer, close enough that I could feel his breath tickle the tip of my nose. My lips parted on their own, inhaling the air that left his body in short, quivering pants. Time itself stood still, as did my heart. "There's something I should tell you." But he never got to finish his thought. A branch crunched in the distance, and Jude jerked back, rising to his full height.
He brought his index finger to his lips, the muscles in his neck tightening. On unsteady limbs I rose, searching all of the brittle white for what I prayed to be a rather large rabbit, or, however naive the thought, maybe it was Alec, Patrick and Jake finally catching up with us. Naturally, it was neither. Chapter 30. Kiara. Some of the Sun Priestesses believe that while Rhaena has left our realm, her magic remains, for how else would crops and trees grow? If there is still life, there is hope. Excerpt from Ascidian Lore, A Tale of the Gods. A cluster of masked men catapulted from across the narrow stream, jagged spears fashioned from white trees in their gloved hands. They roared as they advanced, not caring that their voices echoed. Another attack! Jude cursed, his eyes meeting my widened stare. "Get ready!" My dagger had been in my hand the moment he'd stood, but I didn't go on the offensive just yet. No, I waited until one of the burly bastards lunged at me, releasing a screech of war from his grey, chapped lips. The feral sound shook my bones, but it didn't slow me. At the last second, I sidestepped him, watching with a sick glee as he stumbled over his feet, not having expected to swipe empty air. He wouldn't be surprised next time. For the brief moment my opponent was incapacitated, I twisted to seek Jude. While I could barely make him out, I could have sworn I saw 3 of the masked men teaming up to take him down. I cursed and ducked beneath a flailing arm, digging my blade up and through the thick padding of my attacker's coat, directly between his ribs. With a wail, he fell, clutching at his side. But he didn't stay down for long. Jumping to his feet, his side coated in that peculiar black ooze, the masked man lifted his spear, aiming right for my heart. Using my many grueling years of training, I shifted to the right, missing the spear by a mere inch. Twisting around, I spun on my heels, angling myself until I was at his back, my arms flying around his neck as my sharpened blade slashed through the thin skin of his throat. Micah didn't say I was faster than the wind without reason. This time, the man didn't rise. I never got the chance to catch my breath. There was a flash of silver and a guttural roar, and then a searing pain shot across my upper arm. I whirled around. The man looked just like his fallen brother, whose blood currently pooled from his wound, his lifeless eyes open. But this new foe didn't spare his companion a glance, not as he raised his weapon to strike me again. Ignoring the stinging that radiated from the shallow cut, I pounced and grabbed the sides of his face before proceeding to headbutt him with a sickening crunch. When he staggered back, disoriented from my unexpected assault, I roared, thrusting my bloodied dagger up into his jaw. Blood instantly gushed from his mouth, a bubbling stream of black. My head throbbed something fierce, but the fight was far from over. Swiping a hand across my sweaty brow, I reeled around, finding Jude. I didn't allow myself a moment of joy when I saw that he was still alive, 2 of the 3 men lying dead at his feet. There would be more coming, and my fingers tightened on the hilt of my blade. I swallowed hard as 3 more shadows seemed to materialize out of thin air, steel spectres that began to dance around Jude like the vultures they were. How many are there? I was about to race over to his aid when a solid body of pure rock sent me sailing several feet through the air. I sputtered as I flew, the wind whipping at my face as my pulse skyrocketed. I landed on my side with a groan, my ribs aching and bruised. My hands fisted the dirt, my teeth grinding against the pain that seared across my torso. With a hiss, I scrambled to my feet, ready to... A fist collided with my jaw, the impact causing me to see stars. Whoever this one was, he enjoyed using his fists, and he would pay for the bruises that would inevitably mar my skin. I wasn't vain, but I didn't enjoy looking like a fresh kill. A snarl ripped free from my throat as I stumbled back a step, putting distance between me and my latest foe. Although he was more lithe than the rest,
I'd kill him like I had his friends. No one came after me and my friend and could expect to leave with all their body parts intact. A yelp from my left distracted me as Jude cried out in pain. Instinctively, my head spun in his direction, my heart plummeting. If anyone hurt him, I'd rip their damn throats out, slowly. But in the split second I glanced away, my attacker was at my throat, a blade pressed to my neck. I cursed myself as the metal dug deeper. My stomach dropped, a steel band winding mercilessly around my chest, every breath drawn out and forced. This was it. I was going to die. A lesser woman might have shut her eyes and met her death in soothing darkness. But not me. I stared at the masked man, his eyes an icy shade of blue-grey. They were wide and determined, the haunting black of his pupils nearly eclipsing his irises. Jude cried out again, a deep groan that penetrated all the darkest parts of my soul. If I did nothing, he would surely die. Traitorous tears welled, fighting to be freed. All of this had been for naught. Jude had been right when he'd said it was a suicide mission, and now we were both going to die, and I'd never do all the things I wanted to do with my life. With death looming, I suddenly realised that a few of those things involved Jude. Images of a life I'd never have whirled past my open eyes. A life of adventure and freedom, with secret smiles and intimate evenings nestled beside a fire. I envisioned a partner who embraced me in my darkest moments and fought my demons just as I battled theirs. I coveted a love so profound, so realm-shattering, that my home became their arms and the music in my ears belonged to the beating of their hearts. For some reason, Jude called to all of my shadows, the parts of my soul I'd shown him without me even realising it. And I wanted more time to see what else I could feel. Time slowed, the clashing of swords ceasing as blood rushed to my ears. There was a ringing sound, shrill and eerie, and it punctured my skin as it clawed at my insides like an angry creature with teeth. Then I smelled home in the air. Chapter 31. Kiara. Courage is unlocking the door to your cage and taking flight. True bravery is burning the cage to the ground. Assyrian proverb. Seela. The subtle scent of spice and smoke. Jude called out my name, his voice muffled as blood rushed to my ears, a cold wind whipping at my cheeks. The man attacking me let out a choked grunt. His eyes watered and oozed pus as he shrieked, the viscous liquid drenching the cloth swathing his features. That bitter wind carrying traces of home continued to whistle in my ears, but it didn't hurt me. Not in the way it viciously struck my opponent, who let out a feral roar as though it burned him alive. Swirls of onyx streamed from around me, slithering across the underbrush and reaching for my opponent. Just before they could grab him, he dropped his knife, his stare widening as he took in the sight of the advancing darkness rising around me. I staggered back when he shifted away, my breaths coming out raspy and uneven. I nearly stabbed Jude when he suddenly appeared at my side, his hand encircling my arm to move me protectively behind him. The attacker stumbled, guttural noises leaving his lips. It was a husky and thick language I didn't recognize, if it was a language at all. Clutching at his throat, fear shining in his eyes, he cautiously took a few tentative steps away. My mouth parted as I gulped in air, my fingers gripping my blade, waiting for him to lunge. But he did no such thing. He fled, bolting into the trees without a glance behind him. The whispering shadows trailed after, until all that remained was a dense layer of white. "Are you all right?" Jude asked.
I lifted my head and met his gaze head-on, my pulse thudding like a drum in my ears. His left eye shone in the darkness, a beacon of fury that sent shivers down my spine. "What the hells was that?" I didn't answer. I couldn't. His fingers were digging into my skin, his jaw taut with bone-chilling rage. I didn't recognize him. "It has to be similar to that breeze from the first day," Jude said, "making us see things that aren't there. But either way, we need to get out of here before—" Boots pounded the ground as more masked men rushed toward us. Jude shoved me out of the way and lifted his sword before him. I tumbled onto my back, out of the reach of the men with death haunting their eyes. Jude drove his blade through a broad chest with sickening ease before twisting to face another opponent. I watched as 8 of them swarmed him on all sides, circling him like ravenous predators, their crude weapons glinting in the white light as they sought to land a killing blow. As skilled a warrior as he was, there was no way Jude could fend off 8 men, especially these beasts. They had the upper hand, and I had the nagging suspicion they wouldn't stop until their blades were slick with red. I shoved to my feet, crying out Jude's name like a tormented prayer. He answered my call, raising his head as he locked his sight on me, sweat dripping down the sides of his face, a superficial cut marring his cheek. While his attention remained on me, another figure whirled like a reckless breeze from the corner of my eye, a dagger rising. An ear-splitting scream pierced the veil as the blade sliced through Jude's leather jacket. I realized the scream had come from me. The brutes leisurely circled, snarling as Jude grew unsteady, weary after a full day without food and proper rest. He wouldn't be able to last much longer. In the span of an enraged heartbeat, I lost all sense of sanity. There was the ash and the clouds of cold blue, and then there was a vengeful darkness. A foreign wind jolted my body, sending my frame bowing back at an unnatural angle. I felt ice shatter through me, an electrical current blasting from the very core of my being. I was drowning in the night, ripped apart from the inside out. Ash coated my mouth, and the stench of rotten skin clogged my nostrils. My lids drooped and shut, and electricity detonated from everywhere and nowhere at once, sending me to my knees with a scream. Agonized shrieks saturated the air, haunting and full of the kind of pain no person, friend or foe, ever deserved to experience. They crippled me, the screeches ungodly and depraved, and my body bent forward abruptly, curving in on itself. Gritting my teeth, I forced my heavy lids open, tilting my eyes up from the ground to the scene of death I expected to find. But that same perverse breeze that had saved me earlier whooshed past my ears, parting the fog. The trees swayed and cracked, the rotten wood splintering down the middle and shattering like glass, the shards blown in every direction. But that wasn't the only disturbing sight. The men, our attackers, clawed at their faces, their eyes. Gut-wrenching screams reverberated and shook the forest, muffled only by the ravishing wind. They were dying, slowly, so very slowly. My taut body relaxed, the unexplained hold on me loosening its unholy grip, and amid the tormented shouts and bursts of black shadows and fiery electricity, I saw the commander rising from the ashes, nearly unscathed. He walked through the charred remains, the mist gradually washing across the woods, engulfing the world in white once more. Jude looked like a vengeful angel above me, his left eye aglow. My head lolled to the side, and soon all thoughts were lost to the screams of the dying. Chapter 32. Kiara. I plead with you to come and take your son. When I look into his eyes, I feel nothing but coldness. It unnerves me.
Something isn't right with that boy. Letter from Jack Maddox to unknown recipient. Year 38 of the curse. My dreams spun a tale of magic. I was in my room back home, a thick white coverlet tossed over my head, my toes swathed in my favourite fuzzy socks Mother knitted me last winter. There was no aching or bruising weighing down my body, which currently felt like it was made of cotton instead of bones. A whisper of a breeze grazed the soft linen shielding me, the air tasting of freshly baked pies and nostalgia. My eyelids fluttered open as the wind whistled a melancholy tune that gingerly hinted at hope and rebirth. Answering its bittersweet call with a grin, I flung the covers from my face, eager to discover its source. Light. It struck me like a punch to the gut. Rich, dazzling rays of light traversing across every inch of my bedroom. I blinked at the harshness of it, convinced my eyes were playing tricks on me. But no otherworldly shadows took shape upon the walls, and not a single torch or melting candle was lit. There was just that spectacular light painting the room like 1,000 brushstrokes of gold. It touched my skin and coated it in pure warmth, the hair framing my face glinting as rays kissed each strand. This had to be the afterlife, and I was dead, or I was dreaming the most wonderful dream. With my luck, it wasn't a dream. Even knowing I was likely bleeding out somewhere in the real world, I swung my feet to the floor and raced across my sparse room to the open window overlooking the street. That same sugary breeze teased my unbraided hair, which whipped about my face, the strands vibrant in this unreal glow. Just beyond the thin pane of glass, I beheld a world of vivid colour. I might have stopped breathing altogether. It was the most heavenly place I'd ever seen, and it was the village I'd known for all my 18 years. The same ashen stones and pale brick buildings lined a neatly paved street, but now they shone like crushed diamonds. Villagers passed by my window, smiles adorning their faces, their pearly teeth almost too white and brilliant. My mouth gaped as the light touched their hair. Glossy raven tresses shimmered, and blonde hair turned to gold. And their eyes, they twinkled with gems of varying tints and intensities. Magic. That was the only reasonable explanation. That, and I reminded myself, I was most certainly dead. Realistically, my luck had to run out at some point. I lifted my eyes to the clearest blue sky. Not a single star visible among all that colour. A few fluffy clouds littered its canvas, moving leisurely across the great expanse of space. And then I saw it. As the clouds sailed ahead, they revealed the most exquisite of sights yet. Blinding, stunning, unreal. The all-consuming globe in the sky emptied my head of all thoughts. I saw and thought and breathed only the shimmering rays stemming from the impossible orb, which both excited and terrified me all at once. The sun. It had to be the sun. Magnificent, isn't it? I spun around, stumbling as I did so. I would recognize that melodic sound anywhere. "Grandmother?" I whispered, my voice coming out all airy and breathless. She was just as I remembered her, long red hair streaked in grey, bright amber eyes and a curving mouth that hinted at a joke that only she knew. "I've missed you, child." She tilted her chin, carefully assessing me from head to toe. It had only been a year since she'd passed, but it seemed a tragic eternity. My legs carried me until I was enveloped in her frail arms, my cheek resting on her shoulder. Bits of her wispy straight hair tickled my nose, the colour identical to mine. "Gods, I wish you were still here." I inhaled her scent of midnight blooms and dulcet sugar,
of freshly baked pies. That was what I'd smelled on that otherworldly breeze. My grandmother. An alarming thought struck me. "Am I truly dead?" I rasped, pulling away to read her eyes, ones filled with the kind of wisdom I doubted I'd ever attain. "No, you're not dead, silly girl," Grandmother tutted, shaking her head. Her hands settled at my back, rubbing soothing circles there. "Then why am I here?" I motioned to the window, to what could only be the lost sun. Nothing made sense. The last thing I remembered was Jude, the mist, the masked men attacking us, the shadows and the stinging electricity in the air. Grandmother gave me a strained smile, one that didn't reach her eyes. "You're a smart girl." Her weathered hand cupped my cheek. "You know I can't just tell you the reason. Where's the fun in that?" There was the grandmother I knew and loved. "I'm kind of on a time limit here, especially if this was a dream after all. Can't you help out your favourite grandchild?" My mouth gave a slight pout as I widened my eyes. It was a look that always won her over. I never messed with the tried and true. But not even my doe eyes did the trick. Instead, Grandmother let loose a roar of a laugh, the type that was contagious. I wanted to join her and curse her calmness at the same time. "Grandmother, this isn't funny!" I cocked my head, memorizing her face, every wrinkle of a life well lived. "No, it's not," she sighed, her features losing their softness. "I suppose I've just missed you, my fearless girl. Missed that spark in those eyes." She tapped my wrinkling nose. "But you're right. This is far from a joyous moment." My grip on her tightened. I was afraid she would float away. "Tell me," I demanded, my chin jutting out. "What do I need to know? Are the keys even out here, the ones that will save us? Or was it yet another rumour, a lie?" 100 questions popped up, but for once I shoved them down, studying my grandmother's face as a solemn expression weighed down her features. "All I can tell you is that this," she tilted her face toward the window, to the sun just beyond our reach, "is what could await you should you succeed." "At finding the keys," I groused, my jaw tensing. Back to business, it seemed. "So they are out here." "The tool to save us does lie in the cursed lands." She looked like she wanted to say more, but she sucked in a sharp breath and averted her eyes. It was obvious she was holding something back, and I'd long ago grown tired of vague answers. "Can you at least tell me what any of it means? Why Raina left? Why the king—" Grandmother held up a single finger, silencing me. "Patience was never one of your virtues." "And that's one of the many reasons you love me," I retorted, growing more irritated by the second. "Hells, if I was in some dreamlike world having a conversation with my dead grandmother, you'd think I'd come out of it knowing more than I did before." "Fine," she said with her trademark huff. "I can say that—" A deep rumbling shook the house, the floorboards beneath our feet groaning and trembling. Grandmother's gaze widened as her movements turned frantic. I swore I heard my name being called from somewhere in the distance. "Kiara, listen to me." She gripped my shoulders, surprisingly strong for a woman her age. "You need to finish reading the book. You'll find the answers you're looking for inside." "Book? What book?" The only book I'd been reading had been... Realization dawned on me. The book Jude gave me. "And please be careful around the commander. History always has a way of repeating itself, no matter how hard we try to rewrite the story." "Jude? Why should I be careful around him?" My vision swam with shards of dusted sunshine and onyx ash, my grandmother's gentle face growing fuzzy. "What's happening?" I shouted, desperate for this moment to last a bit longer, to spend just another minute with her. "You're waking up, Kiara," she answered, her voice not sounding like her own. It lilted at the end in clashing discord. "Gods, I should have told you years ago. I was hoping to find another way, but I ran out of time." "Told me what?" I wanted to ask, but my voice didn't work. Her mouth continued to move, though I couldn't make out the words, a wrecking thunder shaking this dream world, one that was slowly being razed. Just beyond the window, my village shattered and crumbled, bricks dropping from the skies as people vanished from sight, leaving nothing but plumes of black smoke where they'd stood. The dream and my grandmother faded away. "Kiara!" Black and grey blinded me, the sun from my dreams a distant memory. "Kiara!" A voice wafted from above, growing more urgent, desperate. "Wake up, damn it! Kiara, if you wake up right this second, I'll tell you about my scars. I'll tell you anything you want to know. I'll give you all my secrets." "Jude." "I know you want to know. I can always see the questions in your eyes." A choked growl rumbled in his chest. "Just wake up and open that cheeky mouth of yours. Insult me. Just say something," he added with an uncharacteristic whine. Maybe it was that final plea or how my heart ached at his terrible anguish, but my heavy lids fluttered open. A blurry face hovered over me, pale skin framed by night-black strands. He was so close that his warm breath tickled my lips, my nose inhaling his scent of smoke and pine. That familiar warmth spread in my belly, the same heat that was growing more and more prevalent in his presence. "All I had to do was nearly die for you to offer me answers," I finally rasped, my throat hoarse and raw. It felt like I'd swallowed a torch. "Thank the gods!" Jude's arms wrapped forcefully around my frame, his calloused hands moving to cradle my head. His unusually warm touch burned my skin on contact, and he winced as I let out a slight hiss. He removed his hands with a nearly imperceptible scowl, but I saw his reaction well enough. "You weren't breathing for a good 2 minutes." A sudden fierceness graced his tone, underscored only by the bitterness of fear. "Don't worry," I murmured, attempting to sit up. My head spun. "I'm not that easy to kill." Jude didn't find me at all amusing. Sweat dripped from his forehead, dampening his unkempt hair. It hung across his scarred eye, masking some of the sinister clouds trapped inside. "You're the most infuriating person I've ever met." His jaw ticked, all the concern he'd radiated abruptly transforming into exasperation. "You must not have met a lot of people, then," I retorted, moving to my elbows. Plumes of ivory pirouetted around us, my vision gradually growing less blurred. The dream world and my grandmother were far behind me, and now the moon and its greedy shadows reigned once more. I peered around the clearing, expecting to see the bodies of the masked men, but I found none, only piles of ash. A wave of sudden nausea nearly sent me doubling over, and the last thing I wanted to do was vomit on the handsome commander. "You promised me something," I ground out, swallowing the rising bile. Jude cocked his head, his stormy eye sinister as he bored into my soul. He knew exactly what I meant. While I should have been more consumed with what had just happened, between the attack and my sunshine-filled dream, my mouth had a mind of its own. "Seriously? That's the answer you want?" Jude fumed, his teeth bared. "You practically died! You dropped to the ground just as those shadows devoured them, whatever the hells they were." He ran a hand through his hair. "And that's your first priority?" "Yep." I popped the pea. "Do tell me more of these murderous shadows, though. It all sounds quite thrilling." While everything was hazy and blurry at the edges, I did recall some of what happened. But even that was more of a feeling, slippery around the edges. I wasn't ready to process what had happened during the attack, let alone talk about it.
"This is no time for jokes," Jude scolded, leaning back on his knees. "I've never seen anything like that before, and you were—" His gaze flickered to the broken trees. "You were frozen and so pale. Kiara, you weren't breathing." What does a somewhat rational person say to that? Add in the invisible exasperation painting his skin a red hue, and I couldn't muster a single coherent word. But I knew his anger wasn't directed at me. Instead, I picked myself up from the dirt, ignoring Jude's outstretched hand. I stretched my legs, still off kilter, as Jude watched from a respectable distance. I could sense he wanted to close the gap between us, his eyes wild as his hands restlessly formed into fists at his sides. Jude. My grandmother's words came back to me in a rush. And please be careful around the commander. History always has a way of repeating itself, no matter how hard we try to rewrite the story. Whatever that meant. But Jude was Jude. I'd trusted him thus far, and I was still alive. Why had she told me to be wary of him? "What's wrong?" I flinched. Jude seemed to materialize at my side. "Nothing." An obvious lie. "I'm just overwhelmed," I added when he raised a skeptical brow, the moon casting a generous glow on his face. Was it my imagination, or were his scars even darker than before? "Tell me," he pressed. "I know you're hiding something from me." "I told you nothing is wrong. I'm fine. I'm alive, right? That's all that matters." There was so much wrong. So much I couldn't explain. "You're pale." Jude tenderly placed a hand to my forehead as if I had a temperature. While his touch remained warm, it didn't burn as badly as before. An unreadable look flashed across his face. "We need to get out of here. More will come." He scanned the woods with clenched teeth. "And you need to rest after—" After I'd supposedly died? Yes, I could easily agree it was time to move on. Jude hesitantly turned his back to me, his steps unhurried as he waited for me to follow. I knew this wasn't the end to our conversation, but we had to find shelter before we dove into that mess. As I took my first cautious step, I felt a noticeable weight pressing against my ribs. It wasn't the profound unease stemming from my dream or what had come before, but something physical, heavy. Reaching into my coat pocket, I curled my fingers around aged leather and worn pages. I didn't need to see it in order to know exactly what it was. I released the tome as if it had scorched my skin. Jude's book. The last time I'd seen it had been when I'd packed it in my bag and left the palace with Starlight. My throat constricted at the memory of her bleeding out on the ground, her pained whinnying echoing. I blinked away her image and focused on the tome currently weighing down my jacket. "You need to finish reading the book. You'll find the answers you're looking for inside." And now it had mysteriously found its way back to me. It could only be magic. I wondered how I could find truth in something that belonged to the man I supposedly couldn't trust. I mean, he'd given it to me. My legs worked hard to catch up to Jude, who made a strained effort to take the pace easy. From the corner of my eye, I caught him stealing glimpses from beneath his hair, yet he didn't speak. For some reason, those glances held a different type of fear, one that wasn't a result of masked men and ungodly mist. Even if I didn't wish to learn them, whatever answers I sought had to be within those pages, and as soon as Jude fell asleep this evening, I'd find them. It was time to figure out what the hells was going on.
Chapter 33. Jude. I am beginning to see why you are concerned about him. As he grows, the boy loses more and more of his humanity every day. I pray the damage can be undone. Letter to Aurora Adair, from unknown recipient. Year 44 of the curse. One of the bastards had sliced my shoulder. Deep, but not too deep. Just far enough for it to be a pain in the ass. But there were much bigger things to consider than some insignificant wound. I'd almost lost control. Nearly allowed the rage to take over entirely. And Kiara would have borne witness to the monster I kept locked away. She had likely seen too much as it was. In the future, it might escape, but for now I wanted to bask in her admiration just a little while longer, to revel in the warmth that shone in her eyes whenever she took me in. But my time was running out. Before, the thought of dying hadn't frightened me. I'd been prepared for death's welcoming embrace since I first took my oath. Life had never been kind. Not that I was going to sit there and whine about it, but cruelty had a way of burrowing into your soul and making a home. For people like me, death would be a relief. But now, things had changed. Because of her. It had been less than an hour since the attack. I didn't know how to describe what had happened back there in the clearing. That river of darkness had flooded through the trees and consumed our enemies, turning them to ash, sweeping them away in an icy breeze. It all left me on edge, my hand placed on my dagger, almost eager to pull it from its sheath. There'd always be the next kill, the next enemy. I didn't wish the same future for Kiara. The girl I hadn't been able to stop thinking about was shockingly quiet at my side. While I'd convinced myself her incessant speech was grating, I found I missed it. Suddenly, the quiet I usually craved had my stomach churning. Sneaking a peek at her from the corner of my good eye, I found a similarly perplexed expression weighing down the corner of her lips. Her upturned nose wrinkled slightly, her eyes creased at the sides. She was deep in thought. A dangerous thing to be, I knew well. Her rich red hair shimmered in the moon's glow, each strand capturing a bit of its mystic magic, and those amber eyes of hers ensnared the night, the golden flecks twinkling like the distant stars overhead. She was equal parts light and darkness. Light. I'd lied when I compared her to the sun, when I said I'd imagined she was what it was like to glimpse the sun. Every year on the exact same day, what had once been the longest day of the year, I'd fall asleep and dream of a shattering orb of light high in the sky. It was a sweet torture to see its beauty and never feel its warmth. Sometimes I would envision a meadow, orange and yellow flowers sweeping across tall green grass. Other times, the sun would show itself to me between the peaks of snowy mountains, rising like a phoenix. The image I saw the most was a marble temple of the purest white, golden rays cascading across its slick surface like spilled water, a barren field at its feet. But whatever false world I'd conjured would vanish the second I awoke. The next days would be full of nightmares, of the mist and sliced throats and wailing screams. But once a year, I'd find that sweet peace. Whether I wished it or not, Kiara had slowly become that peace for me, that dream of light. I suppressed a groan when my boot hooked beneath an upturned root, barely catching my balance before I ate dirt. It was unlike me to be so clumsy. I didn't acquire my illustrious reputation by tripping over fallen branches. Unfortunately for me, Kiara was perceptive. She cursed, halting abruptly, and forcing me to do the same. "Your shoulder!" she exclaimed, realization widening her eyes. "I saw one of them slice you." "And my leg and my arm," I added silently. "But those were just simple flesh wounds." Kiara's eyes flashed with concern. My heart beat faster. "I'll be fine," I promised, turning away. "It isn't deep." Kiara was having none of that. "Stop being a tough guy and let me take a look." She put both hands on her hips, cocking them out in a way that likely wasn't meant to be provocative, but was. I ground my teeth. "A tough guy, eh?" I chided. "You say that like you don't know who I am." "I know you well enough, and you're stubborn and prideful," she snapped, her biting tone shocking me. If she knew about the innocent blood that covered my hands, she wouldn't want anything to do with me. "Here." Kiara grabbed the collar of my shirt, giving it a tug. "Let me look, you big brute." My lips curled. "Is that any way to speak to your commander?" It was laughable, since we were never just commander and recruit. That was as obvious to me as the scars on my face. Great. I remembered I'd promised her the story behind them, a story I wasn't keen on retelling. When she wouldn't wake, wouldn't breathe, I'd lost all sense of composure and begun erratically shouting promises. In my delirious state, I'd even prayed to the absent gods. Yeah. She rolled her eyes, a dimple popping up on her left cheek. She had the most distracting smirk. With all the care in the world, she helped me slip out of my torn leather jacket, tossing it to the side before gently pulling up the sleeve of my undershirt, which was still covered in my brother's blood. I didn't want to think about Isaiah. His death cut me more than I let on. "It stopped bleeding," she whispered, her attention gliding across the expanse of exposed skin. "Must not have been as deep as I thought," she mused, absently sucking at her lower lip. I held back a groan at the sight. This damned woman. "But it needs to be cleaned and properly looked at to make sure it doesn't get infected. And the cut on your leg," she added, her eyes falling to my trousers. Making a hasty grab for my jacket, I eased it back on, hating that she saw me in such a feeble state. I was exceptionally effective at what I did, but with little food and rest, even I couldn't fight off 8 men at once. Her fingers played at the collar of my shirt, her head cocked to the side, as she traced my skin with bright eyes. Her gloved touch sent a current zapping straight across my hardened heart, shocking it to life. I cleared my throat, the nearness of her too much. "We need to continue and find shelter," I bit out, an uncharacteristic pang of fear slicing through me. Whatever was happening with Kiara and me, it was changing, morphing into something more. I'd always seen her, and she was dangerously close to seeing me, all of me. She felt it too, that pull. I hated it, fought it, failed to fight it. Just like the sun that only visited me in my dreams, Kiara was addictive. Forging ahead, my steps leaden, we made it another hour into the mist, hopefully in the correct direction. That damn map was older than my great-grandfather, whoever he was. I didn't know much about my family, and when I'd asked my father about my mother, he'd told me she was just some girl from the village brothel who'd dropped me off on his doorstep when I'd been 2 months old. It wasn't until I'd grown up that I'd realized the story of my mother was a lie. "I think I see something." Kiara's face lit up in the most luminous of ways, her full lips slightly parted, a rosy hue on her cheeks. Even her unusual eyes seemed to glow from within. They were a whole shade lighter than usual, actually. Focus. How on earth could she see anything at all in this blasted blue fog? I couldn't wait to get out of it. I despised not being in control, not being able to spot an attacker until they were nearly upon me. Getting caught off guard twice wasn't anything to be proud of. Kiara bolted into the obscurity, forcing me to grunt out a curse and stumble after her. "Up here!" she shouted, her hair flowing behind her in a tangled red blur. She was like a sprite, a forest nymph, and I wanted to catch her. Steal some of that wonder, that spirit. Not to keep forever, but maybe just to borrow some of her magic. Kiara let out a breathy gasp, stopping so abruptly that I collided with her back with a thump. Her feet lurched forward at the impact, but before she could fall, I wound my arms around her waist, holding her steady. "Sorry," I mumbled, my mouth at her ear. Soft hair tickled my jaw, each strand shining like a burning flame. Kiara jerked in my embrace, her breathing growing heavy, slower. "Thanks," she rasped, her hands lowering to rest on my arms. Even through the leather, I felt the shock of her caress. A minute passed, and neither of us moved. If anything, my hands tightened. My restraint was loosening. Fast. "Jude," she breathed, her voice a whisper of a thing. My head dropped so I could inhale the scent clinging to her hair, my nose tracing the shell of her ear. Kiara smelled like pure wildfire and open forest, and I greedily committed it to memory. She let out a barely audible hiss, but still she didn't move. Right now, I wasn't the logical, unfeeling commander I'd been molded to be. Before I could second-guess myself, I flipped her around in my arms, a startled gasp leaving her lips. Lips I couldn't stop staring at like a starving man. She noted where my eyes fell, her tongue peeking out to wet them. I wanted to taste her again more than I wanted anything. That kiss in the Pastoria forest wasn't nearly enough. I wanted more, so much more. Never in all my life had a woman affected me in such an intense way. Kiara was strong, witty, fearless, and impossibly stubborn. She was an enigma. I leaned closer, just an inch. She was so short I had to crane my neck, her petite frame trembling as I closed in, hungry, desperate for just a taste of the fiery sunshine she reminded me of. A brightness in a world of night. But then my gaze shifted upward, away from those delectable lips. Kiara stared up at me with wide, innocent eyes, trusting eyes. Trust I didn't deserve. My hands fell, releasing her. I could have sworn a look of hurt crossed her features, but I ignored it. I had to. Not once had I questioned my actions in the past, but ever since she'd come barreling into my life, I'd been tasting shame and bitter remorse. I wasn't what a woman like her deserved, not some scarred, heartless monster. With the moment thoroughly broken, Kiara stumbled back a step. I saw something right before you, bumped into me. She jerked her head behind her, an uncharacteristic nervousness lining her words. "I'll show you." I gave a curt nod, my jaw tensing painfully. "Let's go." Spinning around, Kiara took cautious steps into the eddying fog, keeping her gaze ahead, looking anywhere but at me. I saw how she wobbled, how her hands formed loose fists at her sides. I affected her, maybe just as much as she affected me. It was a disaster waiting to happen. I was about to open my mouth and ask what she thought she'd seen when all the air left my lungs. Kiara cursed. A foul curse that would have brought a smile to my lips if disbelief hadn't rendered me speechless. A clearing. But not just any clearing. There was no fog, no bone trees with brittle blue leaves. No, it was a paradise. "What the fu—" Kiara trailed off, her lips parted as her mouth curved into a wide O. The brightest colors I'd ever seen, lush greens, vibrant reds, playful yellows, fell across the earth like a painted masterpiece. Better than that, because it was real. Only in my sunshine dreams had I seen such light. It wasn't as bright as those dreams, but the clearing, brimming with plants and flowers of varying colors, was glowing. "Beautiful," Kiara said, taking in all the foreign splendor. Instinctively I reached for the folded map, bringing it before my eyes. There was nothing on it but more trees where the clearing should have been. "This isn't on the map," I said, my voice harder than stone, despite how my stomach fluttered. "Screw your map." Kiara let loose a light-hearted giggle, bounding fearlessly into the clearing, her fingers trailing across the blooms as she went. I admired that about her, that reckless bravery. "Wait!" I shouted, the paranoid part of me on edge. There had to be a catch. But Kiara didn't listen, twirling like a child among the flowers and greenery, a luminous smile adding to the radiating light enfolding us in its embrace. I bounded after her, my cheeky sprite, straight into a clearing that was nothing short of impossible.
Chapter 34. Kiara. Ceres, the god of devotion, is often described as nothing more than a dulcet whisper in the night, striking at a time when the mind is at its most malleable. Ceres, a magnificent entity of pure, indescribable beauty and warmth, bestows their blessings upon the luckiest of mortals. A shame, because most of those Ceres visits do not even realize they've been given the greatest gift known to mankind. Excerpt from Ascidian Lore, A Tale of the Gods. Holy gods! Had Jude been about to kiss me? This was the singular thought that consumed me as I ran through a meadow crafted by magic and hopeful dreams. Instead of noting every lush plant and diamond-encrusted red rose or purple and glistening yellow bud, I replayed the last minute on an infinite loop. I still thought about the too brief kiss we'd shared when I'd worked to distract him and gain the upper hand. Never had I experienced such fire in a single brush of lips, such intensity. I wondered what it might feel like should we give in and completely let go. There were so many other things to think about besides wondering if Jude had been about to kiss me, mainly the inescapable panic that hadn't left me since the forest attack, since I'd lost consciousness. Snap out of it, Key. You're in a fantastical garden from a damn fairy tale. Still, it was difficult to wrap my head around such a place existing in a world of nightmares. Even the stones glistened like tiny, trapped raindrops. Unreal. All of it. The sea of colourful blooms and emerald leaves gave way to a mighty oak, its dense branches towering over a quarter of the clearing. A small bubbling stream ran through it, the waters clear and welcoming, and not a hint of white or blue haze, though it still surrounded the glade like an unwelcome hug. I felt like I was in one of the snow globes sold in Sealer's marketplace, the ones Mother never let me buy. This is incredible. Jude moved to stand at my side, his shoulder pressing against mine, his eyes tapering into a squint while he adjusted to the brightness. Ever since I'd stopped breathing, the commander had been sticking to me like glue. Not that it was necessarily a bad thing. In truth, I'd wanted him to kiss me earlier, and not as a ploy. Kiara. Huh? I lifted my chin to Jude, whose face scrunched with confusion. Even uncertainty looked good on him. Damn him. I said your name 3 times. Oh. Sorry, I was a little distracted. I waved a hand around our surroundings to make my point. If you haven't noticed, this is a little mind-boggling. And I was thinking about you and your pretty lips. Then why are you blushing? Jude's lips quirked, seeming to read my traitorous thoughts. Whatever he was seeing on my face pleased him. I am not blushing, I protested. Even to my own ears it sounded weak. It's just chilly and I have very sensitive skin. Not a lie. Uh-huh. His smirk grew impish. Who was this man and what had he done with my resigned commander? Maybe the mist was to blame yet again. There is no way we aren't spending the evening here. Bounding to the mighty oak, I rose onto my tiptoes and plucked a leaf from a low branch. Tiny veins shot out from the stem, crinkling the thin membrane. The colour was so green, so vibrant and rich. I wonder, Jude murmured, rubbing at his growing scruff. This shouldn't be here. Not in this place. And he was right. There had to be an explanation for why a paradise flourished in the mist. Paranoia prickled at my chest as ice dripped into my veins. The logical thing would be to ignore the beauty and focus on reality. Uncle Micah had often told me that things were never as they appeared, that sometimes even the most beautiful things could be poisonous. I suppose that applied to people as well. "You're right," I asserted. Jude's brow lifted. He was clearly stunned at my easy acceptance. "Let's investigate some more." Jude let out a whistle. And here I thought I was going to get scolded for being too cynical. "Not that I'm complaining," he added, with a whisper-soft chuckle. The sound went straight to my core. I cleared my throat. "All right, let's split up and see what we can find. There has to be something out of the ordinary." I paused mid-step. "Aside from everything here, that is." Jude gave me a curt nod, spinning around and ambling off to the left, leaving me to explore the right side of the clearing. It wasn't a large area, perhaps a little over 200 feet, a space filled with heavenly, effulgent light, as if an artist had dipped his brush in pots of pale yellow and gold and coated every leaf and bloom and blade of grass. And because this place was real, or as real as anything beyond the borders, I found myself tilting my head to the sky and spinning around and around. The dense clouds overhead were kept away, as though this place was untouchable by even the deadliest of curses. When I settled, having spun myself silly, I dizzily staggered over to a patch of the brightest blue blossoms. 5 heart-shaped petals burst from wide, buttery centres, flecks of silver scattered amid the blue like glitter. When I lowered my head to inhale the heady floral scent, a distinct crunch sounded behind me, and my hand whipped to my dagger. I was a whirl of red hair as I twisted around, my dagger sailing skillfully through the air, only to pierce a ball of grey fur. A rabbit. "I think I just caught dinner!" I shouted over my shoulder to Jude, my stomach applauding my efforts with a growl. Boots pounded and the commander appeared at my side in an instant, a flustered hue of pink on his cheeks. "What's wrong with you?" I studied him from his boots to the crown of his mussed hair, a thin sheen of sweat coating his brow. "Nothing." His right eye twitched. "I just heard you scream." Instantly my smile blossomed into something wicked. "Aw!" I bopped his nose, much to his chagrin. He scowled. "You were worried about me, and now you're all flustered." "Quiet." Jude bit into the side of his cheek. "I'm in charge of recruit safety, that's all." A wave of guilt and sadness hit me upon hearing Jude mention the recruits. Alec, Patrick, Jake, they would have loved this. Here I was, in the middle of this sumptuous, lush wonder in the middle of the mist, and my friends were... No, don't think like that. They're okay. They have to be. I couldn't voice my thoughts to Jude and break this spell, however brief. He deserved this moment of playfulness, of happiness, after everything he'd been through. My friends were fine, and likely attempting to follow our earlier path to meet us. I refused to believe otherwise. I focused on Jude and his stern expression. "I'm sure that's all it is." I clasped my hands behind my back and adopted my most innocent of expressions. The doe eyes were out in full force. Jude grumbled something beneath his breath, swiping a hand through his blue-black hair. It stuck up at awkward angles, oil and dirt coating the strands. "Man, do you need a bath?" I remarked, lifting my hand to run my fingers through it without thought. The moment I touched his silken, albeit filthy hair, I jerked my hand away, forcing it to my side. Jude bit extra hard on his cheek to keep his smile at bay, but a roguish gleam ignited his brown eye. "Gross!" I snorted as I wiped my hand on my trousers, covering up the fact that I'd just run my damn fingers through his hair. Thankfully, he put me out of my misery. "The same could be said about you." His eyes narrowed into teasing slits as he took in my grimy clothes and smudged cheeks. He wasn't wrong. In reply, I winked and said, "How about you cook up the rabbit I so graciously caught for us, and after we can take turns making use of that stream?" Just looking at the crystal-clear water tempted me to run head first into its shallow depths. I didn't even care if it was freezing. Smelling like body odour and dried blood was not something I particularly enjoyed. Jude visibly stiffened at my words, but he awarded me his signature nod, the one he gave me whenever he didn't care to speak. I often wondered what he was thinking when he resorted to those. "Fine." Jude bent down and snagged the limp creature, jerking out my dagger before flipping it deftly in his hands and handing it over. "I'll start a fire since you so graciously killed this poor animal." He never stood a chance. I'd been the reason my family's table had never been empty when the fields were barren. What few creatures I found in the woods I caught, my aim a thing of beauty. "Oh, and if you don't tend to that shoulder and bandage it, you'll face my wrath," I warned. He grunted. "Fine, but your wrath isn't as terrifying as you think." Before I could retort, Jude sauntered out of sight, presumably to clean his wound and search for firewood. With his absence, curiosity settled into me. The book. It still weighed heavily against my chest, its presence eating away at me. Now would be an ideal opportunity to delve in, if only for a few pages while Jude was cooking. Who knew if I'd get the chance this evening like I'd originally planned? Exhaustion was already calling me, so the time would have to be now. And holy hells, did I have the perfect lighting, like my dream with grandmother, but muted. After peering over my shoulder and finding Jude busy picking up kindling, I wandered around the trunk of the mighty oak at the centre of the glen and rested my back against the coarse bark. Reaching into my jacket, I pulled out the tome, propping it against my bent knees. "Here goes nothing, grandmother." I glanced to the sky as if she were peering down at me, watching all my blunders. She'd said the answers would be in here. Suddenly my chest constricted. For some reason I wondered if I even wanted to know the truth. Knowledge had a way of altering one's world, and sometimes not in a good way. Yep, I still want to know. Shaking my head with a quivering exhale, I flipped open the pages with haste. The last chapter I'd read was about Rayna falling in love with a mortal man, one she'd gifted with immortality. But when the goddess couldn't remain with him during the day, when the people had needed her light, her lover had become greedy. Returning to where I'd left off, I continued reading. Forever young, Rayna's once mortal lover shone with dewy youth and innocence, but his heart was anything but. The man who had fallen for the sun was no longer content with only having her when night fell. He craved his newfound influence and Rayna, but jealousy crept its way into his foul heart. He wished for power himself. If he could steal the essence the earth god Arlo had gifted her, the man could free his love from her shackles and then consume the divinity she hardly seemed to appreciate. So when the goddess busied herself with her duties, he journeyed to Arlo's temple near the capital, pleading for the god's help. Having been bitter for decades and envying the people's love for the luminous sun goddess, Arlo appeared before him, offering knowledge that would prove useful to his plan. Rayna's lover would have to extract her gift, the light within her soul that burned eternal. It required a dagger crafted of pure moonshine, found in the centre of a meadow nearly impossible for any human to find. Arlo sliced open his palm, allowing his blood to drop onto a single black bloom in the ephemeral meadow of colour. An onyx dagger, capable of cutting an immortal's flesh, rose from the roots, and the god bestowed his gift on Rayna's lover. All he had to do was pierce her heart, and her power would be his. She wouldn't die, but she would become mortal. But the man, so eager in his pursuit to have everything, made a fatal mistake. What he didn't realize was that when he unbound his lover's power, he would have no control over where her essence went. So on the following evening, as Rayna descended from the heavens on a cloud of silk, her lover waited with the dagger behind his back. The goddess, having no clue as to what he'd planned, raced into his arms. Just as their bodies met, a bolt of pain seared across her chest. Her love had driven the moonshine dagger into her heart. With wide eyes, she gasped, pleading for an answer as to why he would betray her so. But the mortal simply drove the blade in deeper, watching the devastation line her amber eyes in silver, the pieces of her holy soul split into 3. As if just realizing what he had done, the man quickly grabbed at one of the bursts of light before it could drift into the night. As his hand enclosed around the orb, as the ray of pure sunshine seeped into his skin, his black heart absorbed a fragment of the woman he'd claimed to love. The second piece shot out across the realm before he could capture it. The ray would travel across the realm until it found a host of its own, an unsuspecting mortal destined to be born on what had been the longest day of the year. But the final piece, the greatest fragment of her power, refused to leave the sun goddess, and while she held on to her last remaining light, her heart broke with betrayal. Even with a drop of her magic left, the dagger had rendered her all but mortal. The man proclaimed his feelings for her, desperately attempting to convince the fallen goddess that this was better, that he would feel her inside his soul, and that, in that way, they would never be apart. But it was too late. Rayna, with the last drop of her gifts, vanished into the darkness that soon plagued the kingdom. From that moment on, the sun never did rise again, and the kingdom of Assidia and its peoples were cursed to live beneath an infinite moon, the realm surrounded by a poisonous mist. The trees turned black, flowers wilted, and the earth shriveled, Arlo unable to mend what he'd helped break. The early days were the harshest, but the people pushed on, forced to survive without their beloved goddess watching over them. Try as he might, Rayna's traitorous lover could not expose the goddess, the woman he'd shattered. He spent the rest of his days obsessed, searching a midnight kingdom so he could reunite with Rayna and convince her of his affection, but he had realized too late the error of his ways. The years passed, and there was no sign of the goddess. But because of his deception, the man was relegated to a life of immortal loneliness and infatuation. He would spend his long days scouring the kingdom for what he had broken, although he would never see the sun goddess again. Somewhere out in a world of eternal night, a woman who once ruled in the heavens had made a human life of her own, far away from the man who had stolen her power and shattered her beating heart. However, many years later, rumours spread she'd made a family of her own, and that a child was born. One whom Rayna kept hidden, her precious gift, and the owner of what remained of her melancholy heart.
"What are you doing?"
I slammed the book shut. "Reading," I croaked, finding Jude watching me closely. He glanced at the thick green cover, recognition brightening his scowl. "That's the one I gave you, eh? I'm surprised you have that on you instead of an extra dagger." Thoughts of Rayna and her traitorous lover vanished. "I figured I'd get bored," I lied. He didn't need to know how I'd gotten my hands back on the book. "You can be rather serious, you know, so I brought some fun reading to lighten the mood." Scrunching up my face, I mimicked his signature grimace. Jude raised a brow in reply, but his lips curled upward and the crease between his eyes smoothed. The clearing and its supernatural lighting gave Jude's alabaster skin a golden glow, his scars lightening to a faded red. No shadows painted his lower lids, and he appeared happy? I'd never seen the genuine emotion on his face, so I couldn't be positive. But the way he gazed upon me now, his eyes softening and a grin taking shape, it just might be joy.
I'm surprised you didn't hear me coming. Our meal hadn't been so fortunate.
Jude closed the distance and plopped down right next to me, not even attempting to place an inch between us. My thigh aligned with his as he rocked his knee back and forth.
I wish we could just stay here,
he admitted after a minute of peaceful quiet. You and me both. We had all we needed right here in this glen to survive. No mist, no heartless king, and there was light. Jude surprised me with his next words.
Can we pretend, just for now, that we are? That we aren't leaving here, and that there's no timeline or threat of the world ending? He said the last part with a sarcastic lilt, but beneath the playfulness lay a cruel truth.
Jude believed we would never make it out of the cursed lands alive. Without thinking, I grabbed his hand, my fingers weaving between his. I think we agree on something, Commander. My head lolled to the side as I took him in. He did the same, his long hair tumbling across his temples. As logic and thought had clearly been thrown out the window, I lifted my free hand, the one not wrapped up in his, and grazed the raised lines of his scars. Beneath the leather of my glove, my fingers tingled. Jude flinched, but he didn't pull away. Taking that as an invitation, I grew bold, tracing the scars and learning their story with my fingertips, a sense of raw grief flowing into my chest.
I was 6 when it happened.
My fingers ceased their soothing movements.
I'll never forget the day my own father blinded me.
Chapter 35. Jude. Shadow beasts roamed the world for centuries before Rayna supposedly wiped them away with her light. They are an abomination, a failed experiment on behalf of the moon god. Supposedly, after she'd slain them all, his wrath shook the world, and he hid from the skies for 3 months. When he returned, his light was never as bright, nor as inviting. Excerpt from Assyrian Law, A Tale of the Gods. Kiara hissed out a breath, stunned. I imagined she hadn't thought my father was a good man, based on the story I'd told her in the cavern, but she likely hadn't expected him to be the reason behind my injury. I released her hand only so that I could bring mine to my face and cover her fingers, which rested right over my scars. I leaned into her touch and shut my eyes. My father barely raised me growing up. He would toss me to whatever woman he was with, and then go off and steal from the wealthy. But when I grew bigger, beyond a babe that could be held and controlled, he decided he no longer wanted me. Memories flashed across my mind, of the drunken rages he'd fly into, of the women he hurt. I'd been too young to stop him at the time. I regretted not being strong enough. One day, father and his crew had botched a job. They'd nearly been caught by the guards when they attempted to rob a transport of the king's gold. I remember coming up to his side, trying to ask if he was all right, but he shoved me to the ground and snagged a bottle of liquor. Foolishly, I rose and tried again, wanting to make him happy, for him to let me hug him. My throat grew impossibly tight. I'd never shared this, not even with Isaiah. But when I reached for him that second time, he slammed the glass bottle across my face. I screamed, clawing at myself, at the shard of glass that had embedded itself in my left eye. He'd blinded me right then and there, the broken bottle leaving those 2 jagged scars running across my eye. Kiara pressed her fingers deeper into my cheek, my lids still shut. I couldn't look at her when I spoke of the next part. The blinding hadn't been the worst of it. Afterward, when I lay bleeding on the floor, shaking and frightened, he'd grabbed my hair, pulled me across the mildewed planks of our home, and tossed me out in the cold. I don't remember much, but I managed to crawl on my hands and knees through the dirt and fallen snow. I must have passed out because the next time I awoke, I was in a strange bed, one of our neighbours having taken pity on me. She told me I'd been found face down in the mud and grime, left outside in the freezing winter air for hours. Not only had the glass blinded me, but the wound had gotten infected. Our neighbour wasn't a healer, but she claimed I would have been a lost cause if she hadn't found me in time. Dead from hypothermia first, most likely. I felt Kiara shift closer to me, pressing her body against mine. I squeezed my lids tighter. As she couldn't afford to feed me much longer, she was forced to return me to my father a week later. He took one look at me, spit, and said, "Now he's crippled and dim-witted," before lugging me inside and slamming the door in our neighbour's face. He never apologized, and he never spoke of it again. "Gods, Jude," Kiara whispered, anger deepening her voice. I paused, pulling away from her touch to scan the paradise at our feet. Her hand dropped to my knee, where she gripped me gently. It wasn't until I hid away in the bath that I unwound the linen from my face and saw the monster I'd become. Her hand tightened on my knee. "Don't ever say that again," she scolded, her tone turning severe. "They're only scars. They don't make you into a monster. Your father was the monster." My gaze dropped to her hands, to the gloves that concealed her own scars. "If they're only scars, then why do I hide mine?" she asked, her entire body tensing. "I knew you would ask. I haven't pushed you once, even though I'd wanted to." Now it was her turn to look away. She was silent for many minutes, her brows furrowed as if a million thoughts filled her head. When she removed her hand from my knee, I believed the conversation was over and done with. But then she started to pull off the leather, finger by finger. She did so slowly, her chest moving and falling rapidly. I could only imagine what she was going through, her fear at being exposed. Biting my tongue, I waited as she went at her own pace until the first glove fell to the soft earth. Holy gods! I'd thought I remembered her scars from that first day in the mist, but I'd forgotten just how deep and unusual they were. The eerie blue and black colour, the shape of the wounds, like tiny veins spreading to graze her wrists. "I know, they're hideous," she said as she yanked off the other glove. Her head lowered in shame, and I couldn't allow that. I grasped her chin between my fingers and turned her head. What I saw in her gaze hurt more than any dagger. "That day in the bathing suite, when you saw my face," I began, leaning closer, "I've never had someone look at me like that. Like you were awed by me, enthralled by the ugliness marring me." She opened her mouth to speak, but I shook my head. "I had never felt seen before, Kiara. Not like that. You looked past what others mocked, what they feared, and you smiled. It's different. You don't understand." She sighed, wetness lining her eyes. "It was how I got these injuries that marked me as an outcast. People looked at me as though I were evil, some tainted creature who—" She sniffled, twisting out of my grasp. I didn't care how the hell she got the odd scars, how she'd been irrevocably marked. "You wear your scars well," I said, echoing the words she'd once told me. "If anything, they draw me to you." Her head gradually rose, a beautiful kind of wonder painting her stunning features. Carefully, I lifted one of her hands to my mouth, pressing a kiss upon each finger, each twisting mark. She trembled in my hold, but I continued, my lips expressing what words failed to. Before I could make my way to the inside of her wrist, Kiara thrust her fingers into my hair and yanked me close, our noses brushing. She inhaled my every exhale, and I breathed in her trust, her fears, her doubts. And then I lowered my mouth to hers and captured her lips.
Chapter 36. Kiara. The heart is the wickedest of beasts, for it can never be tamed. A Scythian proverb. There was nothing gentle about the way Jude kissed me, how he commanded my breath and inhaled my sanity, exhaling something wicked and wonderful in its place. He tasted of possibility and hope and everything I never knew I could become addicted to, an intoxicating combination that set delicious adrenaline surging across every inch of my flesh as he devoured me, his lips moving wildly and without control. I still trembled from when he'd gently brought my hands to his mouth and kissed away years and years of humiliation and disgrace, treating me, my scars and all, as if I were something wonderful to behold, something precious. Jude nibbled on my lower lip, sucking it between his teeth, and something feral awakened inside me. My bare fingers were in his hair, running through the black strands and tugging, holding him just the way I wanted as I pressed him closer. I shouldn't be surprised I was trying to assume command. Jude let out a growl and wrapped a hand around the nape of my neck, his fingers winding through my hair as he, too, fought for control. Of course we would battle, even while we kissed. His hands were everywhere, my own seeking out his warmth, sliding beneath his shirt and gliding up the hard planes of his stomach. We both craved the fight, and in each other we found the perfect partner. Touching him without my gloves, without my armour, felt better than anything I could have ever imagined. My fingers tingled as I brought my hands to his hair and fisted the strands, and suddenly I was filled with such raw freedom. Jude let out a strangled groan when I prodded at the seam of his lips, my tongue slipping inside to explore. The noises that left him became my favourite sounds. They were animalistic, primal and needy. His tongue danced with mine, swirling deliciously before giving my lips more attention. As he sucked my bottom lip between his teeth, a bolt of lightning struck my core, and even Jude tensed, like he was hit by the same shock of electricity. Light dazzled behind my closed lids, a sun of my own making igniting my world, and as tingles raced down my spine and my heart thundered wildly, I gave in to the consuming chaos that was kissing Commander Jude Maddox. When he eventually pulled away, albeit reluctantly, I was a panting mess. "Kiara," he breathed reverently, bringing the tip of his nose to mine, our foreheads pressed against one another. That was... "We should have been doing that this whole time." I cut him off, my chest rising and falling unevenly. I must have had the widest of grins plastered across my face. If I had known Jude could kiss like it was his job, then I would have been all over him a lot sooner. It took everything in me now not to jump him and start all over again. We'd shared our secrets, and even if I hadn't told him the story behind the accident that had marred me for life, I vowed one day I would. Jude chuckled, his body pressing against mine as he wound an arm around my waist. With a swift pull, I landed in his lap, his arms hugging me to his chest as he burrowed his nose in my hair. Every inch of him was hard, solid muscle, a deadly killer, and I'd never felt more at ease. "We need to do that again." Jude's chest shook with laughter, and he rubbed his stubbled jaw against my heated cheeks. The scruff tickled my skin in the best possible way. "I think we found another thing we can agree on." His arms tightened. "Maybe after we get you a proper meal first." Being the mood killer that it was, my stomach let out a thunderous grumble. "Fine," I relented, not entirely pleased, but willing to accept the compromise. I probably needed to calm myself down. My body still tingled and my lips were perfectly swollen. Jude? Yes, recruit. I felt him smile against my skin. Thank you for sharing your story with me, I said softly. And thank you for... I couldn't say the words, but I didn't need to. Jude stilled for a moment, and then he reached for my hand. He placed it on his heart. Never thank me for that, Kiara, he rasped. A mischievous glint entered his right eye. Not when there are other things I'd prefer you thank me for. I gently jabbed him in the ribs. Commander, I said in mock disbelief, and here I thought your ego was already large enough. His lips lifted, and he shifted his hips suggestively. Immediately heat rose from my neck into my cheeks. Are you sure you're talking about my ego, recruit? I shot him a look. Who are you, and what have you done with my brooding commander? A man whose smile never had reached his eyes until recently. You've thoroughly ruined him. Good, I said, suddenly feeling breathless. I like you ruined for me. I didn't need to tell him he'd done the same to me. He already knew. Jude carefully scooped me up in his arms and stood, holding me like I weighed nothing, like he didn't have a damned injured shoulder to worry about. Instinctively I wound my hands around his neck, my eyes looking with his as he carried me to where the rabbit cooked over the fire. But while my stomach growled and begged for food, I was captivated by the way in which he returned my stare. That look triggered my heart to flutter all over again. Something about this man sparked me to life, made me feel like I was struck by lightning and dipped in flames. Never breaking contact, Jude set me gently on my feet, his broad hands still holding onto my waist. Your throne. He nodded toward a polished boulder directly before the flickering orange and yellow flames. I rolled my eyes but ambled over to my seat, my knees wobbling. Jude hesitantly looked away, but not before I saw the shy smile that flourished upon his lips. You and me both, I thought, feeling happier than I had in years, so completely happy that it frightened me. Jude understood me. I couldn't describe it to someone should they ask, but that didn't matter. I felt it, how our beating hearts could speak to each other in a language only we seemed to know. Every time he looked at me, even on that fateful day in my village, he saw a woman who wanted to fight, to become something greater than anyone could imagine. All of our jagged pieces might not have fit together perfectly, but what a beautiful, disastrous mosaic we made. I watched him work, slicing up the rabbit and preparing our meal, all the while heartbroken over the childhood he'd endured. Jude had opened up to me, exposing a side of himself I doubted many, if any, had seen, and that was the reason I knew without a doubt that I could trust him with my own secrets, regardless of what my grandmother had warned. Sometimes people were wrong. It might be a little overcooked, but I never claimed to be a chef. A chunk of meat on a stick waved beneath my nose, and I startled, having been thoroughly lost in thought. After not eating for so long, this is going to be the best meal I've ever had. Snatching the stick, I thrust the rabbit into my mouth with little to no finesse. Jude would have to deal with my poor manners. All he did was chuckle, digging into his meal, although he ate his like a refined human being. The rabbit was gone within minutes, and my stomach thanked me as the food weighed heavy in my belly. Without a word, Jude handed me his canteen, which he must have filled up at some point from the stream. Thanks, I grinned, unscrewing the lid to chug half the contents. With dehydration and hunger no longer a concern, I decided it was time to scrub the grime from my flesh. I'm going to wash up. Jude's eyes popped up from his rabbit, flickering back to the flames a heartbeat later. I'll be right here." He kept his gaze lowered, a slight tinge of pink on the fearsome knight's cheeks. I was feeling generous, as I likely was blushing myself, so I let it slide. Once I'd made my way to the stream, I peeled off my soiled garments with a groan. I already felt naked without the protection of my gloves. I'd left them beside the fire, beside Jude, and my fingers curled as I inspected the flowing blue-black lines. I twisted the wrist of my left hand, the one Jude had kissed so reverently. No one had ever taken the time to look upon my scars before, but when Jude had so lovingly inspected them, I'd finally allowed myself to do the same. The deep hues shimmered, and for just a moment I saw the haunting beauty in them. A smile tugged at my lips unbidden, and I stole a curious glance over my shoulder, finding Jude in the same position I'd left him in, his eyes glued to the fire. With a shake of my head, I splashed into the lukewarm stream, a squeal escaping my lips. My bare feet touched the bottom, polished rocks tickling my toes, a floral scent mixed with what smelled like heavenly sugar coating the water. Dipping my head beneath the surface, I went about my task, meticulously scrubbing my skin clean of dried blood and muddy streaks, the water seeming to wash away my sins. Perhaps the water god had magicked it himself. "You have got to take a dip," I insisted when I returned to Jude and the fire. The warmth radiated across every inch of my skin, and I sighed dramatically before plopping down before it. I slid my bare hands into my trouser pockets, not quite ready for full exposure just yet. Whatever's in there, it has to be imbued with magic. Indeed, even in my filthy clothes, I still felt squeaky clean. "Go on," I urged, tilting my head. "Enjoy yourself." The corners of his lips quirked, and without any more prodding, Jude bolted to his feet and raced off, leaving me alone. While sorely tempted, I kept my eyes lowered, snagging Jude's creased map instead. The weathered page was worn with age and use, but thankfully still legible. I rubbed at the bottom corner, my thumb brushing over what appeared to be a single 8-pointed star, the ink smeared and faded. There were no other ornamental designs, the land drawn out simply and without excessive detail. After careful perusal, I took a stab at our location. It all looked the same to me, though the glen we were settled in was not on the map. A crudely fashioned X was marked about 10 miles north. That had to be where we were headed. A bolt of excitement lifted my spirits, and the idea of actually fulfilling this mission and not dying sounded marvellous. "We're almost there." I flinched at Jude's voice. Tilting my head up from the weathered parchment, I drank in the commander as he placed his blood-spattered shirt beside the fire to dry. It was a sight to behold, stunning enough to drive away any more thoughts of death. With his dark hair slicked back from his face, I itched to run my fingers through the mess of glistening locks. Jude's wide shoulders and the rippling muscles of his abdomen were on full display, droplets of water glancing across every ridge and dip. I greedily inhaled the divine sight. "We should reach whatever lies at the X no later than early afternoon, or sooner if the map is correct." "You have a good swim?" I said, unable to focus on the damned mission. I prayed he was ignorant as to the direction my eyes strayed. At least he'd done as I'd instructed. His shoulder was carefully bandaged with fresh linen. I'd have to keep an eye on it for infection. Jude shook his head. "I'm not a piece of meat, recruit," he scolded playfully. He caught me. No longer making a point to hide it, I leisurely perused him from head to toe, arching my brows and whistling. "You're incorrigible," he sighed, still beaming. I was about to tell him what he meant to say was perfect, or even enchanting, when I recalled the time I'd run into him at the bath. "Your tattoo," I blurted, and Jude's face scrunched in confusion. "What does it mean? The 3 interwoven circles?" Jude gave me his powerful back, displaying the 3 perfectly rounded circles inked into his abused and marked skin. Tiny whorls decorated the insides of every loop, the intricate designs reminding me of flowing vines. Or of my scars. But that couldn't be right. After a moment, he shrugged his broad shoulders and eased closer to the fire. "I got it when I was younger," he admitted, seemingly mesmerized by the dancing flames. "I kept drawing that symbol as a kid. I had notebooks filled with it." "That's odd." I had expected them to have some greater meaning. "Yeah, well, it means nothing, really. A few knights and I got tattoos after our oaths. This was what I chose." He shrugged again, his many silvery scars glistening in the soft blaze. They lined his arms and torso, some raised, others faint. I wanted to know the story behind every single one. "You think we'd be lucky enough to find all the keys in one place?" I mused, changing topics. Jude had fallen into his own thoughts at the mention of the tattoo, delving somewhere I couldn't reach him. I scoured the map, searching for any other intricate markings. Jude scooted beside me on the boulder, his leg resting against mine. "There's only one X, but I'd be a hopeful fool to assume all 3 keys are in one place. That would be too easy, and I hardly count us as lucky. We've encountered more danger than I expected, mainly the masked inhabitants." His nose wrinkled. "I wonder if the king knows of their presence. If he sent us this direction knowing what we'd face. Their blood was black, for God's sake, and they certainly didn't appear entirely human. Not in the way they moved or how their skin shone grey. Jude was right. Something about them was different, disturbing. If he did know, he kept them a secret for a reason, I mused. If Assidia learned of their existence, I imagined the people might try and venture into the lands by themselves, perhaps believing there was a chance at survival and a way out of our kingdom. "That man has more secrets than truths," Jude grumbled. I ran my hand over his, not grasping it, but simply letting my weight settle. "No more talk of Syrian," I pushed, sensing his ire. "I, for one, am still pretending that we live here, and that there is no suicide mission or curse to contend with. We made a deal, remember?" "Ah, yes. Likely a horrible deal I never should have made." My heart fell, but then he added, "And one I don't regret." Jude snuggled in close, tentatively snaking his hand around my waist. It was new, the touching, but since we'd kissed, it was like Jude couldn't resist any more. I rested my head on his uninjured shoulder, a yawn breaking free. In this ethereal place made of dreams, we could just be. Jude stroked a hand through my damp hair, absent-mindedly playing with the strands. "Such a rare colour," he remarked, almost to himself. Silence ensued for some time, but then he finally said, "It's beautiful. Unique, like you." I snorted. "Such a poet, Commander." Jude rolled his eyes. "Come on, heathen. Let's get some rest before I change my mind and show you all the ways I'd like to keep you up." His words were like a sensual promise, and I might have ceased breathing. Just the thought of what he insinuated had my heart racing in the most delicious way. Jude lifted to his feet and offered me his hand, a sly grin brightening his features as if he knew just how much he'd affected me. Those blasted tingles raced across my palm as I placed my hand in his. "But before we sleep..." Jude's hand grabbed at the nape of my neck, yanking me to his lips. He kissed me like he might never do so again, like tomorrow we'd wake and everything would go back to normal. He would be my vexingly responsible superior, and I his insubordinate recruit. I dug my fingers into his bare skin, my nails likely leaving marks, but my eagerness seemed to excite him further, and his tongue darted into my mouth, tasting me. Fire blossomed as I moved my hands to his chest, the pads of my fingers trailing down and across the rippling lines of his stomach. I could feel every dip and indented scar, his body a map I wished to learn. "Gods, even your touch holds such power over me," he murmured against my lips. "You have no idea how you've thoroughly destroyed me, do you, Kiara?" I didn't have a chance to reply, as the grip on the back of my neck tightened, his fingers holding me in place as he devoured me. His free hand travelled to my waist, my back, and then he was cupping my chest. I cursed the fabric separating us. Smiling against his mouth, I leaned into his touch, craving him in a way that was physically painful. We were both burning alive, our wandering hands everywhere at once, and yet it wasn't enough. I wanted all of him, to touch all of him. "Damn it, Kiara," he groaned when he pulled back, allowing us both the chance to catch our breath. "You taste better than I imagined, and I have imagined you so very much." The blush that painted my cheeks burned in its intensity. "I could spend hours tasting you, kissing you." His lips touched mine, soft and sweet. "I know we shouldn't be doing this, but—" "Shut up, Jude," I cut him off. "Will you get out of that stubborn head of yours for just 1 second? "You're calling me stubborn." "More so than me," I replied, heaving a sigh before resting my head against his chest. His heartbeat raced beneath my ear. "We really do need to sleep before we do something we shouldn't." I lifted my head, peering up at him. "I'm not as naive as you believe me to be, dear Commander." It took considerable effort to force out the next words, although I begrudgingly agree. "We should probably get some sleep." By gods, did my body disagree. "Come on, recruit." Jude guided me to the fire, his eyes never once leaving me. They were molten fire, pools of searing desperation. "At least let me hold you." I shuddered at the low timbre of his voice. Yes, I could certainly allow that. When we curled up on our sides, the flames dancing before us, all the adrenaline I'd felt dissipated, replaced with a heady exhaustion, while Jude maintained an inch of space between our bodies. His broad hand rested on the exposed skin of my hip. Without warning, I pushed back against his chest, snuggling in close. Jude flinched, but his arm around me tightened. Eventually I drifted into a deep slumber, the crackling fire and Jude's even breathing lulling me to sleep. Whatever dreams I might have that evening, they wouldn't compare to my reality, and that frightened me the most. When I'd asked Grandmother about the sun when I was a young girl, all she'd told me was, "You cannot covet what you do not know." And now that I'd tasted but a hint of happiness, I feared I would miss it when it was inevitably taken from me.
Chapter 37. Jude. Malaya, goddess of revenge and redemption, is a fickle master. She often acts with spite, causing chaos and war simply to watch the ensuing bedlam. Not much is known about Malaya, but there have been reports of her many lovers, both men and women, whom she gifts with acts of vengeance on their behalf. Perhaps this is why many seek her favor, hoping they might catch her eye and be rewarded in return. Excerpt from Assyrian Law, A Tale of the Gods. For the second time in as many days, I woke up with Kiara's body pressed against mine. Some time during her sleep she'd rolled over, her small body draped across my torso like a warm blanket. Her head rested against my chest, right above my enlivened heart, and one lean leg was tossed carelessly across both of mine. Her tiny hand grasped a fistful of my thin undershirt, pinning me in place. This, certainly, was a pleasant way to start the day. I was her personal pillow, again, and I didn't mind it in the least. Peering down my nose, careful not to disturb her rest, I took in the sight of her, of the long sweeping lashes that dusted her rosy cheeks, and the slightly parted lips that sent a different kind of heat spreading like wildfire across my chest. My goddess of war was so very docile in her sleep. I couldn't remember a time that I hadn't dreamed of the sun or the dark shadows that eventually stole it away. And I knew my peaceful sleep was due to the stunning creature in my arms, one crafted of both strength and ethereal lightness. She chased my demons away. Kiara shifted in my arms, and instinctively they tightened. Her bare fingers curled and tugged me against her chest, as if, even in her sleep, she fought to keep me impossibly close. I glanced down at her hands, recalling the sheer terror that had filled her eyes when she'd shown me her secret. I'd been honored being too small a word, that she trusted me. It felt like that pull between us had finally snapped, and now we were irrevocably tied together. How could I push her away now? I'd be a bastard if I did. Isaiah would have frowned at me and called me an idiot, but Isaiah wasn't here. When was the last time peace had fallen over me and a sense of safety had warmed my chest? Never. That was the cold truth of it. Kiara twitched, her lashes fluttering as a chilled wind swept across her cheeks. Sleep had lost its hold. "Morning," I murmured into her copper hair, my nose inhaling her distinct scent, an exquisite aroma of the open woods and some foreign bloom. Kiara angled her head, peering up at me with those striking amber eyes. Eyes familiar to me in a way I couldn't describe. "Morning, Commander." She stretched, arching her back and raising her arms like a kitten. "You still make a fine pillow," she said. "And you still make an excellent heater." My lips curled. "Although you do snore like a bear." A lie, but it got the reaction I was aiming for. One moment she was nestled in my arms, pliant and content, and the next she was straddling me, her hands resting on either side of my head, her fists in the soft dirt. "Say that again, and I'll slit your throat in your sleep," she threatened, her tone saturated with mischief. She loved the challenge as much as I loved the fight. "I only speak the truth," I cooed, goading her further. Poking her beast was becoming my new favorite hobby. "Well, Kiara's full lips froze. Whatever she'd planned to threaten died on her tongue, and her eyes turned shrewd as she scanned the forest. Following her gaze, I, too, startled. Where the hells are we? Apparently, our sleeping positions were not the only things to shift overnight. The magical glen we'd drifted off in? Yeah, that was nowhere to be seen. We were back in the mist, in the silvery white forest smothered with blue leaves. Wisps of fog drifted by. Scrambling off me, her hand reaching for her dagger, Kiara surveyed the area, alert and ready for an attack. I'd been so lost in her I hadn't even realized the change. That alone should have been a warning that I was in danger. I knew it was too good to last, I sighed, hoisting myself to my feet and grabbing my discarded shirt. Thankfully it was dry, and I shrugged it on before slipping into my jacket. It wasn't shocking that we'd fallen asleep in one place only to wake in another. Not in this cursed place. It was a shame, though, for the glen held its own kind of enchantment and a hint of remembrance, like a memory that was all hazy at the edges whenever I thought too hard on it. "Lovely," Kiara grumbled, sheathing her dagger. Her attention never left the trees. "Where do you think we are?" "Probably in the same place, minus the glowing paradise." Kiara didn't look too convinced. If anything, it was the garden that moved, not us, I added. At least, I assumed that to be the case. But assumptions could, I knew, be dangerous. Let's head out and see what we can find. It was time to leave anyway. While the glen had been a pleasant reprieve, like a dream, reality couldn't be ignored. Kiara nodded, cracking her knuckles, her nose wrinkling as it so often did before a fight. The fierceness that overtook her features painted her as the warrior goddess I'd likened her to, an otherworldly creature composed of lethal beauty. She might be a petite thing, but I felt fairly confident with her at my side. Over the last few weeks, I'd witnessed her fight, and she could put many of my trained knights to shame. If we ever got out of here alive, she would make a fine addition to them. Instantly, my chest constricted. If we ever got out alive, and things went back to how they were. Knights swore an oath to the kingdom, not to each other. This budding thing of ours would have to stop, even if I didn't want it to anymore. A large part of me seethed at the idea, but it would have to be done. Once a knight, death was the only escape. If the king caught us, if he found out what she meant to me. Syrian wouldn't give up his most prized assassin, and if he learned how much I cared for her, he'd use her to further control me. The idea of the king threatening her made me murderous, and I pictured his throat opening beneath my blade. The image had an oddly calming effect. Maybe I'd make it a reality. Yesterday had been so easy. I'd never told a living soul the truth of my scars, not even Isaiah. My fingers traced the golden pin on my jacket. I was grateful Kiara had taken it off his body. I'd been too pissed at the time to think of it myself. The band around my chest grew painfully taut, stealing my air, my focus. "Ready?" Kiara questioned, eager to get out of here. She was back to business, the gleam in her eyes dimmed to an ember. I nodded, trailing behind as she took the lead, her steps heavy from sleep. While the blue fog was still abundant, it wasn't nearly as thick as before. That was either a good sign or a very, very bad one. Ever since I'd emerged from the mist last year, not only a trained killer, but a traitor to my brothers, my thoughts continuously ventured back to this place. Isaiah often compared my left eye to the mist, and, in a way, he was right. When I gazed upon a person, I saw two sides of them, one solid and the other a shadow. With both eyes open, I could see them clearly enough, although they were surrounded by wisps of white and the lightest blue. It had taken me years to get used to my sight, but after a while, the bluish-tinged haze actually helped me in battle. I could sense my opponent's moves, how the air shifted and flowed right before they went in for an attack. In that way, my injury aided me. But no one else knew that. To let on to your strengths was to grant your opponent the upper hand. It was better to let them believe I was a scarred beast, a quiet killer with a useless eye. Not that I pitied myself or my appearance. Not now, at least. But when people proclaim you to be one thing your whole life, you begin to believe them. And yet the wild girl before me only stared up at me in wonder. I couldn't help but think our scars spoke to each other as well, bonded us. It had taken restraint not to pry and ask her about her accident, but I resisted the temptation, content that she'd finally removed her gloves and showed me all of her. To me, she was the most beautiful thing I'd ever beheld, and her wounds only made her that much more alluring. We must have walked for 2 hours straight, the silence easy and comfortable, as it always had been between us. The mist continued to thin out, and I kept my dagger within reach, the blade ready to spill blood. Before we'd settled down in the clearing yesterday, the fog had been dense enough that I could only see 5 or 6 feet in front of me. Now I could stare off into a distance of 15 feet or more, perhaps even farther. One would assume it would grow thicker the deeper we ventured, which was why my instincts were screaming that something was off. While there was no discernible danger, My rapid heartbeat told me otherwise. The moonlight helped ease my fears, and I tilted my head to the sky. I noted that the moon appeared bigger than before, which was mind-boggling in itself, for it was already unnaturally large. Today, blue tinted its glow, a soft shade that reminded me of the lakes of the southern lands. After another 5 minutes, Kiara halted, her sudden stop causing me to jerk back in surprise. "What is it?" I whispered, peering over her shoulder as I took a step back. She didn't need to answer. Kiara had almost stumbled right off a cliff, the rocky edge but a few feet ahead. And at the base of that cliff lay a ramshackle village. Opaque spirals of white and grey wound about tents and wandering villagers, their feet shrouded entirely by the fog. It was thicker than the blue haze we'd journeyed through, as if no colour dared to touch the foulness of the village and its inhabitants. "It's them," she hissed between her teeth. I knew who she spoke of. The masked men. Bending into a crouch, she examined the torchlit village and its many torn and ragged cloth tents. Everything was in shades of slate and ivory, not a trace of colour to be found. And from the looks of it, I'd speculate there to be no more than 40 people living there. "What do we do?" Kiara's breaths came out ragged. Her dagger was at her side. I thought on that. We only had one option, really. We go around them. The two of us combined wouldn't be anywhere near enough to take down a whole horde of masked fighters. They weren't as well trained as knights, but they were still skilled. I surmised that you would have to be a decent enough fighter to live out here. Kiara gave a jerk of her head. "Fine, but I want to wait a second before we go on." "Why?" The longer we sat here twiddling our thumbs, the greater were our chances of exposure. I don't know," she huffed. "I have a feeling." Great. A feeling. Those were never good. "We don't have the time, Kiara," I groused, the inner commander in me rearing his head. I'd allowed her actions to slide too many times, and with our safety, her safety in question, I had to toughen up. "You can leave. I'm staying here." Kiara met my penetrating stare head-on, never flinching beneath my icy gaze. Gods, this woman. "I am still your commander," I ground out, my patience wearing thin. "We shouldn't risk an entire kingdom full of lives just to satiate your feeling." "Then I guess I'm disobeying a direct order." A hand went to her hip, a feral gleam lighting her determined eyes. She was challenging me. "Kiara," I warned, my tone turning low, "while things between us might be blurred." I grimaced, knowing full well it was my fault. We still have a mission. I should never have crossed that line to begin with, even though we'd been dancing around it for weeks. "Blurred," she scoffed, her free hand clenching into a fist. "Blurred," she echoed, and I didn't like the sound of that. Taking a mighty step forward, the tips of her boots bumping against mine, she raised her head. "The lines didn't seem so blurry yesterday when you had your tongue down my throat." "That's not what—" "And besides," she interrupted, her hand shoving against my chest, "why would you listen to me? The person who saved your ass that first day when you couldn't even open your eyes? Her voice rose with her swelling ire. Kiara's temper burned bright, and once sparked, it could easily catch flame. I grasped both of her arms. "We will stay 5 minutes. That is my only compromise. And you should think yourself lucky I'm even allowing that." Kiara shook me off her, shooting daggers into my skull with her eyes, before lowering herself into a crouching position behind a patch of thick black reeds. I watched the back of her head a moment longer, knowing full well I'd given in to her demands. I was getting soft, and that was a weakness I couldn't afford. But now that I'd gotten a taste of her, I craved more. Kiara's lips on mine brought air back into my lungs that hadn't taken a full breath in years. Grumbling, I assumed a similar position, landing on my knees and crouching behind the tall charcoal reeds. If any of my soldiers saw me giving in to a recruit, I'd be the laughingstock of the Brotherhood. Kiara didn't look back at me, not even to glower. She fixed her eyes on the village below, watching every movement like a hawk. There were around 20 tents along with a few fire pits, and I suspected everything here could be easily packed up and moved if need be. I spotted both men and women, but no trace of a child. "I can practically feel you fuming from here," Kiara hissed, deigning to glance over her shoulder. Her hair whipped about her face in a foul breeze. I prayed it was coming from the smouldering fires below and wasn't another hallucination-inducing wind. "I'm being safe, and you know that. You're just being difficult," I dared to add. "Believe it or not, I kind of like you alive." I tacked that last part on, knowing she couldn't say anything snappy in response. I hid my smile as she growled, flipping her head back to the village. "Another minute and I promise we'll leave," was all she said, so low I could hardly make it out. I'd won one round at least. 5 minutes passed, and then... "Wait." She held up a lone finger. My eyes sharpened. "There." Before I glimpsed whatever had captured her attention, a scream shook the humble village, the shrill sound piercing my eardrums. Shoving Kiara into the thicket, making sure the onyx reeds shielded her, I pressed her body into the hard soil. I could feel her breathing go ragged beneath my arm, which was curled protectively around her torso. "Shh," I soothed, or tried to. It probably came out as a harsh growl, but at this moment I didn't very much care. Beside me, Kiara froze, her chest going frighteningly still. Forcing my attention away, I squinted into the dark, noting a group of masked men clutching torches. There were about 10 of them, 5 on each side of what appeared to be... No. It couldn't be. How had they managed to round them up in the fog? Unless they had somehow found one another after the attack. Kiara gasped as Patrick and Jake came into view, followed by Alec. A soft hiss escaped from between Kiara's teeth, the muscles in her back seizing. I secured my arm around her body, partly to reassure her, and partly to make sure she didn't go bolting to the rescue like a fool. She would, too, run down this paltry cliff and toss herself in harm's way, all because she couldn't bear to see her friends tortured and killed. Still, I wouldn't let her throw her life away, even if she despised me for it afterward. All the boys had their hands tied before them as they were kicked and prodded forward through the zigzagging tents, the villagers grunting and making incoherent noises as they passed. Whatever language these people spoke, it was not one I knew. Jake wasn't as collected as his friends, his long legs tripping over rocks and debris, his bright blue eyes wide enough to shine through the darkness to where we hid atop the rocky hill. "We need to get them." There it was. "Wait," I murmured, holding firm. I could sense Kiara's limbs itching to move. That wasn't going to happen. Something about these people was off in a way I couldn't put my finger on. The rotten air grew stronger as the villagers howled in delight, some snapping their jaws and clawing in the recruit's direction. Their movements were animalistic in nature, as if they couldn't control their limbs. I wish they would take off those damned masks. "We can't just stand by and wait for them to do God knows what to them," Kiara snapped with a fierce bite. Enough. My features were sharp and deadly when I twisted to her, the unyielding facade I wore for my inferiors securely in place. "We will not make a single move. Not yet, and not until I say so." I enunciated every word, an assault of dismissal. Undeterred, Kiara wrinkled her nose, her eyes darkening. "You do not tell me what to do. Not anymore." The breeze turned frigid, and my skin prickled from the sudden cold. I flinched. "We just went over this, Kiara. What part of 'I don't want you to die' do you not understand? You will die if you go in there unprepared, and your friends will die because of your recklessness and your innate need to act first and think later. I won't be around to bury all your bodies." Kiara ground her teeth, battling with her need to act, and ultimately conceding to my logic. When moments passed and she remained in position, I nearly sighed with relief. If I wasn't harsh, she wouldn't listen. A healthy dose of fear was required, or she would get herself killed. And the thought of her dead, of her body lifeless and cold, brought a whole new wave of emotion crashing into my chest. I loathed it. Caring for someone was how you got yourself killed. The group of recruits was led around the many derelict shelters and then thrust into a circular area constructed of stone and cracked white bones. Maybe there wouldn't be as much time to plan as I'd thought. A man wearing a thick black coat that billowed out behind him entered the ring, and the recruits were all kicked down to their knees by the guards. Patrick lifted his head, staring boldly into the masked man's eyes at the center of it all. Again, his bravery was surprising. "Who are you?" That was Jake, shouting and desperate. He lost his balance and tumbled onto his side, only to be hauled back into position by one of the guards. The man cloaked in black, the clear leader of these feral people, raised his gloved hands to the heavens, to the moon glowing brightly above. I held my breath as I waited his next move, looking for any indication of how this day would end. If there wasn't enough time to save them, then I would have to drag Kiara out of here kicking and screaming. My hands twitched on her back, readying themselves for action. Slowly, the man began to remove his cloth mask, the linen falling to the ground at his feet. In that moment, I knew blood was sure to be spilled today. His skin was as grey as the reeds we crouched behind, chunks of his flesh missing and other patches blackened by decay. But that wasn't what had me reaching for my blade. No, it was the long, sharp teeth that protruded from a gaping mouth devoid of lips. He unhinged his jaw, releasing a spine-chilling howl that was most certainly not human. The rest joined in, a chorus of beasts and death. I knew what was about to happen, and it wouldn't end well for the recruits.
Chapter 38. Kiara. The cursed lands are said to be protected by creatures neither human nor animal. Few have seen them and lived to tell the tale, but it is often wondered if they're there to safeguard the cure to Acidia's plight, or if they're simply the result of the mist's poison. Excerpt from Acidian Lore, A Tale of the Gods. Even at a distance I could see the fangs. Patrick nearly tumbled to his side as the ringleader removed the cloth masking his grotesque features that weren't human. The fangs jutted out from his gums like 100 ivory daggers, the tips falling to the dip of his chin. Had he any lips, they would have been sliced and bloody. As his jaw unhinged and contorted, widening to a degree that should have been impossible, I knew what was in store for my fellow recruits. I felt an arm tighten around my torso. Jude. I'd almost completely forgotten about him in my panic. Peering over my shoulder, I noted that he, too, was wide-eyed and full of healthy fear, and the emotions he usually hid so well were now on clear display. Coming from him, that wasn't a good sign. While my body burned to move, to do anything at all besides stay hidden like a coward, my limbs simply wouldn't work. The men and women of the village stomped closer, forming a line around the circle and their undead leader. One by one, the villagers removed the cloths covering their faces, the dusty rags dropping to the ground and swept away by the vile wind. It reeked of rotten flesh and mould, how I imagined death himself to smell. We needed to do something. Now. "Jude," I hissed, alarm distorting my voice. "What do we do?" I hadn't the faintest idea of how to stop these things. They weren't human, or at least not anymore. Their flesh was decayed and missing in some places. One of the men appeared to be lacking half of his face, ivory bone poking out beneath a flap of what used to be skin. Jude had yet to speak. I shook him, his solid frame not budging an inch. "Jude!" I whisper-hissed, my heart racing, my blood icy. "Talk to me!" The commander's face was frozen, apathetic and calculating. "Jude!" "We wait," he cut me off. "There is no other option I can see that doesn't end with us right alongside them." My head swiveled back to my friends, my nails digging into the dirt. I wanted to scream, to slice some throats, to do something. But Jude was right, and I despised that even more. The snarling and hissing ceased, as did my heartbeat. Raising his spindly hands to the sky, his steel eyes cast to the overly bright moon, the leader took a step in the direction of my friends. Lined up in a straight row, they quivered beneath the beast's glare. Jake was close to losing his mind entirely, his mouth going slack and beads of sweat coating his forehead. I could see him trembling from the top of the hill. The leader sauntered over to Patrick, who refused to lower his head. I was proud of him at that moment, knowing full well how terrified I would be if I were in a similar position. But Patrick showed no fear, his stocky frame still and his curly head raised. I held my breath as the leader placed a gloved hand atop Patrick's head. I'd burn them all to the ground if... The leader snarled in what sounded like disgust before releasing him with a shove, moving on. I sighed in relief, but that was short-lived. The next in line was Jake, who shook violently as the beast clutched his head. I heard distant whimpers, ones I knew emerged from the deepest parts of my new friend. The desire to wrap him in my arms consumed me. Yet, just as he had done with Patrick, the leader freed Jake, though not as venomously, and turned to Alec. He was just as defiant as Patrick, just as stoic. Alec allowed the beast to touch his forehead and didn't flinch when those lean fingers gripped his blonde strands. While he'd been raised by the ruthless people of the North, Alec didn't possess their hardened hearts. He'd known monsters existed, and gods knew what he'd endured while living among the warriors of the Rhine. And now his throat bobbed as he met the gaze of one of the most gruesome monsters I'd ever seen. He lifted his head, almost daring the beast to attack, his green eyes narrowed in challenge. My stomach churned. The leader was pausing, holding on to Alec far longer than the others. I stopped breathing entirely as another howl escaped the creature's sharp mouth, his hundreds of overlapping teeth glistening in the moonlight. No! I wasn't given a second to react, not as the other beasts howled and shrieked, not as the leader unhinged his jaw farther and pierced his jagged teeth through Alec's flesh. I didn't move as blood gushed from his neck, a silent cry trapped on his lips. His green eyes flashed silver as he was torn apart, his muscles and skin shredded like ribbons. Still, he never released that scream, didn't give the beast the satisfaction. His clenched fists were the only sign of his agony, his knuckles so white I could see them from where we hid. Jude's grip was unrelenting as he held me in place. He thought I was going to run down there and try to stop this, but what he didn't know was that I physically couldn't move, even if I wanted to. And gods, how I wanted to. I wanted Alec to call me his friend. I wanted that time to learn about him and his life, and I wanted him to know that he wasn't alone. Not anymore. But I would never get the chance now, and he'd never forge his own path. I was helpless as I witnessed the beast grip Alec's neck, drinking his fill and draining his body. The other masked men grunted and shouted their approval, taking small steps closer to their leader. Alec was barely hanging on, his handsome face contorting in unimaginable pain. My hands tingled, and I curled them into tight fists, my jaw clenched so hard I feared it would shatter. When the creature released my friend's throat and raised his head toward the moon, a wave of nausea struck me. The leader, that thing, held Alec's vocal cords between his teeth. Alec's lifeless body tumbled to the dirt, his unseeing eyes cast to the heavens, to the stars that watched his demise. I might as well have been the one down there, my throat ripped to pieces, my heart stilled forever. Again I had failed, and never before had I felt this useless and unworthy. Ice filled me, the cold overwhelming. All I saw was Alec, discarded on the ground like rubbish. Yelps sounded as the rest of the monsters descended upon the fallen boy, the leader stepping back to allow his brethren to feast on the remains. A horde of them lunged at Alec, their teeth flashing, their steel eyes full of hunger. I lost track of my friend entirely, his body covered by whirling limbs and glinting teeth. The bile that rose in my throat burned, the heat painful against the icy cold flooding my veins. Jude and I watched it all. We stayed rooted even as the other recruits were led away, taking back to God's knew where. But we were unable to pull away from the grisly sight of Alec's murder, his sacrifice. I ached in places I didn't know existed. These things were creatures of the mist, cursed and far more monstrous than anything I could have imagined. My blood boiled as the last of Alec disappeared into the mouth of a petite female, one of his eyes dangling from the lips of a man missing his nose. I refused to sit here and watch as the others were eaten and tortured. I'd rather die myself trying to save them than simply watch from above. A coward. Uncle Micah would have told me to run, that saving them was pointless and a waste of time. He was a harsh man who rarely showed kindness, least of all to me. But he'd taught me how to defend myself, all so that I could have a chance to survive this world. "When a battle seems lost, Kiara, you retreat," he'd told me one day as we'd trained, thick pellets of rain pounding into my skin, my eyes, my hair. Micah had thrust forward, prepared to deliver a blow to my ribs, when I'd shifted at the last second, veering right. "As much as it might pain you, sometimes withdrawing from a fight will help you win the war." I had growled at him, out of breath and on the verge of collapse. He'd pushed me hard those last couple of months, like he'd been attempting to cram years of training into just a few short weeks. "I'll never retreat," I'd snarled, wind whipping at my hair. "No one can break me!" Because that's what retreat felt like. Giving up all that I was. Uncle had stilled, and I'd begrudgingly lowered my fists. "Then you will die a pointless death, Kiara," he'd said, his cold eyes hard and lined with fury and disappointment. "And all of this will mean nothing." Looking down at the village, where Alec had been shredded to pieces, I thought on that particular memory, a day, months before I'd been recruited. Micah had punished me for my insolence later, and I'd all but crawled home, bruises dotting my arms and legs, aching from the ensuing hits to my body. I'd never claimed he was a compassionate man, my uncle, but I respected him. He might want me to retreat, but all of Micah's harsh training, all of his brutal lessons had only strengthened my resolve to never give in. I met Jude's eyes, and a knowing look passed between us. "I hope you have a plan, Commander," I ground out between my teeth, my wrath flourishing as adrenaline coursed through my veins and swirled about my blackened heart. Jude's left brow twitched. "I assume you do." "We're going to kill them all, or die trying."
Chapter 39. Jude. While awaiting your aid, I came across a young woman named Kale. She grasped my arm and said she saw the creatures that stole her neighbors away. She claimed they wore thick cloaks and masks that covered their faces. but she also told me that she caught sight of one of the brutes when his mask slipped, and she said, with certainty, that these things were not human. They were pure evil. Letter from Randall Thorne of the Guard to unknown recipient, year 49 of the curse. A plan of this magnitude was no simple thing to work out. It required all evening and the following morning to prepare, Kiara and I both finding very little sleep. Logic once again argued against her, with her plan to save her friends. I was so close to telling her no, prepared to have her curse my name. I would have taken every slur, every blow, because her hating me would have been better than the alternative, Kiara being killed at the hands of these monsters. Then I looked into her eyes. Nothing I could say or do would change her mind, and if I prevented her from going after her friends, not only would she hate me, but I would hate myself as a result. In my years under the king's service, I hadn't questioned his cruel demands, knowing that if I did, I would face a fate worse than death. Kiara would have questioned it, though. No matter what Syrian might have demanded from her, she'd stubbornly follow the code of morals I knew to be ingrained in her very spirit. Besides, if it had been Isaiah down there, I wouldn't have even thought about it, which was why I told her we would strike the next day and try to save the remaining recruits. I didn't need to tell her that the odds weren't in our favor. The following morning, Kiara woke in my arms, her fists clutching my shirt for dear life. I suspected she knew I was awake, but we remained entangled in one another, relishing these final moments. I'd spent all my life waking alone, but after 3 days of having her sleep beside me, her head resting peacefully on my chest while her hair tickled my cheeks, I couldn't imagine waking up any other way. For the moment, I didn't allow myself to think about the future or how this would only be temporary. Just as I had in the glen, I pretended. Some time passed before I forced my arms to loosen, drawing away from her lush curves. She let out a soft sigh in response, tilting her head my direction. I knew determination would fill her eyes soon enough, but now only wonder danced across the splashes of gold, her irises alight with hope and a kind of quiet affection I'd never known. My heart swelled. No one had ever looked at me in such a way, and I wanted to bottle it up and steal it forever. "You ready?" I asked, my pulse thundering beneath my jacket, right below my and Isaiah's pins. We'd gone over the plan 5 times last night, but I still needed to hear her words. "As ready as I'll ever be to face a bunch of half-dead beasts with 1,000 teeth," she said, sitting up and rising to her feet. She brushed dirt from her trousers, avoiding my eyes. "Kiara," I growled, not amused by her sarcasm. I closed the distance and grasped her chin between my fingers. "If anything goes wrong, if we can't save them, nothing will go wrong," she cut me off, placing a gloved finger against my lips. She'd put her gloves back on last night, and I didn't argue. They were her armor. "We've gone over this 100 times, and I trust you." I searched her gaze for a lie, an ounce of hesitation. There was none. Just faith. A heavy sigh shuddered through me, but before I could overthink things, namely the foreign emotions swirling in my chest, Kiara rose on the tips of her toes and placed a gentle kiss on the twin scars branding the left side of my face. I startled, my heart hammering and fear pulsating through my veins. If Kiara noticed, she didn't stop. She continued her slow exploring, lightly moving upward to give me a final kiss above my brow. "I've grown rather fond of you, Commander," she said against my skin. "So don't you dare die." Kiara began to turn, but I grabbed her wrist and flung her around, my lips finding hers as if they were always meant to be there. Grasping both sides of my face, Kiara met my lips with equal hunger. I tasted all the things she hid from the world, devouring her truths with every inhale. We were different in so many ways, but when we connected, truly connected, everything that separated us was just one more thing to find beauty in. I'd all but forgotten our mission when Kiara finally pulled away, her hands lingering on my cheeks like she loathed letting go. She shot me a fierce glare that sent fire into my core. I loved this side of her, watching her morph from the soft girl waking in my arms to the powerful fighter standing before me now certainly didn't help settle my racing pulse. "Let's go save your friends," I said on a rasp, still enraptured by her. Kiara brushed my arm as she passed me, adding over her shoulder, "They could be your friends too, Jude, if only you let them." I didn't reply, but I felt invisible stones shift within me, the walls I'd erected long ago growing weak from Kiara's weapon of hope. It was only a matter of time before they all crumbled. The masked men, masked creatures, were about to change their scouts. Every 3 hours, 2 beasts were sent to walk the perimeter of the camp. We'd waited until the camp fell into a lull and most slept. Just like this time yesterday, they dispatched half the usual guards, seemingly unafraid of an attack at such a quiet hour. This was our chance. Cloaked in my stained tunic and trousers, my back pressed against the trunk of a tree, I readied my blade. My fingers twitched on the handle, the serrated dagger raised to my chest, begging to be used. How many lives had I ended with this dagger alone? It had been crafted by the peoples of the Rhine Mountains, Alec's people, the metal they mined, supposedly blessed by Malaya, goddess of revenge and redemption herself. I couldn't make out Kiara anywhere, but I sensed her nearby. She all but dissolved into the night when she slipped away and to her post. Stealthy, lethal, and gorgeous. The most dangerous of combinations. Leaves crunched in the distance. The patrol approached. My breath caught, and my body tensed, going as still as the lakes of Kanda. The twisted side of me enjoyed this part the most. The seconds before the kill, when anticipation heated my blood and sent a thrill of adrenaline down my spine. A branch snapped loudly, accompanied by an animalistic grunt. The masked men made no attempt to hide themselves. And why would they? They were the apex predators out here. Or, at least, I hoped so. My fingers constricted around the handle. Any second now. When the breeze shifted, just as the scent of rotten flesh clogged my nostrils, I whirled into action. The advancing guard never saw me coming. My blade was pressed to his throat before he could make a sound of alarm, my dagger slicing through the thin greyish skin of his neck. Blood gushed from his gaping wound, the colour an unnatural and inky black, as it dripped into the fog swirling about our feet. The creature gurgled, clutching at his throat, his depthless eyes wide. Before his knees bent and he tumbled to the dirt, a squelching sound came from my left. Kiara. She must have taken her guard down. The man I'd slaughtered was dead the instant his decayed face slumped forward, his body accepted into the embrace of the mist. It was difficult to remind myself he wasn't a man, not really. I'd seen what they concealed beneath their cloths, and if ever there were monsters, it was them. Wiping my blade on my trousers, my nose wrinkling at the foul stench, I scoured the obscurity for Kiara. I only had to wait a minute. Well, that was fun. She materialized before my eyes, cleaning her dagger on her soiled undershirt, which was now slick with black. Your definition of fun worries me, I said, even as my own pulse raced with wicked delight. But that had been the easy part of our plan. It was what followed that would be tricky. I nodded pointedly to the fallen body at my feet. Knowing the next step was necessary, Kiara grimaced before bending to remove the masked man's garments and face wrappings. I spotted the leg of the guard she'd slain in the distance, and did the same, her man not nearly as well preserved as the one I'd brought down. The stench grew so rank that my stomach heaved in warning, but I swallowed it down. It was nearly as bad as the time Syrian had made me torture a man for a week straight, cutting off various body parts, until he'd revealed the names of a group of lords planning to stage a coup. He'd been covered in so much vomit and feces and piss by the time I was done with him that he'd smelled like death long before his heart had stopped beating. It scared me sometimes, the memories that lived within me. Shifting the body to the side, I carefully undid his cloak, cringing as dried flakes of flesh clung to my fingertips. In minutes, his clothing was off, and his mask had been successfully removed. I began the gruesome work of dressing. I smelled Kiara before I saw her. A moss-green cloak smelling of decay swathed her small frame, the hem coated in what appeared to be either dirt or blood. I'd only just finished donning my own tattered garments when I noticed the face-cloth laying in a tangled heap in the palm of her hands. She hesitated to put it on. "Let me." I sidled next to her, seizing the vile material. My chest pressed against her back as I slid the cloth over her lips and wrapped it around her nose and forehead. It was thin enough so she could breathe, but her nerves must have gotten the best of her because she sucked frantically at the fabric. "You'll get used to it. Just try to take slow, even breaths." I tied off the back, knotting it behind her head. Kiara spun around, only her eyes visible, which reminded me, "If you get cornered, don't let them see your eyes." She nodded. Among all the grey, her bright amber irises would get her killed. My own peculiar eyes would get me killed. This was it. I stepped into her space and began securing the hood over her head, hiding all that luminous red. "I've lived with my brother's blood on my hands," I whispered, tucking a loose strand behind her ear. "I won't let you do the same." Kiara's stare turned fierce, even as she gently placed a gloved hand on my cheek. "But you need to run if anything goes south," I said, sharpening my tone. "I don't care if we don't get them out. You run, you hear me?" Begrudgingly, she nodded, but I knew she was lying. Kiara wouldn't run, especially from her friends. Or from me, I realized, my stomach twisting into knots. She let her hand fall, though I could still feel her warmth long after. Kiara was a ghost as she slipped into the trees. One moment she was beside me, touching me, gazing deeply into my eyes, and the next she was gone, an illusion carried on a breeze. I could have sworn the shadows trailed at her heels like loyal hounds, swallowing up her frame and turning her into the night itself. I waited one more second before I darted along the tree line, my feet swift and sure. In these moments, during a mission, my brain shut down, and an eerie sort of peace drove away the crushing weight of reality. There was only here and now and the end goal. As always, the end goal would be my blade sliding across her throat. When I was in position, just on the outskirts of the northern side of the village, I took a deep breath and slipped beyond the safety of the woods, keeping my head down, the hood covering my eyes. A woman wearing a torn dress that had been ripped to her upper thighs trudged by me, snapping her teeth in the air, snarling at nothing. Perhaps she smelled the freshness of my blood. It would explain how they'd been able to find us in the woods. Thankfully, my clothes reeked of decay, and I hoped it would be enough to conceal the truth. Slowing my pace, I tried to adopt the masked people's walk, their rigid and unnatural movements. They fed off blood and muscle, and when they'd slaughtered Alec, I noticed how wide their eyes had gone as his warm, fresh blood filled them. They were both alive and dead, creatures poisoned by the cursed lands, desperate to quench their thirst. And yet, at the same time, they weren't just mindless animals. They fought and moved with skill when they cornered their prey. That made them beyond dangerous. I reached a tent, the biggest one in the village, eyeing what appeared to be human finger bones tied to the flaps. They clinked in the breeze, sounding almost welcoming. 2 guards were positioned before its entrance, unspeaking as they stared off into space. It had to belong to the leader. Creeping around the back, I noted a torch on the other side. All I had to do was knock it over, start a fire, and cause a distraction while Kiara got the boys out. But when I grabbed the wooden handle from its stand and lit the tent, I didn't expect a dozen masked men to come barreling toward me at once. The flame had barely caught when the first one thrust his blade at my chest.
Chapter 40. Kiara. When Raina fell from the skies forever, the god of the moon rejoiced. Raina had once taken away his beloved creations, his shadow beasts, and he smiled at her ruin, believing perhaps that it was his turn to rule the mortals' hearts. Excerpt from Ascidian Lore, A Tale of the Gods. Cracking my knuckles and concentrating on not hyperventilating, I glided into the shadows. For once, I cursed the luminous moon overhead, feeling exposed even in my disguise. Stealing through the thicket, I made my way to the southwest side of the camp, crouching in the slim reeds that lined the clearing as I awaited Jude's signal. With every gust of wind, prickly branches tickled my back and arms, the forest alive and restless. I felt like I was being watched, as if the trees retained eyes. For all I knew, they very well did. The minutes passed at an unbearably sluggish pace, the men and women of the village unaware of the two outsiders about to breach their defences as they went about their business. "Come on, Jude," I pleaded, my throat constricting. "Where are you?" He should have sent the signal minutes ago. I'd just begun to hyperventilate again when a single shout sounded in the gloom. It had to be Jude. Angling my head, I hoisted my body from the frozen ground, peering past the icy blue fog across the clearing. Burning orange light flickered on the northern side, a hairbreadth beyond the edge of the tents. The signal. When the first scream was joined by a chorus of shrill cries, I bolted. The recruits had been brought to an ashen-coloured tent in the centre of the settlement, a lone scrap of white fabric tied to the flap. Yesterday, Jude and I had noted that there were always a handful of guards posted outside, but we prayed that the fire would be enough to lure them away. I doubted that would be the case. I sprinted head-on into the village of torn and mismatched linens and dusty bones, lowering my head and avoiding the horde of scrambling bodies. The masked creatures scurried to where Jude had set the fire, spears and other crude weapons in hand. I wouldn't have much time once they figured out there wasn't an attack, that the fire was a mere distraction. My leg muscles burned as I forged ahead, the white tent less than 30 feet away. Two of the creatures stood at the tent's entrance, likely debating whether or not they should abandon their post. They growled and whipped their heads to the spreading flames, tentative to make a decision. As I predicted, they remained in place. Jude promised he'd meet me once the flames caught, but I didn't have time to waste, and neither did my friends. I was a vengeful storm as my dagger slid into my grasp, a blur of ash and steel as I lunged upon the first guard, angling my sharpened blade up and through his jaw. His pointed teeth sheared the thin linen around his mouth, the ends glistening in the dim. I yanked the blade free just as the other guard swiveled to attack. After years of training with Micah, I expected his ensuing dive, predicted how he would instinctively throw himself upon me, which was why I tumbled to the ground and fell into a graceful roll. I was on my feet again and spinning before he whirled around, a hand reaching for his crude blade. With a muffled growl, I lifted my dagger, setting my sights on my decaying opponent. I raised my arm, sending the weapon soaring through the air before he blinked. The blade penetrated his skull, a sickening crack echoing in my ears. Killing had gotten frighteningly easier the deeper I'd gone into the mist. The giant of a man tumbled to his knees and fell flat on his face, driving the blade deeper into his own brain. Panting, I reached into the churning fog and twisted the creature's head, yanking violently on the hilt of my dagger. When it didn't easily release, I ground my boot on his skull, using it as leverage to free my weapon. Hurry! Sweat drenched the fabric, covering my forehead, the brisk wind sending tingles across my damp skin. I grunted as I tightened my fingers on the blade, determined not to let my friends down. With a final heave, his skull split open and my blade finally came free. Thank the gods! Now, on to the boys! Hurling the tent flap open, my weapon at the ready should there be more guards, I prepared to strike. Instead of more enemies, I saw 2 bodies huddled on their knees with their hands tied. They shivered at the sight of me, Jake rocking back and forth as I approached him, my blade raised. "It's just me!" I shouted, lifting my hands as Jake tried to scramble away. My voice came out muffled, but it was recognizable. His brows furrowed as understanding took hold. "Kiara?" "Yes, you idiot!" I sliced through his bindings. "Did you think I'd leave your sorry asses behind?" "I knew you'd come!" Patrick beamed, the usual light in his eyes dolefully dimmed. "I told him you wouldn't leave us!" He glared at Jake, reprimanding him for his doubts. My heart warmed as I cut Patrick's ropes next. "Of course not, Pat." I ruffled his hair, and he narrowed his eyes. "We don't have much time, so I need you to keep up and follow me. If you fall behind, I won't be able to come back for you." I knew they were weak, exhausted, and beyond frightened, but they needed to run, and run fast. They nodded as a unit, Jake still trembling. "Then let's get the hells out of here!" Patrick seized my hand as I turned, holding tight when I barreled past the tent's flap and into the wintry darkness. Jake followed at my heels, eager not to become this evening's next meal. "Hurry!" I shouted over my shoulder, guiding them to the tree line, to safety, to where Jude better be waiting. I'd kill him if he somehow got ambushed, if he was injured, or... I halted my steps, the boys stumbling into my back. At first, I thought it was just the fog playing tricks on my mind, that the shadows before us were trees. But I'd been wrong. Taking shape at the tree line, directly where we were headed, were 10 or more silhouettes, and they were barreling directly toward us. "We are so screwed! Not helping Jake!" I snapped, frantically racking my brain for a genius way out of this mess. "We could throw Jake at them as a distraction. His body will take them longer to consume," Patrick joked, though it sounded half-hearted. "Shut it, Pat!" Jake groused, "or I might just use that plan on you." "Children!" I snapped. "Not the time!" The creatures weren't stopping. We had less than a minute before they overran us entirely. "We can't fight them all!" Patrick was heaving, gulping in air as his hand tightened around mine. Pulling down my mask, I swiveled around and faced them. "You all need to run north. That's where Jude and I planned to meet should we get separated. We marked a tree with only bone-white leaves on its branches. It's huge. You can't miss it." "You could miss it, but I needed them to hurry before we all perished." "You're coming too, right?" Jake hesitated, eyeing me suspiciously. "Yes! Now go!" I barked, scaring them into submission. "What are we waiting for, then?" Patrick yanked on my hand. Jake began scrambling north, along the path free of the masked creatures. I tugged my arm away, shoving Patrick behind me. "Listen, if you don't want to die, then you'll run. I'll hold them off and follow, I promise." "No, I can't leave. If you don't leave now, then I will die trying to defend you." It was harsh, but it was true. I would probably still die, but I could buy the boys some time. "Go!" I screeched, shoving at his chest hard enough to knock the air from his lungs. A flicker of ire and some unnamed emotion shone across Patrick's irises. "I'm not going to leave your side." He stood his ground, staring at me as if I were his whole world. "I need you, Key. Don't you understand what you've become to me?" I ground my teeth. His gaze was fierce and filled with emotion, and I had a nagging suspicion he was insinuating that he cared for me in a way I could never return. "If you don't go right this instant, I'll never forgive you. You hear me? Even if we do manage to make it out alive, I'll still resent you for putting me at risk." The hurt morphed into a tangible alarm, his feet shifting indecisively. "Go, Patrick! Please! I can't lose anyone else!" Gods! I envisioned my brother before me now, rather than Patrick, begging me not to leave him. Maybe I'd put that burden on Patrick by comparing him to Liam, but regardless, I couldn't watch as these creatures killed him. The muscles in his jaw tensed. Fine, but you better stay alive. He started to back away, glaring at me to further his point, that he hated every step he took to safety but knew I'd accept nothing else. Twisting on his heel, he darted after Jake, glancing over his shoulder before vanishing around the tents. That last lingering look nearly sent me to my knees. I wasn't sure what to do with myself now that I had the others relying on me, caring for me. I heaved a sigh of relief. At least he would be safe. I'd make sure of that. Come on now, I taunted into the dim, shoving down thoughts of Jude, Patrick and Jake. They couldn't help me now. Let's see you try to take a bite out of me. A chorus of growls and shrieks rang in my ears, the noise like a siren call of death. Uncle Micah hovered like a phantom in my head, his presence always with me, much like the moon above my head. Retreat, Kiara, he'd say in that no-nonsense way of his. No, when you can't win. I likely couldn't win, but the 10 creatures hurtling toward me at once were too near, and I'd already made my stand. This was it. I peered to the sky one last time, praying not to the lost goddess but to my grandmother, asking her to forgive me for failing, for dying. I supposed I'd see her soon enough.
Chapter 41. Jude. I heard you blinded our son. Next time you dare touch him, perhaps it is you who shall lose an eye. Letter from unknown sender to Jack Maddox, year 37 of the curse. A few of the bastards got away and alerted the others. Swarms of masked creatures fell around me like an ominous shroud. I had my sword ready, but it wouldn't be enough. Not with the 15 or so monsters all eager to tear out my throat and make a meal out of me. I swore, twisting out of the way at the last second before a blade sank into my gut. I was already covered in small cuts and scrapes, having brought down 5 of them. Now I'd be lucky if I didn't lose my other eye before they eventually ended me. Something shifted from my right, and I spun, thrusting my blade between a pair of ribs. Yanking on the hilt, I twisted to my left, slicing my weapon cleanly across a throat. 2 down, 13 to go. As one, they inched forward, ridding me of any hope to escape. If they all lunged at once... A scream filled the air, and the hair on the back of my neck rose. Kiara. She let out another shout, sending a dose of white-hot rage into my blood. If they hurt her... I jabbed forward the second I noticed the air ripple in my blinded eye, taking out a monster who thought he could sneak up on me from behind. Flesh squelched as I turned the blade and gutted him until he exhaled his final wheezing breath. Kiara shrieked again, and this time, more than my chest warmed. My entire body became a living and breathing beacon of wrath, every inch of my flesh prickling with ire. I sliced the throat of another faceless enemy. He went down without a fight. I couldn't stay here, not when she was likely bleeding out or... Shit, I could barely think of her dying. The mere thought fanned the flames within, until all I could hold on to was the carnage of the battle. The only thing that had ever made sense. I couldn't think straight, could hardly move. There was only her face in the night, her eyes glowing with affection. I refused to let that die, that warmth that I knew was meant just for me. Call it selfish, and perhaps it was, but I couldn't allow that to happen, because if I lost her, there was no chance I'd ever recover. Kiara was my tether to the world, a beautiful, fearless, disastrous reminder of what could be possible. I screamed, though it didn't sound like me. Then I exploded. The noise that came bubbling up my throat was guttural and primal. Every inch of me buzzed, and a white light pulsated, blinding me to all else. It could have been seconds or hours, but when it eventually dimmed, so did the intense warmth flooding my veins. I hadn't realized my eyes had shut until I opened them. Bodies surrounded me. Men writhed in agony as burnt orange and red flames licked at their clothes, their skin, their cold eyes. I stumbled back, my own body overheated, exhausted, and full of adrenaline. What just happened? Or more importantly, what had saved me? It didn't feel evil, that source of light, seeing as it had left me unscathed. Dazed, I fumbled a step toward the sound of Kiara's cries, my body aching everywhere, that blasted heat burning my throat with every breath. I fought, thinking of her once more, shoving aside flailing bodies alight with fire. Rounding a cluster of tents, I saw her, in the arms of the enemy. I took a step, about to unleash the monster I was, when something hard and jagged struck my skull. Black spots clouded my sight, but I never tore my eyes away from her, not even as I heard footsteps behind me and the whoosh of a blade being freed from a sheath. Kiara screamed a final time, right before my lids shuttered closed. I awaited the cold edge of the blade, but it never came. Instead, I heard a voice, though I couldn't place it with how my reality bled into nightmarish chaos. "Shit, he is the other one," the voice said, cursing softly. I heard footsteps pound the earth, and then darkness swallowed me up.
Chapter 42. Kiara. She is too wild and too untamed. I fear that after the attack there is not much I can do for her. She is touched by so much darkness, and I do not have faith in the prophecy you sun priests whisper about. Truth be told, she's likely a lost cause, as is our world. Letter from Maker to unknown recipient, year 46 of the curse. The first creature lunged, the frayed cloth around his face exposing his jagged rows of teeth. I dove to the left, eliciting a snarl from the beast, the noise feral. He leaped for me again, and when he was close enough I leaned back and shoved out my leg, sending him tumbling to the dirt with a hiss. There wasn't time to focus on him, not when another one of the bastards came at me from the right, a serrated blade in hand. He swiped at my neck and face, missing my cheek by a mere inch. Another swing and miss, and I used the opening to thrust my shoulder into his chest, aiming to knock him off balance. Unfortunately, my size was not enough to take the behemoth down. I reared back as his blade swooshed by my left eye this time, his aim improving. For a bloodthirsty creature who might or might not be dead, he moved with vexing ease. Cursing, I dropped to the ground and rolled out of the way. I was on my feet and twisting to strike when a searing twinge shot across my arm. He'd nicked me. Without looking, I knew the wound wasn't too deep, but it still hurt like a bitch. He might have gotten in a good blow, but now he had well and truly pissed me off. Feigning left, I turned at the last second and swung, wedging my dagger through his bulky coat and puncturing his ribs. A howl escaped his mouth as he fell. I'd just yanked my blade free as another attack came at me from behind. I felt the pain before I even saw him take a step, the white-hot stinging stealing my breath as a blade lodged in the muscle of my shoulder. I screamed as I jerked it free, blood drenching my black tunic. I'd never been stabbed before, and I could now officially say I wasn't keen on reliving the experience. Something foreign began to wake, something I'd long ago buried on the outskirts of the Pastoria forest. My chest tingled as I charged the nimble beast, my limbs coursing with icy adrenaline. Leaping into the air, my dagger positioned above my head, I brought down the blade with a growl, piercing the creature's skull. My skin crawled and prickled, the air in my lungs charged with that familiar spark, and a coldness crept down my body, sentient wisps of black dancing at my feet for the second time in my life. The first time happened mere days ago, when I'd been cornered and on the cusp of having my throat sliced clean open. The darkness that had always thrived inside of me had rushed to the surface and reacted. The shadows had saved my life. Then I'd lied to Jude, too afraid of exposing the truth. I knew exactly what had happened when the masked creatures burst into ash. I had happened. Arms of midnight reaching for me, holding me down to feast. Jagged teeth attached to a face devoid of eyes, only black pits in their place. And then it, the creature that had attacked me, clawed at my tiny hands, which were covering my face and throat protectively. I'll never forget the pain. How the shadow beast had dug its talons into my skin. While I'd been a child, weak and hardly able to defend myself, I managed to fight, to hold on and withstand the shrieking monster's blows. That's when the light had come. Gold had radiated from my chest, shooting out like a flare, causing the creature to shrink away in alarm and scurry into the trees with a hiss. The light had dimmed when footsteps approached, my father having heard my screams from the village. He'd taken one look at me and slunk back, his mouth agape, fear creasing his brow. The damage had already been done, my hands torn and shredded, the marks of the shadow beast forever on my skin. 10 years, and I'd never forget Father's face. I jolted back to the present when the next beast attacked, my limbs acting of their own accord, driven by some foreign instinct. I whirled around, my red hair whipping in the breeze as I sliced open the creature's throat. Its blood spilled before I had the chance to exhale. Onyx clouds encircled me as I moved, the darkness spilling free. As much as I despised what I'd become, who I was, the shadows I'd suppressed would be my salvation, and I tore off my gloves with a fierce growl. Only monsters could defeat monsters. I shook out my arm, readying for the next foe. The tingling sensations sliding up my arms and around my torso didn't dissipate, and the shadows at my feet never wavered. A sigh shuddered through me, relief loosening my muscles. While he'd seen my scars and hadn't run, for Jude to know that I had controlled the shadows that had turned our enemies to dust was too much. It would be the final barrier crashing down, and if he didn't like what he saw, if he didn't like me, then I wasn't sure my heart could take it. Now, as my unholy power slithered and writhed within me, I didn't have Jude or the others to hold me back. They wouldn't bear witness to the evil that I was. I felt free. So I unleashed every ounce of the darkness I'd bottled up, images of that fateful day 10 years ago flooding into my mind. Narrowing my eyes to size up the nearest enemy, I noted how sluggishly the remaining creatures were moving. As though wading through molasses, they inched closer, silent screams ripping through their gaping mouths. Either time had slowed, or I had become faster. I felt different from the last time I used my powers in the mist, when my chaotic emotions ruled. Then my powers had snuck up on me, bursting forth without my control. This time, I welcomed them, accepted them as part of me. I snarled, my faithful shadows rising to graze my fingertips. Rushing toward a creature on my right, I sliced cleanly through the decayed skin of his throat, slaughtering him like the one before. He was still falling, his hands clutching at the gaping wound when I chose my next victim, delivering an identical blow. All the while a frigid breeze seemed to carry my feet forward, into the fight, and to the creatures threatening those I loved. Sweat seeped through every pore as I killed and slew without mercy. Less than 5 seconds later, I'd brought 3 more down, my dagger dripping with the blood of the felled. There was nothing but black and noiseless screams, my limbs relentless as I gracefully moved between bodies like I was exchanging dance partners. 2 left. Gods, the cold. It caused my teeth to chatter and my knees to tremble, but I was too damn close to stop and give in to the agony and crumble.
Propelled on that frozen wind of vengeance, I swept the legs out from under the second-to-last beast. As he began to fall, his lethargic eyes widening, I pierced his chest and kicked out my leg, driving him into the ground. The creature's body ploughed through the soil and earth, the force of my supernatural kick, aided by a wave of shadows, burying him in the blood-stained dirt. So much power, and all at once. The sensation of such brute strength surged, the coldness inside my chest nearly unbearable at this point. It was beginning to ache, to sting. With a yelp, I clutched at my pounding heart, my entire body drenched in the blood of my enemies. I realized with sheer terror that time had started to speed up again, to resume its natural pace. Whatever power had taken hold of me was waning. I tumbled to my knees as my vision blurred, black dots dancing before my eyes. I couldn't retain the force of it any longer, and my human body was shattering beneath the pressure. A figure approached, the final creature but feet away, and yet I couldn't move. I was too weak, too drained by a wicked magic I'd never dared to practice. Micah had made sure of that. "Don't give in to its perverse whispers, child," he'd told me after he arrived in our village, days following the attack in the forest. Mother and father had merely exchanged worried glances, while grandmother had clutched at her throat, her scarred thumb rubbing anxious circles. I'd never met the man before, but Mother claimed he was her older brother and here to help me. "Don't resort to the dark when you could hold the very sun in your hands." He'd been wrong. The darkness was the only reason I'd made it this far, allowing my friends time to flee, giving Jude a chance to escape, and to find the key to ending the curse once and for all. The creature's scuffed boots filled my vision. They were as black as a moonless sky, human bones decorating the sides. My hands fisted the dirt as I peered up beneath my lashes, greeting the face of my demise. When my eyes met the steel ones of the masked leader, the one who'd devoured Alec right in front of me, I flinched. Of course I'd have to face him. My shoulders slumped as the creature let out a chilling cackle, the sound penetrating my pores, digging its way through flesh and bone. A skeletal hand snatched my tunic, yanking me from the ground, holding my body in mid-air as I went limp. A pathetic squeal escaped before I could swallow it down. All of his teeth were on display, no cloth in sight. This close I could spot flecks of dried blood tipping the pointed ends, the remains of my fallen brother. I struggled to free myself from his vice-like grip, my legs kicking feebly in the air, but I was grievously weakened, no match against the leader's abnormal strength. I held his lifeless eyes, refusing to bend, just as Alec had refused to cower before he'd met his end. My defiance seemed to excite the beast, who unhinged his jaw, his sharpened teeth inches away from my skin. Lowering his hooded head, he let out one final howl at the moon, right before he sank his teeth deep into my throat. I might have screamed. I probably did. But all I could hear was the blood rushing into my ears, my pounding heartbeat hammering in my skull. Taking his time, enjoying himself, the leader drank from me, warmth spreading down my neck and staining the dried earth. My world spun as I lifted to the expanse of black, my eyes consuming the soothing glow of the moon, the final thing I would ever see. Just as my eyes fluttered shut, as my body began to lose all sensation of life, the familiar rush of frozen wind whooshed past my ears. I was falling, plummeting into swirls of black. I clawed at the air as I sought purchase for anything to hold me to this world. My body collided painfully with the earth, my bones groaning as my full weight landed on my arm. The leader whirled toward me, my blood trickling from his gaping mouth. He started to cough
and sputter, his stomach hurling up the blood he'd stolen from me. A violent convulsion shook the creature's mighty frame, his chest spasming as he let out an agonizing screech. Claws of smoke curled around his form, winding up and around until they gripped his throat, choking off his scream. Vein-like lines of onyx, much like my own scars, started to spread, first climbing from his chest to his neck, then snaking around the column of his throat to his ears, his cheeks, and across the uneven bridge of his nose. The leader flailed as the ink spread, steam rising from the fresh wounds and filling the air with the pungent stench of rot. I should have gotten up and run, but I was rendered immobile by the scene playing out before me, and the strangest part of it all? I didn't feel fear. Not like I should. What slithered into my blood and set my heart pounding was akin to delight. "Kiara!" My name sounded from far away. "Kiara, I'm coming!" The voice floated to my ears like a long-forgotten memory. Muscled forearms enveloped me in an earthy aroma, constricting around my body as they lifted me up. Greedily I breathed it in, relishing the calm that overtook me, the familiarity. I knew that scent, that voice. "I'm here, Kiara," he rasped into my hair. A quiver racked the body holding me. "I'm sorry I was late." There was wetness on my cheeks, but I could barely feel it. I must have been crying. I might be hallucinating, but I welcomed the lie. My eyes returned to the silhouette of the leader, now a motionless heap on the ground. With the adrenaline leaving me, and reality returning in a sickening rush, the rage I'd felt turned to numbness. I wanted the monsters to die for what they'd done to Isaiah and Alec, but what I'd done in return only made me feel empty and hollow. What did I just lose of myself? Another tear fell, its heat at odds with the coldness of my cheek. It slowly glided down to my chin, and I sucked in my first true breath of air since giving myself over to a darker nature. Maybe Seela's villagers had been right. I was a monster. Yet the moment the droplet, the evidence of my shame and regret, hit the ground, a single spark of silver ignited and bloomed where the masked man's heart should have been, and then a searing light of marigold yellow and burnt orange detonated. I squeezed my eyes shut as the arms around me tightened. Wind raged against my raw skin, a rush of energy blasting across the clearing. It was so very different from the coldness of my shadows, and yet it felt just as familiar. When the wind settled and the blinding light dimmed ever so slightly, I peeled open a heavy eye, a faint gasp leaving my lips at the sight before me. The night was aflame, as was the leader of the masked creatures. The last thing I saw before the serene darkness took me was the creature burning as the world exploded in passionate gold.
Chapter 43. Jude. I will not come for our son. He is exactly where he is meant to be. Trust me in this, and do not write me again. Letter from unknown sender to Jack Maddox, year 38 of the curse. I came back to consciousness and stumbled into the clearing where I'd heard Kiara scream. It was no surprise that I was too late. Charred bodies filled the field, the smell causing me to lift a hand to my nose, sputtering coughs escaping my parted fingers. Everywhere I looked, lifeless heaps sizzled and burned, a few still snarling helplessly. Maybe the otherworldly entity that had helped me earlier had also aided Kiara. As I thought of her, I spotted movement just ahead, a head of red hair shining in the moon's light. But she wasn't alone. My girl was currently being whisked away by a hooded man, taller than any human I'd ever seen. I might not have been able to see clearly, but that hardly mattered, I jumped into action, staggering across the field and after the hooded man carrying her in his arms. The ring around the moon shifted once more, the blue morphing to a pale yellow, but it provided enough light to see, and I shot through the bone-white trees after her. All I could think about was that man taking her somewhere and hurting her. He wasn't a recruit, and he certainly didn't move like one of the masked creatures. I faltered as I made my way through the prickly brush, my head pounding. I was certain there'd be a bump the size of a grapefruit, and judging by the stickiness coating my cheek, whoever had attacked me had broken skin. Cursing the spineless prick who'd knocked me out, I sprinted, Kiara's safety propelling my exhausted limbs. I could sleep later once I knew she was safe. Safe with me. The massive tree with only white and silver leaves was coming up fast. Any second now, I'd be at our meeting spot, and if she wasn't there, I'd burn the world down and... I jerked to a stop, not believing what was right before me. Underneath the sanctuary of the tree lay Kiara, wrapped in clean blankets, her face impossibly free of cuts and bruises. Patrick and Jake hovered over her, the former lovingly tucking her hair back from her face. Her eyes were closed. Panic swelled in my chest, and a fire raged. Every inch of me trembled, each step bringing me closer to learning if she lived or died. I didn't think I so much as breathed. "Kiara," I finally called out, ignoring the startled faces of Patrick and Jake. I shoved them aside, scooping her small body into my arms. The boys already knew I didn't treat Kiara like the rest of them. They understood that something had occurred between us, which was why when I brought my brow to rest against hers, no one spoke a word. Jake even moved back, allowing me more room. "What happened?" I ground out between my teeth once I felt her steady pulse. It was slow but strong. She told us to go," Jake supplied from beside me. "I thought she was right on our heels, but when I turned back, I was alone." He cursed and ran his hand through his hair. "I'm such a coward. I should have made sure she followed." "We left her." Patrick's voice carried the shame I hoped he felt deep in his bones. Jake was right. They were cowards for abandoning her. If she had died, I feared what I would have done to them as a result. A throat cleared, bringing me back from my murderous thoughts. What happened to you?" Jake asked. I didn't need to look at his face to know he referred to the warm blood slicking my brow, my cheek. My temples throbbed, an unbearable headache sending stabbing pain across my eyes, but it wasn't anything I couldn't handle. "Someone attacked me," I replied, my calloused fingers brushing against Kiara's smooth cheeks. I drew back enough to stare at her perfection. She was everything I wasn't, and I almost felt bad for holding her in my stained hands. Patrick cursed. "One of the monsters?" he asked, his voice quaking. His entire body gave a violent shudder. I shook my head, finally deigning to look their way. "I don't think so," I said. "I heard a voice right after, but I can't remember what they said." I scrunched my brow, trying to recall those few words, but they slipped out of reach. I probably had a concussion. "I'm glad you're all right." Jake patted my arm, but when I shot him a glare, he quickly retracted his hand. "Fine, no touching," he muttered under his breath. "We all got lucky, and we're lucky to have you," Patrick added, dipping his chin to me in a sign of respect. I noted how stiff his movements were. "No, you're lucky she's all right," I snarled, and both boys flinched. Good. They seemed to have forgotten who stood before them. "I failed another friend. I was so terrified that when she told me to run, I just did," Jake whispered, glancing to his muddied boots. After what had happened to Nick, he should have known better, but being angry at the lad wouldn't change anything. "Who brought her here?" I asked. My fingers dug into the blankets swathing Kiara. "We didn't see him," Patrick said. "We were waiting here for you both when there was a flash of blue light, and then she just was there. Not a cut or scrape in sight." He motioned to the girl I held, and a soft whimper left her lips. She tossed her head to the side, but then she settled against my chest, as if seeking me out, even in her sleep. Something dangerous tugged at my heart. "It doesn't make sense," Jake mused, saying what I too thought. "If it wasn't one of us, then who saved her? I know the king sent out 3 different groups, so maybe it had been another night. But that didn't make sense either. They'd all entered the mist in different locations. If it had been a night, then he wouldn't have fled, and it doesn't explain the light you claim to have seen. So, yay, mysterious savior?" Jake shrugged, a brow arching. I refrained from rolling my eyes. "Either way, she's alive," Patrick cut in, his attention focused only on Kiara. The intensity that swirled in the depths of his eyes had me tightening my grip. He lifted his gaze to me then, his expression quickly shifting to anger. "You say you were attacked, but you're the hand of death. I find it hard to believe you were taken off guard like that." Suspicion crept into his voice, which had turned cutting. He didn't trust me. I wanted to ask why he had left if he cared so much about her safety, but I refrained, holding on to my temper by a thread. Patrick continued, seeming to read my thoughts anyway. "You failed her, same as us, so maybe wipe that look off your face. You're no better." I'd never heard him speak above a whisper. Around Kiara, he always appeared level-headed, albeit shy, though he was fiercely protective of her, just as she was of him. "Patrick," Jake warned, shifting to his friend, "it's none of our faults. Lay off." But he didn't. "No," Patrick shot to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger my way. "He only cares about the mission, finding the keys." He motioned to Kiara again. "She will always come second to him, don't you see?" Jake had the decency to lower his head, but he didn't utter a reply. "We aren't naive, Commander." Patrick shook his head in disgust. "We all saw how the two of you interacted, and while we might have teased her occasionally, we were good enough friends to not interfere." His chest puffed out, his fists curling at his sides, and I blinked at the muscles I'd never noticed before. "I won't hold my tongue anymore, not if you hurt her and make promises you can't keep. She matters to me, Maddox, more than you could ever know." I almost dropped Kiara in my lap. His words cut through me, striking the intended target in my chest. "You'll never be good enough," Patrick murmured right before slipping back, aiming for the other side of the clearing, presumably to cool down. He faced the trees, hands shoved deep into his pockets, giving me his back, and his dismissal. Silence fell, and only the soft breaths escaping Kiara's parted lips could be heard. "He doesn't mean that," Jake whispered sometime later. I'd lost myself in the rise and fall of her chest. "Patrick cares about her a lot, and he's protective." There was no doubt that what Patrick felt for her went beyond friendship, and I didn't blame him, not when No, I couldn't think like that. If I got her out of here alive, maybe I'd allow myself to indulge in such thoughts, but not now. Patrick had been right. I'd failed her when I'd lowered my walls. My oath to the Knights. Hadn't I thought about the very same things only a day ago? Back in Siona, Kiara and I could never be us. Just as I placed her back on the earth, her eyes opened. Jude? She rasped, her voice hoarse. She gazed at me as if I were her savior, not the only reason she was here in the mist and nearly dead. Key! Jake was beside her in an instant, his shoulder bumping mine. I bit back my growl. Jake, you made it. She gave a soft smile, hope a dazzling shade of gold in her eyes. I'm right here, Key, Jake said. Shh, it's all right now. You're safe. Patrick abandoned his sulking and raced over, nearly shoving me aside to get to her. He gripped her hand. I noticed how her jaw clenched at the contact. What happened? Her brows knit in thought. The last thing I remember is the leader falling and dying. I knew she held something back by the way her gaze hesitantly slid to mine. "You, someone brought you here, to us," Patrick said. "Jude," she croaked, giving me her full attention. "I felt arms. They felt safe." She thought I'd saved her. More disgust and shame filled me. Jake shook his head. "No, not Jude, Key. Someone else." "Who was it then?" Her head swiveled among us. "I can't remember a face. Everything's so fuzzy right now." "Well, that's the thing," her friend began, his blue eyes piercing the gloom. "We're not entirely sure who it was. There was a flash of a man, and then you were simply here." She started to try and sit up when I reacted. "Kiara." I lightly placed my hand on her shoulder. "You need to lie down for a bit. Rest." She smiled at me, and my world shattered. I couldn't handle that look. I didn't deserve it. Bolting to my feet, I backed up, away from her, away from Jake and Patrick. Confusion marred her features. "Where are you going?" she called out, straining her neck. "Jude!" But I didn't respond. I needed to center myself and put distance between us before I got us all killed. She continued to call my name, and every time my heart fractured that much more. I couldn't think clearly when she was around, and that weakened me, putting her at risk, and I would never let her down again. Even if my chest tightened painfully at the thought, it was for her own good, and whether or not it cleaved me in two, I would keep my distance until we got out of this cursed place. I realized I'd do anything for her, even if it meant hurting myself in the meantime.
Chapter 44. Kiara. The gods grow powerful with the prayers of mortals. Every wish and token bestowed on them grants them strength, and perhaps that was why Rayna had been one of the mightiest deities ever known. It could be argued that the other gods had grown jealous, and some even celebrated her fall. Excerpt from Ascidian Lore, A Tale of the Gods. Before my weak heart could ache at Jude's absence, Patrick shoved into my line of sight, his green eyes creased with concern, and a tinge of something else. "I'm here, Key," he cooed, wiping the sweat from my brow and smoothing the hair back from my face. "I won't leave you, ever again." My skin burned where his hand caressed, whereas Jude's touch soothed, Patrick's scalded. "Water, please." Patrick nodded at my feeble request. Diving into his jacket, he retrieved his canteen and cradled the back of my head as he brought the spout to my lips. "Drink," he whispered, his lips grazing my ear. The water seared my throat as it went down, but I thanked him afterward, licking at my chapped lips. "Why were you all arguing?" I thought I'd heard raised voices as I came to. Accusations of some sort. Jake eased to my other side, my two friends sandwiching me between them. It was Jake who answered my question. "Patrick was just concerned for you, that's all." He glanced at Pat, who stared off anywhere but at me. "We're all just overwhelmed." "I shouldn't have said all those things to him," Patrick muttered, mainly to himself. "But what I regret more is leaving you. I abandoned you and I was a coward." I bolted upright, a throbbing ache pulsating down my limbs. I vividly remembered taking off my gloves, and yet cool leather swathed my hands and fingers, causing me to doubt my own memory. Tingles radiated from each fingertip, and while the details of the fight remained shrouded, I could practically feel the viscous black blood that had covered me. I shuddered. There was a limit to what someone could handle, and focusing on the wickedness living inside me was not at the top of my list. "Don't you dare say that, Pat," I snapped, my hand reaching out to grasp his chin. I held his stare as I said, "I couldn't have lived with myself if I didn't get you both." I shot a look at Jake, to safety. It would have haunted me for the rest of my days. And it was true. Somewhere along the way, these boys had become my brothers, and I fought for my family. Patrick gave a sombre nod, not entirely believing my impassioned words. A part of me wondered what they'd think if they knew the monster I was. My hands twitched at my side as I contemplated taking off my gloves and exposing my secrets once and for all. Instead of being brave, I curled them into fists. I glanced to the trees, to where Jude vanished. He'd be back. He had to. We had yet to make it to the X, after all. Still, his absence stung. As if reading my thoughts, Jake said, "Someone attacked him, Key. That's why Jude was late and why he didn't help you. I think he couldn't stomach letting you down, and that's why he left to cool off." He jerked his chin toward the trees, his deep golden skin a shade paler. I softened instantly. "See?" I told myself. "He didn't leave you. He never would." Focusing on Patrick, I asked, "I still don't understand who dropped me off here. Those arms, that familiar voice." "Like we said, it was a flash, a trick of the dark, and then you were simply here, nestled in a fresh blanket and cleaned up, not a drop of blood in sight." Patrick scrubbed a dirty hand across his face, clearly just as lost as I felt. My hand flew to where the monster had bitten me, stunned when I was met with only smooth skin, no puncture wounds, nothing. "We didn't understand it either," Patrick added. "Can't say I'm not grateful, though." His eyes flickered to my throat, and he let loose a relieved sigh. For a moment I tensed, wondering how he seemed to know where the creature had attacked me. But when I recalled he'd been present for Alec's execution, I relaxed. The monster had gone straight for Alec's throat. While the major injuries had magically healed, my muscles ached and throbbed, my bones groaning with each breath. Then again, from the flickers of memory I retained, I'd been a living and breathing nightmare, so I supposed that had to take a toll on the body. Needing to do something with my hands, I took another sip from the canteen, ash still coating my tongue. "Get some rest. After you're better, we'll head to the X. The sooner the better." Patrick ran a heated finger down my cheek, and I involuntarily flinched. His green eyes sharpened at the movement, and he opened his mouth but promptly shut it. Whatever he wanted to say could obviously wait. "We'll be right here if you need us, Key," Jake promised, bestowing me with a tender smile brimming with adoration, love. "And I promise I won't take off into a sprint at the first sign of danger this time." I shook my head and gave him my best attempt at a smile. But he was right. I was tired. What good would I be to them if I could barely lift my head? Unconsciousness claimed me a minute later, sleep's pull too strong for me to resist. And just as I let go of the real world, about to greet the realm of dreams, an ethereal face flickered before my shut eyes, though it didn't belong to Jude or grandmother. I saw the face of the man I'd known most of my life. The face of the man who'd saved me. Copper. I smelled copper, metal, blood. My eyes snapped open. "Jake! Patrick! Get over here!" I shouted, jumping to my feet. The world wobbled precariously as a blurred image clouded my thoughts. Something I couldn't seem to hold on to tightly enough before it floated away. I shook my head. With the promise of that foul wind and the horrors it could inflict on us, I couldn't focus on whose face I might or might not have seen. I'd survived this far, and the battle wouldn't pause for me to gain my footing. My friends were at my side in an instant, hands on their daggers and eyes alert for danger. "Do not panic, but I think the wind that brought the hallucinations is back," I hissed, reaching for my own blade. "Ha! As if not panicking was at all possible." Jake's blue eyes turned dark. His best friend had killed himself as a result of that venomous breeze, and no doubt the memory of it hovered at the forefront of his thoughts.
"Last time you snapped us out of it, Key."
Patrick grabbed my other hand, positioning himself in front of me. His eyes retained an unfamiliar edge to them, but his touch was gentle.
"We just need to ride it out. You seem to be immune." "We stay by her side," Jake agreed, his voice raw with emotion. "We'll surround Key and hold on to one another."
Internally, I swore. The last time I'd saved them, my gloves had been off, and they didn't remember. Only Jude had been cognizant enough to recall the wounds painting my hands. But if my touch had been the reason I'd saved them, my scars. I'd been touched by a shadow beast, a creature of the night. Maybe my tainted skin had been the reason I could withstand the mist's influence.
"What's wrong?"
Jake asked, panic causing his voice to waver.
"Key?"
I sucked in a deep breath, noting the scent of copper growing closer, becoming more powerful. There were two choices, and neither of them ended well for me.
"I'm going to remove my gloves, and when I do, I don't want to hear any questions."
I eyed them both. Jake opened his mouth, but I narrowed my gaze into slits.
"No questions. I need you to trust me."
And not be afraid of me and run for the damned hills. It was a risk, showing them, exposing myself, but I couldn't allow my doubts to play a role in their demise. If they hurt themselves like Nick had, I'd never recover.
Screw what Uncle Micah had said, telling me to hide no matter the consequences. He wasn't here, and he sure as shit wasn't going to save us. I was. The monster was.
I didn't look at them as I peeled the leather from my fingers, the cool air kissing my bare flesh. The black scars shimmered beneath the moon, the traces of blue glimmering like fallen stars. Patrick gasped. Jake hissed. I ceased to breathe.
"Key,"
Patrick murmured, and I could feel his eyes burning into my skin. There was fear in his voice, genuine fear. But there was no time for that. I lifted my head at the same time as I grabbed them, forcing my fingers through theirs. Jake flinched, but to his credit, he didn't jerk away. Patrick gritted his teeth, eyeing where we touched, 1,001 emotions swirling across his irises. I blinked back tears as I beheld the disgust in his stare, disgust that had never crossed Jude's face. I cursed the commander for storming off. If anything happened to him while under the mist's influence, I didn't know what I'd do anymore, what horrors I was capable of when it came to him. All I could do now was hope he'd wandered far enough away from the path of the poisonous winds. "Just hold on and let it pass," I whispered, staring at my boots, willing to bear myself but not willing to hold their eyes. I added a quiet, "Trust me." Gods, I prayed they would listen. They could recoil in disgust later, once that coppery breeze left. It was chillingly silent as our breaths filled the void of sound, the overpowering scent riding the winds. I could taste the blood on the tip of my tongue.
"Is it working?"
Patrick asked with a quivering breath. "Well, you aren't trying to kill me this time," Jake muttered. "So that's an improvement already." My chest squeezed when Jake tightened his grip on me, even if his palms were slick with sweat. Freak, monster, witch. I'd been called all three and much more. Even though I wore my gloves after the attack, the so-called accident, the townspeople of Sealer all knew the truth, and no one wanted to be friends with someone who'd literally been touched by a creature of evil. "You know I'm going to ask later, Key, but for now, I sure as shit am not letting go." Jake nudged into my side, his signature teasing acting as a balm. Patrick paused, and I dared a peek at him. He tried to mask his fear, but I saw it all the same. My first friend, afraid of me. "It's all right," I said to him, faking a smile. "They're atrocious." The winds shifted east, and the metallic taste lessened a fraction. Patrick shook his head. "It's not that. It's just a shock, that's all. I've heard rumours and read accounts, but those touched by the shadow beasts never lived long enough to tell the tale. I thought it was some quirk, the gloves. We all have our armour." Patrick shrugged his shoulders. "I just thought the gloves were yours." They were my armour, just not in the way he'd imagined them to be. "Again, I'm just confused." He lingered on my hands once more, swallowing thickly. "Though please know that this changes nothing. I know what lies within your heart is pure and golden, and a few scars can't change that." Thankfully, Jake switched topics. "Anyone seen our brooding commander?" "We all saw him leave," Patrick said. "But even as pissed as he was, he should have stayed. We need him." I'd never heard Patrick speak so sternly. I swore the temperature dropped 10 degrees. "What exactly did you tell him?" I asked, still clutching both their hands. The danger hadn't left us yet. He sighed. "You and him are close. One day, and maybe one day soon, he's going to hurt you, and I can't stand to watch that happen. We all know who he belongs to." I didn't like that one bit, that word, belong. Jude shouldn't belong to anyone but himself. Or me, I thought selfishly. Still, his absence worried me. If he were out there alone, God knew what he faced, especially if the hallucinations began. Maybe we'd have a miraculous stroke of luck and Jude would be spared. I prepared to open my mouth and scream his name, hoping it would reach him beyond the trees, when a flare ignited in the night. And it wasn't fire.
Chapter 45. Jude. There is a boy I wish to acquire. They say he has mismatched eyes and scars slanting across one cheek. Find out where he will be a week from today. My spies have told me he holds immense value. I plan on seeing what he is capable of. Letter from King Syrian to Lieutenant Harlow, year 36 of the curse. I'd walked farther out than I should have. The camp was at least half a mile away, and Kiara and my recruits were alone, sitting ducks waiting for an attack. I forced myself to stop and turn, aiming back the way I'd come. Always protect your brothers. It was the first rule in our code. I'd already done a good job at screwing up every other decree in our sacred book, which was why I started to pick up my pace and enter into a sprint. Somewhere in the distance, I made out the telltale sound of hoofbeats pounding the earth. Slowing to a halt, I eased into a crouch behind a dense patch of reeds. Lifting my dagger, I waited, the horse's steady gallop growing louder. Leaves rustled at my back, and I spun, coming face to face with Kiara's mare, Starlight. I dropped my arm and sheathed my blade, letting loose a relieved breath, although her presence should have been impossible, considering the last time I'd seen her. Starlight nickered as she trotted over, her belly free of the arrow's puncture wound, her coat silken and smooth, as if she'd never been injured at all. Disbelieving, I froze, my pulse racing as I looked at her, truly looked for the first time. Something tugged at my thoughts, like a long-lost memory shoved into a dark, locked box. The mare stood before me, as still as a statue, suddenly reminding me of the marble fountain back at the palace, the one depicting Thea, Rayna's legendary mare. Neither of us moved, neither breathed. It was like the creature waited for me to make the first move. So I did, approaching her slowly, fearful of her racing away should I make a sudden movement. The horse just narrowed her eyes, the recognition in them appearing far too human. My fingers trembled slightly, as I ran them through her thick black mane, which looked much healthier than before. Gods, everything about her seemed healthier and more youthful. Starlight lowered her head and nuzzled my cheek without hesitation, her hot breath coming out in impatient puffs. "Where did you come from, girl? And how the hells are you still alive?" I asked, drawing away to inspect her. In place of an answer, she merely tossed her head to her still saddled back. The invitation was clear enough. "I won't say no to a ride." I grabbed the pommel and slipped my foot through the stirrup before hoisting myself into the saddle. I'd find the others quicker this way, and... Light flared behind my eyes. It was so crushingly bright that I fell across the mare's back, gripping her mane tightly. A shout rent the night, probably mine. For seconds, or maybe even minutes, I drowned in that light, barely holding on to the horse as I struggled for air. It was everywhere all at once, and I wasn't afforded a single coherent thought. Rather, I was gifted images. They raced across my mind, most too quick to grasp, but a few I snatched, tucking them away. The sun, bright in the sky, the world cast in a golden glow. Two lovers on a mountainside, professing their love. Them meeting at midnight, a blade glinting beneath the moon. Orbs of light dancing into the heavens, followed by a scream of heartbreak. The otherworldly light rippled around me as I clutched Starlight, its radiance dissipating and allowing me to suck in a shaking inhale. Soon, the shadows of the world crept up and engulfed the remaining rays, and the now familiar fog rose. I sat up in the saddle, my pulse racing. I didn't know how to describe what had just occurred, but I knew it wasn't some hallucination. Whatever I'd seen had been a gift given to me by the gods themselves. A warning. And if what those images had shown me was real, as I knew it was, then I had to warn Kiara. Now.
Chapter 46. Kiara. I do not fear death. I fear what I leave behind. There is so much Kiara doesn't yet know. I should tell her, explain what she is, but I want her to live just a little while longer in ignorant bliss. The moment she uncovers the truth, her life will end, and I fear it is all my doing. Letter from Aurora Adair to unknown recipient. Year 48 of the curse. Another curse fell from my lips. Jude needed to be here, with me, where I could protect him from himself. Don't even think about breaking contact, Key. Jude will find us soon, Jake asserted, tugging on my hand. His voice was firm and resolute, his vibrant blue eyes swimming with determination. Nick's death had been a warning, one he would heed. The metal in the air clogged my nostrils, the scent sweeping across the campsite. If the boys noticed, they didn't point it out. It appeared my tainted touch worked. I steadied my body and shut down my mind, relying on Uncle Micah's training. Uncle Micah? I swayed on my feet, the missing piece of my memory rushing to the surface. The man who'd rescued me. Those safe, familiar arms. Micah's weathered face hovering above my own like a dream. When the scent of copper had woken me, his face had been a blur, a hallucination I refused to accept was real. But now there was no denying the clarity of his features as they played out across my mind. Maybe the wind affected me after all. It was impossible that Micah was here, in the mist. A snarl ripped the air, and thoughts of Micah vanished like dust. I slowly turned my head. "Shit!" I hissed, following up that swear word with a few more colourful ones. My knees, which were already trembling, almost gave out entirely. Nick, or at least a version of him, hovered before us in the clearing. His skin, which had been pale before, was now the same colour as the masked creature's. The gaping wound on his neck, where he'd brought his own blade across his throat, had turned black and rotten, and as he stepped closer, I noted that his movements were rigid and ungainly, nothing like those of the nimble warrior I'd gotten to know.
Nick!
Jake sobbed. His friend's name was all he could manage. I tightened my grip on his hand in warning. No one knew quite how to react. The creature wearing Nick's face snarled again, low and deep in his throat. It was inhuman, wrong. By this time I was sure my fingers were bruising Jake's hand as I kept him in place. "Look at his clothing," Patrick said sadly. Indeed, pieces of shredded linen clung to his tall frame, the remnants of the cloths Jude and Isaiah had buried him in. Further proof that the boy we all knew was gone. "It's not him, Jake," I whispered, even though I suspected he wasn't listening. He was too focused on Nick, on his oldest and most loyal friend, his brother. Tears fell from Jake's eyes, who was no longer able to contain his grief. He started to pull on my hand, desperately trying to break free and run across the small clearing. "Jake, no!" I snapped, forcing bite into my tone. The copper in the air was almost gone, but I worried about the lingering effects. Then again, the creature might attack, and holding hands wouldn't save us from his teeth. "Let go of me!" Jake thundered, and Patrick tightened his own grip as our friend thrashed. Jake's golden cheeks were slicked with wetness, his eyes full of hope. "It's you! It's really you!" He kicked out at me, lost to his delirium. "I knew you'd find me again, you always did!" My heart broke, shattered, and fell into the white clouds at our feet like broken glass. "That isn't him," I repeated. But it didn't matter. Jake managed to break free from me and Patrick, and he was bolting across the ground toward the undead Nick before I could reach out. The creature smiled, his teeth yellowed, the gaps crusted with what looked like blood. Nick turned his glassy eyes to me. Before Jake could throw his arms around him, Nick thrust his hand out, sending him flying through the air and onto his back. Only the top of Jake's head remained visible. He didn't move from where he lay, likely stunned beyond all belief. Nick ambled my way much like a predator. The sides of his mouth curled up further, revealing sharp, pointed canines. Red coated them. "Key," Patrick warned, still grasping me. "Pat, I see it." It, not him. I had to keep reminding myself of that fact. His body wasn't old enough to have decayed to the same extent as those of the other masked men, but there wasn't a question that he wasn't alive. My blade was in my hand and flying through the air in the span of a blink. Nick shifted at the last second, the tip of my dagger missing him by less than an inch. "Shit!" Patrick finally released me, stepping back. "We need to get out of here!" Jake hadn't moved from where he'd been tossed, but I felt his hurt from across the distance. I'd become so attuned to my friends that his heartache felt like my own, and in a way it was. When Nick had died, I'd finally permitted myself to love Patrick and Jake. I'd realized how quickly life could be stolen. I reached for Patrick and yanked him to me, snatching his blade from his sheath before he could protest. I knew he had an extra blade at his ankle should he need to protect himself, and I'd not lose one more second. Neither would Jake, Patrick, Jude. We'd live to see another day. I'd raised the weapon high into the air, preparing to lunge at Nick, to kill him for the second time, when a flicker of recognition sharpened his eyes. Against my will, I paused. And that pause was my damnation. As quickly as it had appeared, that spark in his eyes vanished and Nick dove, his teeth elongating into fine points aimed directly at me, at my throat. There wasn't time to shift out of the way. We toppled to the ground, Nick's body like a brick wall as he landed on top of me. He snapped his teeth, his jaw unhinging, and his jagged fingernails dug painfully into my skin. "Nick!" Jake screamed from somewhere in the distance. "Fight this!" He still held out hope that his friend was trapped somewhere in that shell of a body. I couldn't blame him. I'd probably feel the same way. Sometimes, in order not to break, we saw only what we wanted, what we needed. Patrick yelled and cursed, trying his best to pull Nick off me, but it was no use. Pat's dagger was pinned at my side, along with my arms. Still, I bucked and kicked, but Nick lowered his head, undeterred, and he aimed for my throat. Jake continued to call out to the monster atop me, though I barely registered much of anything and my shadows were too stunned to make an appearance. "One moment of hesitation will get you killed," Micah's old warning repeated in my head. Of course his voice would be the last one I ever heard. Nick reared back and brought his teeth to my neck, the pointed canines poised above my artery. He jerked, just as black blood oozed from his right eye. It dripped onto my face as he slumped forward, a choked noise bubbling from his throat. I blinked, stunned to see the pointed end of a blade peeking through an eye that was once a warm shade of honey. Patrick appeared and shoved Nick to the side, off me, just as a final rush of air left his undead body. Jake stood above me, his hands bloodied and dripping wet with that rotten black. He lifted his gaze from his unmoving friend and met my eyes. The light blue in them darkened, and his shoulders drooped before his knees gave out beneath him. "Jake," I whispered, unable to feel anything at all. He'd killed for me, chosen me. I managed to crawl to him, to wrap my arms around his neck. He didn't embrace me as I clutched him, my gloveless fingers digging into his back. My chest shook as I let loose sobs of my own, tears streaming down my face, overwhelmed by both grief and love. Jake's tears melded with my own, pattering to the ground like rain. He didn't hold me back, but he leaned into my chest and rested his head atop my hair. I felt Patrick's presence looming above, but he didn't touch us or provide comfort of his own. Maybe he stayed back, allowing us time for ourselves. When Jake pulled away first, his gaze was just as clouded as before, but he took my face between his hands. "Family," he said. One word, but a word that spoke thousands more. Hesitantly, I lifted my scarred hands to his face. This time, he didn't flinch at the sight of them. He leaned into my touch. "Family," I echoed, wishing I could swallow his heartache for my own, that I could take away the torment that would surely follow him for the rest of his days. Until then, I'd fight for him, just as he had for me. When I looked around us, searching for Patrick, wanting to tell him how much he'd come to mean to me as well, I saw nothing but shadows and white trees. Jake cursed, swiping at his eyes. He, too, scanned the woods. Patrick was gone.
Chapter 47. Jude. The mortal who deceived Raina disappeared the night he betrayed her. There are no records of him, his name wiped entirely from record. Some say he was handsome, others say he was grotesque and fearsome. The only commonality the rumours share is the colour of his eyes. Camille Ashton, Assyrian historian, year 40 of the curse. They weren't at the camp, not where I'd left them when I'd stormed off into the woods. I dropped from Starlight's back to inspect the chaos of footprints. There had been a scuffle of some sort, a fight. I was too late. Someone could have hurt her, and at the thought, heat swept through my blood, and my skin burned with fury. Starlight grew agitated behind me, her hooves pounding the dirt, her head swaying back and forth as if to tell me to hurry, as if I already didn't suspect that the worst was yet to come. Mounting the anxious mare, I eyed the faint tracks, all leading north. The footprints were spaced far apart, which meant they'd been in a rush, possibly running from an enemy. It also meant I had no time to waste. I nudged Starlight forward with the heels of my boots, taking off into the night. I could have sworn the trees shone as I passed, the blue and silver leaves shifting colours, turning into a muted green. Even the fog seemed to part for me. I was burning from the inside out and too lost in my own head to care. I had to get to her. I had to get to Kiara before the man who'd fooled us all finished the job he'd started decades ago.
Chapter 48. Kiara. Our old friend died today, and my heart is broken. Perhaps Juniper's death has weakened my resolve for our sacred mission, but I implore you to seek another way. Her final words to me were, "Look to Fortuna." I'm not sure what the city of gambling...
Take this brief pause to let your mind settle. The journey ahead awaits with new emotions and new discoveries.
And sin has to do with this, but as one of the Elder Knights you have access where I do not. Letter from Aurora Adair to unknown recipient. Year 46 of the curse. Jake and I had taken off into the woods. We screamed Patrick's name while racing through the underbrush, sharp reeds and fallen branches tearing into our clothes. Bleeding and out of breath, we pressed on, cupping our hands to our lips and calling out to our friend. No one answered. A wave of clammy cold washed over my face, and a band of sweat soon formed around my brow like a crown. Jake, as though sensing my unease, slid his bloodied hand into mine. I had forgotten to put my gloves back on, but he didn't hesitate, and he hadn't hesitated when he'd driven that blade into his friend's skull. I squeezed him back. At least now we knew how the masked creatures came to be. They were raised from the dead. All of those who perished in the cursed lands became monsters. I shivered, thinking of Isaiah. I didn't think I'd have the heart to tell Jude. With Patrick's life on the line, Jake and I ran through the trees, shoving aside the swinging ivory branches reaching out like claws. We ran until our chests heaved and our exhales were nothing but wheezing pants. So much had been lost already, and we couldn't lose Patrick. Whatever had taken him hadn't left a trail of blood, so he might still be alive. Again, my hope refused to be killed. "Key!" Jake pulled me to a halt. "We're running in circles." "We know where Jude planned to go." To the mysterious X. "Maybe Patrick knew to flee that direction. Or he'd been taken by a monster and was lying in a pool of his own blood." My fingertips buzzed, and ice skittered down my spine. My very own monster yearned to be let free, yet something held it back. "We should find Jude first," Jake rasped, out of breath. "Together we can look for Pat. Jude's been here before and survived, and he has that map the king gave him." Jude might have stormed off into the woods to clear his head, but I suspected he would have returned. He might be a knight, first and foremost, and dedicated to the mission, but deep down, I knew he wouldn't just leave. "What do we do, Key?" Both of Jake's hands clasped my arms, his head angled as he questioned my tear-lined eyes. "What do we do?" "Key?" Jake pushed, shaking me. I heaved a sigh. I might not want this, to make this call, but I was being forced to. "Maddox would return to where we camped first, and if he discovered we weren't there, he'd head to the X." I tried to put myself in his shoes, thinking of what he would do upon finding us gone. He would hope we'd have the brains to meet him should we be separated. And Patrick? He was alone out here. He'd hardly been able to defend himself back at the sanctum. Deep down I suspected he'd been acting oddly as of late, and he had slowly begun to stare at me as if I held more importance for him than a mere friend. Had I unknowingly pushed him away as a result? Was he hurt, angry with me for how I felt for the commander? I wanted to crumble, to fall to the earth and shed a million tears, tears that currently prickled my eyes with every blink, begging to be freed. My first friend, the one I'd promised I would always protect. I couldn't breathe. "Then we need to hurry!" Jake let go of me, and something akin to determination lifted his shoulders. I wanted to tell him I was so damned sorry he'd had to kill his friend. Even if it hadn't been Nick anymore, it had still borne his face. But I couldn't do that. We had to move. The night tilted and blurred, those blasted tears pushing to be released, but not one more drop fell. "Let's go then," I ground out, my tone full of steel. "We march ahead." To the X, and all the other unknowns that could easily wreck me. We'd been walking for an hour. Jake didn't ask for a break, and I didn't stop to allow us one. From what I remembered of the map, we had to follow the brightest star. We'd been close already, so I speculated we would arrive within the next half hour. Jake remained by my side, his long legs keeping pace. The moon shone down on his russet skin, morbid shadows skimming his lower lids. The farther we walked, the less dense the blue-tinged fog became. That was something to be thankful for. We could finally see where we were headed. Not that I believed for 1 second that the mist's influence had been diminished. Uncle always said that danger liked to hide in plain sight. It was 20 or so minutes later, when we'd both passed the point of exhaustion, that the ground softened. The gleaming silver in the leaves grew less apparent, and a subtle green tinge painted the bark. I couldn't help but twist my head and take in the jade hue, which was so unlike anything I'd seen outside that magical glen Jude and I had stumbled across. But the world was changing, colour slowly seeping into the chasm of white and dull blue. Jake plucked a leaf, holding it to his eye for inspection. He muttered a low curse. It couldn't be much farther. I brought my hand out behind me. Wait, I murmured, shutting my eyes and giving over to my instincts. There was a buzzing sound. Whatever it was, it beckoned, calling out into the gloom and seeking me like a tender memory. Jake went stock still. What do you hear? The trees shook so violently and forcefully that the fragile leaves attached to the branches flitted down to the forest floor. The ground rocked beneath my boots, and I braced myself, hands on either side of me for balance, my knife clutched securely. Jake hissed as ivory roots erupted from the soil, rising into the misty air and slithering out to reach us. Grabbing hold of him, I spun us around, preparing to bolt in the opposite direction. We weren't afforded the chance. More vines and roots and branches came to life, weaving through the brittle underbrush, some knitting together, creating an unyielding wall. Or a cage. I shrank in on myself, my hands aching, ice numbing everything but innate fear. The forest fought to trap us, our growing cage making escape all but impossible as it rose into the air, the intricate braiding solid and impenetrable. Hisses saturated the air, and Jake and I swiveled around, searching for their source. Hazy silhouettes materialized from the other side of the gloom, behind the wooden cage. They floated, humanoid in appearance, though their faces were blank, featureless. Only pale, white-blue light emanated from them, from where their eyes should have been. Jake lifted his dagger as if that would do much of anything. He pressed his back against mine, his sweat seeping into my shirt. We were well and truly screwed. The floating creatures merely rested where they were, their two long arms drifting at their sides, their soft blue gowns whipping at their bare feet in a supernatural breeze I didn't feel. Against my will, dark shadows coiled at my fingers like extensions of myself. I could feel the kiss of the air they touched, could scent the divinity around us. This wasn't only the mist playing tricks. Kiara? My name seemed to come from all directions. It was deep and familiar, and I knew instantly who spoke. The man who had rescued me. "Come out and show yourself," I growled, my fear sinking, replaced by my shadows and the adrenaline they gifted. A bone-chilling chuckle rattled the leaves, and then, "Always so impatient." Jake, likely too stunned to speak, merely snatched my free hand. "I thought I was imagining it, you know," I began with false calm. "But you were real. Your arms, your voice. What I couldn't understand is how you were here." The spectral forms wavered in and out of focus, their blue and white lights sputtering. Another silhouette appeared, this one shrouded in black, though it did little to mask his sheer size. He stood not 10 feet away, a cape billowing behind him. Micah always did have a flair for the dramatic. "I never tried to hide myself from you," he said, stepping closer. The moon highlighted his weathered and wise face, the greying beard, the steel eyes brightened with sapphire blue. "You simply never asked the right questions." "You know him," Jake hissed. His body trembled. "I thought I did," I whispered back, not sure whether I wanted to fall to my knees or bolt for the cage and tear it to pieces. "That's who rescued me, right after the masked leader had drunk from me, choking on my tainted blood like poison. I thought I'd made it all up, or maybe I didn't want to remember. My life already felt like a lie, and Micah had been a constant, however merciless he'd been growing up. Nevertheless, here he stood, or hovered. "Everything I've done has been to help you, Kiara. Everything." He growled the word, a line forming between his brows. "Whether you believe it or not, I crafted you into the warrior you are today. You've always been special. But after you were attacked in the woods, after you became what you are, I had to intervene." My upper lip threatened to curl back. "Who are you really?" I asked. He definitely wasn't my uncle. That was a damned fact. Micah sighed. "Aurora. She prayed for my help, and I answered." My brows scrunched. "Aurora? What does my grandmother have to do with all of this?" I waved my hand around the mist to the figures cloaked in blue light. They had yet to move. "Why pretend to be my uncle? Why train me to fight?" Now my eyes prickled and burned. I wasn't sure if I could keep my promise to myself to hold back my tears. The years of lies were a betrayal that pierced too deep. "Aurora gave her life to a cause, a vital one." Micah cocked his head, assessing me in that typical, calculated way of his. I knew him so well, and yet I didn't know him at all. "She'd suspected what resided inside of you ever since you were born, and after you survived the Shadow Beast's attack, it was confirmed." He wanted me to ask, to beg and plead for scraps of information. I didn't. "So stubborn," Micah chided after some moments had passed. "I suppose I always did like that best about you." He waved a hand, and the shining figures in their light scattered. I stepped up to the cage, every nerve electrified. "Did you do this?" I asked, searching the twining wood for a weak spot. There was none. He raised a shoulder. "Only so I could warn you without you trying to kill me, or hurting yourself as you failed to kill me." "Who are you?" I asked again, my teeth nearly bared. "Tell me. No more lies, Uncle." Gods, I was sick of them. He didn't pause for long. "Aurora Adair was a sun priestess." My heart thundered in my ears as he spoke. "She devoted her life to Raina at a young age, but years after the goddess's disappearance, Aurora chose love and family instead of prayer." Micah scoffed. "That was until you were born on the longest night of the year, shaking the earth as you emerged from your mother's womb. When Aurora held you, when you placed your tiny hand in hers, she claimed your touch branded her." Grandmother's scar on her thumb. She'd always refused to tell me how she'd gotten it. I don't understand. Truer words had never been spoken. "You burned her with a divine heat, a power that could only belong to one goddess," Micah explained. "She knew then what you possessed, a little bit of Raina's magic. She kept it to herself until the attack in the woods, fear prompting her to journey to my temple a week later begging for help. The second I saw the mark from above, I fell, materializing before her. While Raina and I may not have gotten along well in the past, I was one of the only gods Aurora could ask, and one of the few who might deign to help. So she implored me for aid, and I gave it to her." He rubbed at his bearded chin, his brow crinkling as if in confusion. "I believe you humans may say my actions were born of guilt." My knees wobbled. I was going to fall, pass out, throw up. If my grandmother went to him for help, Then that meant... Shit. Uncle Michael was more than a mere liar. He was a god. Why act as if you were family? Why the charade? Out of all the secrets, that's the one that tugged at my heart. I should have asked 1,000 other questions. Jake touched my back and I flinched. I'd forgotten he was there. I made the mistake of giving in to my jealousy 50 years ago. It was I who gave her lover the Godslayer blade that would split Raina's magic, and I've regretted my actions every moment since. Something akin to shame, if a god could feel shame, clouded his glacial eyes. I decided I would train you personally, and make sure you were ready for the battle ahead. His gaze flicked to my exposed hands. I didn't want you to know about the darkness within you, he said, reading my thoughts. If you gave in and used your unnatural powers, I feared it would overtake you, as it eventually does all shadow beasts. But you were made for bigger things, and I had to make sure you remained pure and that you survived long enough to meet him. Jake's fingers dug painfully into my shoulder as we awaited Micah's next words. "Who is him?" Jake asked, his voice a quivering whisper. Micah smiled, a sad smile that felt more grim than hopeful. "You've already met the man who was born to hold all 3 pieces of Raina's power and take his place in the heavens." He glanced over his shoulder. "He'll be here shortly, though I fear I cannot intervene any more than I have. I've done more than I should have as it is, and the rest I will leave to you. It's going to be a long fight, and you have powerful enemies who want nothing more than to stop you from succeeding." His form began to glimmer and shudder, but before he faded into the mist, he spoke. "My true name is Arlo, god of earth and soil, and you, Kiara Frey, born on the longest night of the year, contain one of 3 pieces of the lost sun goddess." My shadows furled at my fingers, slipping past the cage and reaching for a man who claimed to be a god. Arlo dipped his chin. "You are one of the keys."
Chapter 49. Jude. There isn't much known about Raina's mortal life. It is said that she married and had a child, but none have been officially recorded. She did well to hide her identity and that of her descendants. Although, one historian claims, Raina had a daughter, her hair the colour of midnight, and her eyes the deepest honey. Excerpt from Assyrian Lore, A Tale of the Gods. The horse seemed to have a decent idea where she was going, or rather, she sure as shit didn't let me lead her. Starlight galloped through the dense fog, not once stumbling or slowing. She was an arrow in the night, her deep chocolate coat warm against all the cold white trees we passed, her strong limbs a blur. "Slow down!" I yelled, yanking on her reins, hardly able to keep upright in the saddle. But she didn't listen. If anything, she increased her pace, whinnying at me as if in warning. I swore, gripping tightly to the pommel, my body bouncing wildly as we flew. 10 minutes passed before the stubborn mare reduced her speed to a trot, and I squinted into the gloom, expecting masked men or monsters or some unknown enemy to jump out at me and end my life. Nothing leaped out and grabbed me, and I heard only the wind whistling through the trees. But then, a voice, one I'd know anywhere. I pushed into Starlight's sides, urging her forward to where that sharp, strong voice rose with frightening resolve. Kiara. It was her, and she was speaking, which meant she was alive, which meant... The mare halted. When she wouldn't move another inch, I dismounted, wasting no time in sprinting to Kiara. When the clouds dispersed, and I could see no more than 10 feet in front of me, I snatched my dagger. Roots and branches and other parts of the forest had grown high, tangling together to form a cage. Trapped within were Kiara and Jake, their mouths open and eyes wide, "Where did he go?" Jake yelled, head swiveling around the enclosure. "Who?" I asked, only looking at Kiara, making sure she was unharmed and whole. A growl left me when I noticed the dried blood on her face, and I grabbed the damned wooden bars with my bare hands, trying to yank apart the vines and branches. She simply stared ahead, lost in thought, her usually sharp features soft and uncertain. What had happened here? Gods, she didn't even look at me. I grunted with the effort, but eventually I managed to tear a decent hole in the cage. Reaching inside, I seized her hand. I'd never seen doubt mar her so terribly. "Kiara," I whispered, gently taking her scarred hand in mine. The blue hue of her hands, which had once been masked by the inky black, seemed to shimmer as our fingers entwined. Coldness seeped into my skin where she held me, but I pulled her to the opening I'd made. "Please come out." We could talk about why she was in a wooden cage in a moment, but right then I had the overwhelming need to hold her, even briefly. I would have to let her go, I knew, but seeing her so small and frightened did something strange to my heart. It thumped against my ribs, painful and feral, like a cornered animal. Kiara allowed me to help her through the gap, and Jake followed after, his blue eyes dark and full of panic. I didn't give a damn if Jake saw me wrap my arms around her and tug her close. Not that he appeared at all surprised. "Can someone please explain to me what happened?" I asked, studying the enclosure. Jake's gaze shifted to Kiara, who proceeded to glance down between our bodies. I had yet to release her. "Look at me," I commanded, lifting her chin. Kiara swallowed hard enough for me to track the movement. When her bright, nearly yellow eyes found mine, they were brimming with a different kind of grief. "My uncle," she whispered, so low I hardly heard her. "Or not my uncle, I mean. He was here." "Your uncle?" Kiara nodded, shaking me off. My arms fell to my sides, itching to return to where they belonged. I held back as she paced. "He was never my uncle," she snapped. "And my grandmother, she lied to me my entire life." Kiara's face became a contorted mess of emotion. "Everything I have ever known has been a cruel lie." She lifted her injured hands, laughing mockingly. "I'm a fucking key, Jude." I took a cautious step, but she hissed in warning. "He said he was Arlo, god of earth and soil. A god." She gave me her back and resumed her pacing. Jake's eyes darted between us, looking just as confused as I felt. But then he lingered on me, as if examining me for the first time. "I'm one of the 3 keys," Kiara repeated, stilling in place before spinning around. "He, Arlo, said I was, that I have a piece of Raina in my soul, and that my grandmother was a damned sun priestess, like one of the old sun priestesses devoted to Raina before the curse." She laughed at the last part, as though that were the most absurd thing she'd said. "I'm a monster with a piece of a god," she cackled, lifting up her hands, twisting them for us to see. A monster? I had no clue what she meant. And if she was one of the keys, then why were we sent here? Syrian's map burned a hole in my pocket. If I wasn't mistaken, we should be at or near the marked X. "Kiara, we will figure this out." I damned the consequences and took a brazen step. "We just need a moment to talk." "You don't get it," she whispered. "I was attacked by a shadow beast. That's how I got my damned scars, and I don't know how that affects any of this. If it taints the magic I apparently possess. Magic that doesn't even belong to me." I froze. Her scars. A shadow beast had attacked her. How she even managed to survive in the first place was a miracle. I squared my shoulders. It didn't matter what happened 10 years ago. What mattered was keeping her safe now. Lightning struck nearby, the force of it causing my knees to wobble. Another bolt hit in the same spot about 50 feet east. Jake sidled to her, his arms hovering protectively before her. I didn't think he was aware of how he safeguarded Kiara with his own body. "What now?" I groaned, not in the mood for more games. I needed a second to process what Kiara had revealed. Her uncle was a god? Her grandmother some old sun priestess? And the part about her being a key? There was more to the story. And I'd finally learned the secret behind her scars. I'd been gone all of a couple hours, and all hells had broken loose. "Key!" Her name was called from afar, the familiar voice causing the hair on my arms to raise. I grabbed my dagger and patted my thigh, assuring myself my second blade was securely strapped in place. Patrick called for her again, and before I could reach for her to stop her from making a huge mistake, she bolted. Shadows trailed after, cloaking her from sight, wisps of blue glittering like gems in the chaos of onyx. Kiara didn't stop as I continued to scream her name, trying to tell her the truth about her friend. As fast as I was, she ran faster, carried by whatever supernatural magic she'd summoned. Who knew what she could do, touched by the dark power of a shadow beast, and with a key inside her? I hurtled forward, slowing when I reached a wide clearing bursting with soft lilac and blue midnight blooms. Patrick stood in the very center, his arms outstretched in welcome, a smile on his boyish face. Kiara ran to him, returning his smile, his name on her lips. She flung her arms around his neck, squeezing him tight. I started to run again, shouting at her to get back, away from Patrick, but it didn't matter. Patrick reached into his jacket and plunged a dagger into her chest.
Chapter 50. Kiara. A man visited our temple. He was young, handsome, and undeniably arrogant. He asked me if a woman possessing brilliant red hair had ever visited us. I lied, of course, but I have a feeling he will be back. There was something lurking behind those pale green eyes of his. I hesitate to use the word evil, but it is the only word I can use to describe what I felt. Found in the diary of Juniper Marchand, Sun Priestess, year 30 of the curse. Patrick. My voice wasn't my own. It was a rasp of a thing, a choked hiss. Pain radiated from my chest, searing stabs of blistering lightning. I couldn't take in a breath, and blackness swept across my eyes, muting an already dark world. "Oh, Key," Patrick said, his voice not sounding the same. It was severe and biting, cruel. "I've been waiting for this moment for a very long time." He twisted the knife, and I gasped. Why? I staggered back, peering between our bodies to the dagger currently embedded in my chest, inches below my heart. My eyes went back to him. Patrick smiled. "All this time I thought you were the only one I needed, but really, I needed him too, the true descendant of the sun goddess." He scoffed, the sound bitter. "For decades I followed that insipid sun priestess, a favourite of Rayna's around the realm. Apparently it was your precious Aurora who aided my dearest love when she fell, when she became a worthless human." Patrick swallowed thickly, briefly squeezing his eyes as if in regret. "If she had simply waited before fleeing, I would have made sure she stayed immortal, ruling at my side. But instead she chose not to trust me, chose to think the worst before I even had time to explain." The blade was yanked from my chest and in his hand before I could register the pain. Blood bubbled up in my throat and I sputtered, spitting red on the ground. Behind me I heard Jude shouting, anguish tainting his voice. But all I could focus on was the boy in front of me, who wasn't really a boy at all. "You're the mortal man she fell in love with." It wasn't a question. Patrick was the man who'd cut her to pieces, who'd cursed us all to darkness. The flickers of sorrow vanished from his features. "Yes, Raina did love me, but it wasn't enough for either of us. She was content with me always being below her, never her equal. It ruined us. There was no trace of the person I'd gotten to know all these weeks, the friend who'd protected me, taken me under his wing, the boy who'd taught me how to open myself up and allow another in. I'd fallen for his lies without much of a fight, all because he'd reminded me of Liam. Maybe that had been his plan the entire time. Raina's traitorous lover. He'd impaled her with a blade gifted to him by Arlo in the hopes of stealing her magic for himself. He could argue he did it for love all he wanted, but his words would ring hollow. Love was acceptance, and Patrick had never accepted Raina for what she was. No. He coveted her, turning her into the object of his envy. A wave of dizziness had me swaying, and Patrick watched with an emotionless expression as I tumbled to the ground, gasping for air. Gods, I felt cold, and it wasn't the kind of cold that came when I used my shadows. No, this was the coldness of death. "Step away from her!" Jude snarled from behind me. I felt hands grasp me, moving up and down my arms, inspecting my wound. I couldn't feel much of anything other than his warmth. Wherever he touched, heat singed my skin, chasing away that persistent chill. Why was he so warm? It hurt, his touch, even as I welcomed it. "Jude," I whispered, blood filling my mouth, making it hard to speak. Peering through my lashes, I found his stare on Patrick, his mismatched eyes changing, shifting into something new. He inhaled sharply, his rage causing his body to tremble, and when he opened his eyes once more, they were molten, literally filled with glowing fire and scorching wrath. I blinked at the impending darkness, Jude and his fiery eyes coming in and out of focus. I'd lose consciousness soon. And then I would well and truly die. Before my lids closed, I noticed Jude give a subtle jerk of his head. It would have gone unnoticed by anyone else, but I'd become too aware of him, of his every move and every breath. Steps pounded like muted drums, and then Jake spoke, his tone dripping acid. "You were supposed to be my friend," he seethed. I couldn't see him, but I felt his temper swell. "Why betray us?" My eyes were fully closed now, and the sweet pull of nothingness called out to me. It would be so easy to slip away, to give in and finally find peace. "Stay with me!" Jude's voice hissed above my ear. Jake was still talking, screaming at Patrick. I didn't hear Patrick's reply, but they were arguing. I understood then that Jake was working to distract him. Fingers pressed against my bloodied flesh, and that warmth I felt crawled across my gaping wound like spreading flames eating away at cloth. It consumed me in an instant, the agony not permitting me to scream. Jude gripped me harshly, his fingers biting into my skin. Managing to peel open my lids, I glimpsed his determined stare, his injured eye a bright orb of liquid gold, his other filled with a dusky yellow. "You're not leaving me, Kiara," he commanded, nostrils flaring. "I won't allow it." He let out a reverberating growl, more animal than man. "You say you're a monster." He dug deeper into the wound, and tears streaked my cheeks. "But a monster didn't rescue me, didn't make me believe in hope again." A strangled noise sounded from deep in my throat. Something was happening to me, my body quivering and burning and full of magic. "You saved me. Kiara Frey. You are the only light I will vow to protect." I shattered then, gold flashing behind my eyes, a buzzing working its way from my toes to the crown of my head, and all the while Jude held me, telling me to hold on, demanding I not leave him here alone. I clung on to those words, to his pleas. They held me to this plane as I burned alive. He wasn't strong enough to endure what happened next. One moment I was in Jude's arms, and the next I detonated, the force of power leaving my body, sending me tumbling around and around across the grey soil. Dirt got into my mouth, my eyes, my nose. My limbs were so battered I barely felt the impact. But my chest, that hurt in ways I didn't know was possible. Jaw clenched in determination, I thrust up and onto my elbows, lifting my head and searching for the knight who had thoroughly given me his heart. "How predictable," Patrick grumbled, moving to a curled-up figure 10 feet away. Jude groaned, shifting onto his side, feebly reaching for his dagger. I turned my head, finding Jake sprawled on the ground where he'd confronted Patrick, his eyes closed. I wasn't sure he breathed. "You've played the martyr before, haven't you, Commander? But did you ever wonder what it would be like to play a different role? One where you weren't an afterthought, a side note?" I screamed when Patrick kicked Jude's side, his boot digging into the commander's ribs. "You used the precious time Jake afforded you to help her, when you could have come for me and ended this once and for all." He tutted, disappointed. "I'm surprised the prophecy those sun priestesses always whine about hasn't worked. You're both vessels for Rayna's light, both drawn to one another. If anyone could have made that inane prophecy come true, it would have been you." I didn't know much of the law, and I scrambled to understand his meaning. But all thoughts of the mysterious prophecy were wiped away when Patrick grasped Jude's hair, yanking his head up. He held a blade in his hand, and he swiped it across the uninjured side of Jude's face. A river of red slid down Jude's cheek, his new wound deep. Now it'll match," Patrick said darkly. "If you were to live, I'd say this new scar would be a reminder to put yourself first for once." He dropped Jude without care and turned to the soil, bending to his knees. Holding out his hand, he sliced across his palm, adding more blood to the mix. This clearing, before the curse, was sacred, blessed by Arlo himself. It's the mysterious X you've been searching for, and we are the keys. He gestured to me and Jude. "You, me, and him." He snarled out the word. "Only when I feed the soil with the blood of all three can I bring forth the Godslayer." He rolled his eyes as if he'd made a silly mistake. "Or in this case, the weapon I'll use to create a god." I gritted my teeth, crawling over to where Jude lay motionless. From the corner of my eye, I saw Patrick plunge the bloodied weapon into the ground beside a patch of flourishing midnight blooms, his face lighting up as his plan slowly came to fruition. How long he must have waited for this moment of pain. I'd just made it over to Jude's side and turned back to Rayna's former lover when black roots sprouted from the earth, 3 midnight blooms growing around the hilt of an onyx dagger. Patrick's twisted smile grew, and he pulled the weapon from the earth. It wasn't the same weapon he'd used to stab me, nor was it the one he'd used to slice Jude's face. That one had been dull and silver. This one was monstrous. The intricate hilt was fashioned of gleaming vines, pointed thorns poking out at the sides and below the handle. The blade itself was sheer black metal, decorated with glowing white symbols I didn't recognize. "Finally," Patrick sighed, twisting it from side to side. "Now I can do this properly. And this time there's no one standing in my way to claim what I worked so hard for. Love truly is overvalued." I gently prodded Jude's shoulder as Patrick rose and started to stride over, but the commander remained unmoving. He let out a raspy groan, my name on his lips. "You need to get up," I breathed, clumsily rising. I peered down to my chest, expecting blood to be seeping from the stab wound, but through the shredded linen of my shirt I saw only dry, raised skin, the gash seemingly stitched together and healed. I gasped, turning down to Jude. Patrick was beaming, full of triumph. Jude probably didn't even know what he was doing, he mused, slowing 5 feet away. All those years, and he never used his gift, the magic inside of him. Patrick shook his head. Only with you did he use it, and he used it fruitlessly. I merely needed you alive long enough to get to this place, to retrieve what is rightfully mine. The enchantment requires fresh blood, after all. Patrick lifted the blade. At least now you can die together, like the foolish heroes from lore. He advanced, the Godslayer in his hand, a slight glow illuminating his skin. It's funny, because I always sensed the third piece nearby, wherever you were. Initially, I thought it had to be a recruit. His stare briefly landed on Jake, who released a soft groan. I thanked the gods he lived. While I had my suspicions about the commander, it wasn't until the village attack that I knew for certain. Right after he burned those vile beasts alive. So Patrick was the one who'd attacked Jude. I grimaced, hating myself more for allowing him beyond my walls and trusting him. Patrick had hurt Jude, had planned on killing him before he discovered he was of use. If I'd only looked beyond his exterior, I might have seen the clues, how he'd tried to turn me against the commander, the moments when his tone would become hard and cutting, the story of Rosie, the woman he supposedly cared for. He was a master manipulator, and I'd made it far too easy for him to accomplish his goal. A blur of limbs rammed into Patrick's side, knocking him down with a roar. "Jake!" He rose to his feet, a nasty bruise on his cheek, one eye already swelling shut. He lurched back from the traitor, the immortal lover of the sun goddess, and he spit on his face. "That was for Nick," he said. If Patrick hadn't cursed them all, Nick would still be alive. So many others would still be alive. Patrick swiped at his cheek, the thick glob of spit smearing the dirt, painting him. Overhead, the moon shone brighter, as if it wished to see the fight unfolding clearly. I noted how red seeped around it in a bloodied ring. I clutched at Jude, trying to haul him up and to his feet. He groaned, but he rose with me, leaning against me for support. Whatever he'd done for me had weakened him. His body burned, his heat seeping through my shirt and causing my own flesh to tingle uncomfortably. "That wasn't smart," Patrick growled at Jake, though his smirk hadn't yet fallen. "I've wanted to kill you for weeks now, and you've just given me an excuse." Jake screeched as Patrick lifted a hand and clenched his fingers into a fist, his eyes aglow with foreign magic. Tendrils of steam and sparks of fire whispered around Jake's body, and my friend slumped to the ground once more, curling into a ball as he writhed in agony. Patrick had decades on us, years of practicing his magic. Jude only just discovered that part of himself, and healing me had nearly destroyed him. "You were my friend!" I screamed, stealing Patrick's attention away from Jake. He dropped his arm, and Jake shook from the after-effects of Patrick's magic, or of his stolen magic. "We all cared about you!" Tears dripped from my eyes and into the murky depths of the mist. "I would have given my life to protect you!" "You're giving me your life anyway," Patrick said coldly. Jude lifted his head. "I will tear you limb from limb if you hurt her." Yes, Patrick cut him off. "You can threaten me if it makes you feel better, but it won't change the ending. Though I'll kill you first and carve out Raina's magic before I kill her. It's much harder to watch someone you care for bleeding out. Believe me, I'd know. And yet he'd stab Rayna all over again. He only regretted failing. The arms slung around my shoulders scorched my shirt, and the smell of burning cloth clogged my nostrils. When I hissed, Jude jerked away, realizing what he'd inadvertently done. He didn't go far, though. What Patrick had said about Jude being Rayna's mortal descendant? I didn't understand it. But the way his eyes had glowed, how hot his skin felt, hells, how he'd healed me. It all made some sort of screwed-up sense.
"It's 3 against 1, Patrick,"
Jude spit out, the fearsome mask of the commander sliding back into place despite his exhaustion.
"I like those odds."
Patrick cocked his head, and a chill went down my spine.
"Who said it was only me?"
Chapter 51. Jude. Lorien, god of beasts and prey, is more creature than man. He roams the woods like a lone wolf, searching for a pack, for a soul that matches his own. In all his many years, he has never come across an equal, and therefore he continues his search. Excerpt from Assyrian Lore, A Tale of the Gods. Blood-curdling howls pierced the air, the pounding of feet nearing from the distance.
"When you're as old as I am, you never come unprepared."
Patrick waved to the tree line.
"I'll make sure your deaths are quick, especially yours, Kiara."
He shot her a pointed look, and I stepped in front of her.
"I actually enjoyed some of my time with you. I wasn't lying when I said you reminded me of someone I used to know. You're more like Rayna than you might think, and maybe that's why your death may hurt more than I expected."
She lifted her chin, that defiance I loved about her, a beacon in the night.
"When I kill you, it'll be slow,"
she vowed, shadows hissing at her fingertips. Her lower lip quivered, as if repressing all the emotion she'd bottled up. Patrick and the other recruits had become her family, and from what she'd told me of her village, how its people had spurned her after the accident, she wasn't used to having friends. This had cut her deep. I had no doubt she would kill him, but Patrick, as the famed traitor of the realm, still retained a piece of Rayna's magic, the third piece. He'd just displayed a hint of what he could do when he'd attacked Jake, who was only now climbing to his feet. His skin had turned a harsh red, a few bubbling blisters dotting his cheeks and neck. Kiara would have to carve out Patrick's stolen magic very carefully. But where would it go afterward? According to my mother's book of lore that I'd lent Kiara, Rayna's power had split into 3 parts, the 3 keys, that had vanished so quickly Patrick had only had time to seize one. I cursed myself, feeling guilty for not seeing through his shy, helpless act. There had been times when I'd thought I'd see a glimmer of an edge in his eyes, though I'd foolishly suspected it had to do with Kiara and me getting closer. I thought it to be petty jealousy. Maybe, in some twisted way, it had been. The branches of the nearest trees cracked and splintered, and a great roar rattled the mist. Even Patrick lifted his head and gazed to the woods, a grim smile curving his mouth. Emerging from the north were 3 wolf-like creatures, all standing well over 5 feet. Their bodies were masked almost entirely by the darkness, though thick fur tufted from their lethal forms, the color of pure, fresh snow. And while I couldn't see all of their features, their glowing red eyes shone clear enough. Kiara righted herself, adopting a fighting position. Jake, who hardly looked able to stand, let alone ready for battle, ambled to her other side, his hands shaking as he lifted his weapon. I'd seen the loyalty in his character from day one. It had been one of the reasons I'd chosen him for this mission, in addition to his exceptional combat skills. Loyalty was a greater commodity than brute force or skill. Tonight had proven that. Before the wolves pounced, a man materialized before them, the pelt of a black bear draped across his broad shoulders. Tangled, ash-white hair fell below his chin, his eyes glowing a predatory yellow. He walked before the beasts, and they followed like hounds after their master. With the brawn of a bear and the smooth advancement of a coiling serpent, he led the devilish creatures into the centre of the field, his eyes trained on Patrick. It wasn't a kind look, or one born of respect. He stared at Patrick as if he, too, wished to slice his throat. "Thank you for joining us, Lorien," Patrick said, bowing his head. "I figured it was past time I call in my favour." Lorien, god of beasts and prey. My pulse thrummed against my neck. One look at him said it all, from the way he appeared more animal than man to the shining yellow eyes. He wasn't human, and a dormant part of me stood at attention, recognizing his devastating might. The god grunted, tilting his head to the side, as if assessing his next victim.
"I'd hardly call this a favour,"
he growled, his shoulders hunched and his upper lip curled. Patrick turned to Kiara, whispering, "I may have promised him something for his aid. He's been weakened, something precious stolen from him. I merely gifted him the information needed to right that wrong." He shook his head in a mockery of concern. "But that tale is for another day." I hadn't the faintest idea of what they spoke. Either way, Lorien being here and on Patrick's side wouldn't bode well for us. The exhaustion I'd felt earlier slowly receded, and a quick look at Kiara told me she'd regained some energy as well. As screwed up as it was, pride filled me. I'd done that. Healed her. All I could recall was that fire inside me, my mind screaming into a void of bright light, begging for her to be saved. Electricity had shot through me then, right from my chest to my fingers, which had been pressed against her wound. I'd been too focused on her face to notice the injury stitching itself up. If she had died, I couldn't help but feel as if I would have joined her. We were tied together, and not simply because of what Patrick insinuated. It was greater than divinity, than magic. What I felt for her was infinite. "Have fun, Lorien," Patrick murmured, waving an idle hand as he stepped to the side. "Hopefully, once this is all over, we can form our own alliance for the dark days ahead. Just remember to save the killing blows for me." That's right. He needed to be close when the pieces of Rayna's power were released. I was going to kill him. Slowly. But before I could make my move, the wolves dashed into the clearing, tearing at the ground with their clawed feet, their mouths open as frothy spittle flew. "You got a plan, right?" Jake asked, bumping into Kiara. She worked her way in front of her friend. "Aim for the heart or head, Jake. That's the plan." "Solid," he grumbled, even as he raised his weapon. The first wolf lunged, aiming for Kiara. She was a whirl of limbs as she shoved Jake to the ground, far away from the creature. Before she, too, could move to the side and lift her weapon, the wolf's paws knocked her down. My pulse raced as it brought its claws up in the air, ready to slice her chest, her throat, her face. Kiara rolled to the side at the last second, and the wolf slashed across the soil, sending dirt and debris soaring. The next wolf dove for me, but I was ready. Isaiah had gifted me the blade in my hand, and while simple, it had been crafted by the people of Rhine, Alec's kin from the north. When it sliced through the air, it whistled, a song of promise. The creature shifted back, but I'd nicked him, a superficial cut, one that had his hackles rising. Somewhere nearby, I heard an irritated scoff. Patrick, likely sitting back and enjoying Lorien doing his dirty work. He didn't appear keen on getting his hands dirty. Jake cursed as his wolf parted the fog and pounced, but he managed to duck and roll. I sent a prayer to Malaya, goddess of revenge and redemption, hoping she'd aid him, but for now, I had to focus on my own battle. The wolf came at me again, this time going right for the throat. Pain lanced down my neck while I shoved myself to the ground, and thick warmth slid down to my collarbones. I swallowed hard. While not enough to kill me, it hurt like a bitch. Between that and the cut Patrick had inflicted, I'd be lucky to have a patch of skin not bleeding by the end of this. Jumping to my feet, I waited until the animal was a few feet away before I moved. When it lunged, I vaulted onto its back, digging my fingers into its pristine white hide. It howled, attempting to buck me off, but I held on, knowing that if I died, Kiara and Jake would be by themselves. That thought strengthened my hold, and that same heat I'd felt when healing Kiara resurfaced in a sickening rush. My entire body became a living and breathing flame. Around me, the mist lightened, and when my gaze landed on Lorien's, a stunned expression marred his rugged features. With the fire in my veins and an unbreakable purpose swelling in my heart, I twisted down and thrust Isaiah's blade into the wolf's head with a roar. Lorien's beast thrashed up and then jerked violently before dropping to the ground, taking me with it. I shifted out of the way, rolling so I wasn't pinned beneath hundreds of pounds of muscle and fur. When I stilled, I stole a peek at Kiara, who had a nasty cut across her right arm. She'd gotten in a blow of her own, her wolf's hide matted with red. Not a lethal wound. She smiled as it kicked at the dirt with one paw, preparing to pounce. Shadows swirled along her frame, darkening when she lifted her hands, one gripping her blade. The other, however, she opened, aimed directly at the beast. "Kiara!" I shouted, just as the wolf soared. It knocked her onto her back, but she didn't drop her grin. If anything, it flourished. I bounded over, about to drive my dagger into his side, when pure night shot out of her. Tendrils of it blasted from her body, wrapping around the wolf's thick neck. Her teeth were gritted in determination, her eyes narrowed on her kill. The wolf's head snapped off its body. It didn't even have time to cry out, as her shadows devoured it, as they spun around its fallen head. Only when they ceased, flying back into her body, did I see what remained of the wolf. Ash. For a heartbeat, Kiara's smile turned wicked, her eyes dimming. But then they cleared, and her smile dropped as she turned to Jake, concern causing her brow to wrinkle. But I'd seen it, how she seemed to radiate the darkness itself, and all of the nightmares it concealed. I should have been afraid, and maybe, in truth, I was. But the emotion at the forefront was pure relief. Kiara had ripped off her mask, finally allowing the world to see the two sides of herself, the light and the dark. Such a creature shouldn't exist, but there she stood, proof of the impossible. "Jake!" She jumped up and raced to her friend, who had managed to get himself halfway across the clearing of midnight blooms. He was barely holding his wolf back. As she went to help Jake, I turned my sights on Patrick and a god. I had faith that she'd best the wolf. Again, pride overwhelmed me. How lucky I was to have her on my side. Lorien bared his teeth as we killed his creatures, but his focus locked on Kiara, anger and confusion scrunching his heavy brow. But Patrick? He looked murderous. "Do something!" he shouted at Lorien, getting in his face. Not a wise move. Lorien whirled in place, his broad hand wrapping around Patrick's neck in a blink. He lifted the boy in the air.
"I promised you my wolves, nothing more,"
Lorien seethed, dropping Patrick like a sack of potatoes.
"And I never said I would help should they fail. You're already costing me much more than you know."
The god looked to me then, and I couldn't help but feel a sense of surprise float between us, an odd sort of connection that held no explanation. He, too, paused, his mouth twisting in a grimace.
"Raina,"
he whispered, shaking his head. His white hair grazed his shoulders with the movement.
"I'd have thought she'd learned her lesson not to tangle with mortals."
His gaze softened, just the slightest, as he added,
"You have her nose."
Ignoring my confusion, he turned to Patrick.
"Our deal is done," he snapped. "You never told me what he was."
"I told you everything you needed to know," Patrick said, pushing up and wiping at his stained clothing. Lorien shot him a warning glare.
"No, You told me he was a vessel, nothing more. I'm sorry, but I will not spill Rayna's blood this night.
Patrick had said something about me being Rayna's true descendant, but now that Lorien had insinuated the same, the reality of it crushed me.
What do you mean?
Kiara's scream shook me back to reality. I whirled away from the god and charged to where she battled the final wolf. It had its claws in her shoulder, and although Jake had jumped on its back, the creature had easily shaken him off. I took his place, but I wasn't as lucky as I'd been the first time. Instead of focusing on Kiara trapped beneath him, the wolf thrust upward and spun. She scrambled to her feet, and for a second I felt only gratitude. It was short-lived. The wolf reared back and sent me flying through the air. I couldn't stop myself, and I silently cursed, seconds before I struck a tree, my bones rattling. It cracked at the force of my body colliding with its thick wood, its mighty trunk snapping in half. Splinters cut my skin, new scars that would be added to the rest. If the throbbing in my head was any indication, I was going to lose consciousness. Kiara's voice sounded. I thought she called my name, but the face I saw hovering above me wasn't hers. Patrick lowered to his knees, the Godslayer in his hand. He lifted his arm high in the air. "Goodbye, Commander," he whispered. And then his arm fell.
Chapter 52. Kiara. Love is not the absence of self, but rather the absence of fear. For only the brave drop their armor and walk onto a battlefield with their hearts exposed. A Scythian proverb. Few people knew that the night spoke. Even fewer knew how to answer when it did. Right then, I didn't merely answer its call for destruction. I roared. Jude jerked slightly to the side as Patrick's arm dropped, but that god-killing dagger slid into Jude's flesh with a sickening crunch, missing his heart by a half an inch. I felt the healed wound on my own chest pulse, a matching wound to Jude's. Patrick grunted and yanked out the knife, preparing to bring it back down. I knew he didn't plan on missing his target this time. That's when the last stone in a wall holding back the power of a goddess slipped. I was both the night and a forgotten light, the vast universe of black and the endless possibility of the day. I shattered and broke and reformed all in that split second. Still my eyes never left Jude, and that final shuddering breath he took roared in my ears. Blood pooled from where the blade had struck, and his eyes flickered shut. Death would come today and steal him away from me before we even had a chance to begin. The world, whether ruled by the moon or the sun, had been cruel to me long enough. It was my turn to be cruel. The scream that left me wasn't human. It rang through the trees and shook them until no leaves remained. It was a force greater than any wind, a song of heartache and grief and rage. I screamed for my realm, for the lost son, but I roared for Jude, for what he represented, for what I had just lost. Shadows unfurled from me like giant wings, and with my arms outstretched, I welcomed them to consume my enemies. My hands tingled and my chest started to burn, and gold ringed my vision, touching Jude as he lay there motionless, Patrick's dagger gleaming in my light. Time didn't flow. It stopped to stare at me. Not a monster, but a creature touched by the darkness and given life by the sun. The scorching warmth expanded, trailing to my arms, to the scars on my hands, and as my shadows spread, so did my flames. That piece of me I'd locked behind years of doubt and hurt. Freak, monster, witch! That's what the villagers had called me, and perhaps I was all those things. But I was also Kiara Frey, and I was about to rip Patrick to shreds for the evil he had inflicted on my kingdom, on my friends, on Jude. I commanded my gilded shadows to wrap around Patrick's wrist, holding him in place. Jude didn't move beneath him, and no more shuddering breaths left his lips. dead. Jude was dead. My upper lip curled back as I stepped forward, and then so did time itself. Patrick hissed, jerking back in shock, unable to go very far. He turned his pale green eyes to me, 1,000 questions clouding them. "How?" he gritted out, struggling to shove down on the blade hovering above Jude's chest, his heart. He had to carve out the divinity, and I was the only person preventing him from claiming unimaginable power. "You've been touched, tainted by evil. You can't control both. It's not possible." Sweat banded his brow, and I enjoyed his struggle. I stopped once I stood towering above, forcing him to crane his neck. "You were once my friend, Patrick," I said, my voice coming out strange and tinny. "You know the lengths I'd go to for them." I bent to my knees, my shadows surrounding him, holding his arms, twining about his neck like a black satin noose. I tipped my chin, and my shadows forced his head back. He sputtered, struggling for air. A golden glow seeped from his pores as Patrick's fire met my own. It was a battle of flames and shadows, and he refused to bend. Even as he thrashed in my hold, his sliver of Rayna's power surged forth, delving beneath my flesh and trickling into my veins. I tasted the rottenness that he was, the bitterness and greed. Patrick had tainted Rayna's light after decades of fueling his wrath and his unquenchable need for revenge. I gritted my teeth as scorching heat burnt my skin, my arms, my face. Even though the two pieces belonged together, under Patrick's influence they briefly battled, resisting one another. I felt them clash, the violent collision nearly sending me flying onto my back. "Give in!" Patrick snarled. My shadows hissed in reproach. I hadn't realized I'd grabbed Jude's hand, but it was cold in mine, no longer warm or comforting. My rage burned bright, and so did my shadows. My eyes flicked back to Patrick, spit sliding past his lips as I choked him. His power hadn't left me, and it raged inside my chest, scorching me from the inside out. I wasn't breathing, but I didn't need air. I needed revenge. "You had everything," I murmured. "A love that they once wrote poetry about, someone to share 1,000 lifetimes with, and yet—" My shadows tightened on the hand holding the Godslayer. His fingers were turning a ghastly shade of purple. "You threw away something precious, all for more. Always more, right? Never satisfied by what was in front of you." I gritted my teeth as my fingers burned. Jude's limp hand glowed, a pale yellow that highlighted the onyx and blue scars beside it, his beauty shedding light on my own. In that second, we were connected, our powers one. I drew from his motionless body and his light became mine. Patrick cursed, the foul word coated in decades' worth of misery and hatred. "You should have just loved her back, but you were never capable of such a selfless thing, were you?" My shadows jerked the blade free, and I reached out, grasping it as it flew into my open and waiting hand. Patrick sent a wave of fire at me, and I grimaced. He wasn't going down easy. But neither was I. "Now you will know the same pain Rayna did." I didn't hesitate as I shoved against his wall of heat and brought down the dagger, my aim true. Patrick shrieked, only my shadows keeping him upright, trapping him in place right where I wanted him. Flesh tore and bones cracked, and the dagger pierced his cold, immortal heart. "Maybe death," I leaned close, whispering right into the shell of his ear, "will finally satisfy you." I shoved deeper, twisting the hilt. His entire body gave a shudder, and I knew the soul within was leaving it. Drawing back just enough to meet his clouded eyes, I felt the tremor that rattled him. I glanced down, the point of the blade aglow. A piece of a god, now mine for the taking. The light swelled, escaping the confines of flesh, an orb no larger than the size of an uncut gem. All I had to do was reach out, grasp it, and I'd have 2 of the 3 pieces. But that wasn't what I did. With Jude's cold hand still in my own, I lifted it, pushing it to the light. His body jerked when the orb connected with his skin, but I forced his fingers to curl around it, and then I pressed his closed hand to his chest, to the heart that I claimed. I couldn't accept that he was dead, that he'd all but sacrificed himself for me. You never saw yourself the way I see you. The orb sputtered in his palm. A good man is often the one who has known the most evil, I whispered, the old Assyrian proverb saying everything I didn't have the words for. The light encased in his hand fluttered once more before dimming. I thought that was it, that Rayna's power had vanished just as Jude's soul had. But then I heard the most wondrous of things. A trembling inhale. Fingers flinching in my grip. A groan. The night erupted as Jude's eyes shot open. Gold poured from them, vibrant light that blinded. I thrust my hands over my face, squeezing my lids tightly as the world exploded, and for many long minutes I saw only that piercing gold. From far away I heard my name, so soft and pure. I didn't want to hope, to believe that it had come from the lips of the man who'd been lying in a pool of his own blood. If I was wrong... Kiara. Warmth washed down my cheeks and I tasted salt. Don't cry, Kiara. Fingers traced my jaw, sliding up to my cheeks, the tender touch coaxing a choked sob from me. The blinding world dimmed ever so slowly, that radiant light flickering out like a candle. Still, I didn't open my eyes. Look at me, Jude's voice begged, and the fingers grazing my cheeks lowered to my chin. Please. Maybe it was the pain lacing that one single word, but I was helpless but to comply. Jude, my Jude, begged once more, and I snapped open my lids with a cry. Below me, his chest rising and falling, lay the commander, his body retaining that golden sheen. How? I choked out, gripping his hand. He'd been killed before my very eyes. I didn't understand. I fumbled for his chest, my hands slick with his blood. There was no gash, but I had left my mark. Instead of smooth skin, black veins sprouted like a gnarled tree from just below his heart. The scars were identical to mine in every way, and I realized that while I'd saved him with Rayna's light, my darkness had also tarnished him forever. Kiara, Jude murmured, blinking as if he, too, didn't believe I was there, alive and breathing. He cupped my cheek. My vision began to darken and my body swayed. Hands that weren't Jude's grabbed at my waist. Jake. I got your key, my friend said, pressing my back into his chest. I melded against him, allowing Jake to hold me. Is this real? I asked, swaying as the black spots grew. Shock and exhaustion threatened to steal my consciousness, and I didn't have much fight left in me. I'm here, Kiara, Jude said, grunting as he sat up. I felt myself leave, felt death grab me, but... He paused, searching for the right words. Then I was jerked back and my body was on fire and you were above me. He grasped both of my cheeks now. Alive. Jude was alive. You brought me back, he whispered, pressing his brow to mine, our noses touching. You fought for me. Patrick's stolen light. It had saved him. My monster had saved him. In my daze, I smiled. If anyone deserved such power, it was him. Jude had lived a life of endless pain, of cruelty even I hadn't known. I wanted him to feel peace, even if I understood what had to be done in order for him to attain it. For him to save the world, save our friends and loved ones, he would have to take from me what I'd just taken from Patrick. But that was all right. I'd happily carve out the last piece and hand it to him as I took my final breath. For Acidia, for Jake and the recruits we'd lost, for Liam. I would give all of me to them, to Jude. And when the day returned, I wondered if I'd be able to watch it all unfold from beyond the veil of death. It had all been worth it. Jude drew back, eyeing Patrick's body, a deep crease forming between his brows. Slowly he brought his gaze back to me, pain and regret shining as clear as any sun. My lids closed just as Jude uttered, "Kiara, what have you done?"
Chapter 53. Jude. I just need him alive a little longer. Soon he will discover everything I've searched for, and it will be mine. Letter from King Syrian to unknown recipient, year 47 of the curse. I held her in that clearing as she closed her eyes and slept. Jake hovered nearby, his face riddled with scrapes and cuts, but his eyes narrowed on the trees, ready for any danger that might leap out at us. I didn't care. Kiara had given me the second piece of Rayna's divinity, her light. She'd carved it right from Patrick's chest and given it to me, and saved my life. Peeling back my tattered shirt, I took in the scar across my chest, the one from Patrick's blade, and then the tendrils of black coiling up around it. She'd thought I'd been dead, and yet she'd taken a chance and done the unthinkable. She had hoped. I groaned, taking in Kiara's matching scar, the wound I'd healed. We were tied together, two halves of a whole. Kiara had chosen me, and when she woke, I had no doubt she'd hand me the Godslayer and demand I save our realm. I held two of the three keys. In order to unite all three, she would have to cut the final piece of power from herself, give up her own life, and join the three pieces together at last. I knew she would do it. She would do anything to save the realm, to save her brother, to save me. And that was why I had to go. "Jake." I cleared my throat, each swallow painful and raw. "Protect her." I lifted my gaze to his. Seconds passed, but then he finally nodded, his jaw clenched. "You're leaving, aren't you?" he asked. It wasn't accusatory. Only understanding soothed the clouds in his eyes. "You know what she'll do once she wakes." I looked down, memorizing her delicate and fierce beauty. For a moment I allowed myself to think of what could have been, of the stolen kisses we'd share, the taste of her on my tongue, of a life where she fought by my side, my partner, my friend, my lover. The heat in my chest flared, as if in warning. I ignored it. I recalled what Patrick had mentioned during his speech, the sun priestesses and their prophecy. It was contained in my mother's book, and I'd memorized practically every single word. The day will be restored when the darkness falls for the light. It continued to loop around my thoughts, echoing in my head, until it embedded itself beneath my flesh. I wished we could have fulfilled it, but luck didn't appear to be on our side. "So, are we going to talk about what the hell's just happened?" Jake bent into a crouch, keeping a wise distance from where I cradled Kiara. "Which part?" I laughed, the sound brittle. "Well, there's what Lorien said." He cocked a brow. "The whole not being dead thing." He held up a finger. "Oh, and the matter of you now possessing 2 of the 3 keys." When his eyes fell to Kiara, I growled. "She will not die," I snapped. Unlike Raina, who was a goddess turned human by the dagger, Kiara would die should the blade pierce her heart. I'd been lucky that Patrick had missed the first time, but Kiara would not. Jake held up placating hands. "I don't want her to die either, Maddox," he assured me. "There has to be another way." He looked to the mist, to where Lorien had vanished. Maybe he thought we could seek out the help of the gods. "Until I find another way, I must leave." So that she didn't do anything reckless, I wouldn't allow it. He nodded, seeming to know her as well as I. "I'll give you a minute," Jake said, rising. He positioned himself far enough away that I could say my goodbyes in peace. I lifted her up, placing her cheek above my heart. My fingers stroked her hair, marveling at its softness. Such a fearsome thing, my little warrior goddess. My arms tightened as I breathed in her scent. "I'm so damned angry at you right now," I whispered, nuzzling my nose against her cheek. "You thought you would sacrifice yourself for me, eh? Give me all 3 pieces?" I shook my head, my eyes burning. No one had ever looked at me like she did. Like I was a man who meant something. And apparently Kiara thought I meant everything. Not only to her, but to every living person in our realm. "When I find another way, I'll come for you." I pressed my lips against her brow. "And after we fight about who was right and who was wrong, I'm going to kiss you senseless." I swallowed hard, memories of the glen flickering across my mind. If only we could have pretended for just a while longer. "Thank you for seeing me, Kiara." I kissed her cheek, the corner of her mouth. "Thank you for reminding me of the man I wish to be." Reaching into my pocket, I retrieved the note King Syrian had given me all those days back in his council rooms. Unpinning my golden knight's emblem from my jacket, I pierced the parchment. Moving away, placing her gently upon the earth, might have been the hardest thing I'd ever done in my life. There had never been something to walk away from. Someone to walk away from. After arranging the note and my pin in her palm, I stood. The Godslayer lay upon the ground, as if it weren't the most powerful weapon known to man. I bent over and seized it. I wasn't sure what she'd do with the blade, but I didn't want to take any chances with her life. I didn't look back as I strode past Jake and into the dense haze of the cursed lands. If I did, I might not have had the willpower to leave, and where I planned to go, I'd need all my strength.
Chapter 54. Kiara. My old friend, as Kiara grows into a beautiful and strong young woman, my hatred for her destiny grows. I devoted years to the goddess, and giving her up feels cruel in return. She wasn't born to die, that can't be right. A part of me wants to keep her away from the boy, Raina's true descendant, and never tell her the truth. Letter from Aurora Adair to Juniper Marchand, Sun Priestess, year 45 of the curse. A wave of nausea struck me, startling me awake. Warm hands were on me in a second. Soft shushing sounds murmured in my ear. "It's all going to be fine, Key," Jake's voice said softly. "We're going to figure this mess out." I blinked away the lingering shadows, my vision clearing. My body felt touched by both ice and fire, and my skin prickled from the conflicting powers imprisoned inside me. "Jude?" I asked, scanning the clearing, finding nothing but those bone trees devoid of leaves. "Where is he?" Jake shook his head. "He left," was all he said, though his gaze dipped to my hand. I hadn't realized what it held. My friend eased me into a seated position, and I took in the sight of a gleaming golden pin attached to a piece of frayed parchment. Jude's pin. I knew what it meant before I turned to Jake. He nodded at my unspoken question. Jude was gone. He must have known why I'd placed that second piece in his chest, and he... Damn him! If one of us had to die, then why couldn't it have been me? I didn't fear death, and he was so much better than he believed. I had faith that if anyone could retain all of Rayna's divinity, it would be him. Lorien's comment hadn't gone unnoticed. This was his destiny. I'd have thought she'd learned her lesson not to tangle with mortals. You have her nose, he had said. Once Rayna had fallen and become mortal, she was rumoured to have lived her own life hidden among the people. I prayed she found a partner worthy of her love. They might have had children, who then had children of their own. Jude is Rayna's true descendant, isn't he? Jake asked, reading my thoughts. I gave him a curt nod. Lorien confirmed as much. The note in my hand was wrinkled and creased, as though the owner had balled it into a fist one too many times. Proceeding to unfurl the page with great care, I brought it to my eyes and squinted at the scrawled message. Kiara, I'd always planned on giving you this note. I need you to be careful and trust no one. There are enemies everywhere, and not just those that lie in the cursed lands. The palace crawls with evil, and the man upon the throne is the worst of them all. If I am dead and you are reading this now, know you were the one who gave me hope of becoming a better man. I would have liked to have been that for you one day. Maybe in another life. Forever your brooding commander, Jude. It took great effort to keep hold of the letter. My hands trembled as unwanted tears welled in my eyes. The page blurred into one song of heartbreak, his words ringing through my thoughts on an endless loop I couldn't turn off. I turned the letter over, finding another scrawl, one that didn't belong to Jude. It simply said, Kill the girl and the other recruits in the field of midnight blooms. Bring me the weapon. Slick sweat pooled at my lower back, a shrill ringing of alarm sounding in my ears. The Godslayer. That's the weapon the writer had referred to. Whoever wrote this had wanted me dead. The missing piece of Rayna inside me be damned. Which meant they didn't want the sun to come back at all. Syrian, I murmured. He'd been after something else all along. Jake peeked over my shoulder, reading. Jude answered to only one person. It seems our king never wanted us to succeed after all. He just wanted the dagger, one that could kill gods. Jude had held on to this note the entire time, an order to kill me once the mission was through. And yet, this was his way of saying goodbye, while also warning me of unknown threats lurking. I had a price on my head. You do realize the king will capture us the second we cross back into Assidia, Jake said, running his hands through his hair. They trembled. He has guards posted everywhere, and if that command indeed came from the king and he wants us and the dagger, then he will post his guards all around the kingdom. We won't stand a chance. Rising to my feet, I gripped my friend by the shoulders, my voice unwavering. Tendrils of black slithered from my fingertips, dancing down Jake's chest. Gold flickered within the smoke, shining through the murky onyx. Oh, Jake, don't you know I like it when the odds are against me? My smile was grim. It makes winning that much more fun. Besides, no one could kill a shadow.
Epilogue. Jude. 1 week later. Many enter Fortuna with hope and coin. Few leave with either, if they leave at all. The city of Fortuna was where luck went to die. Slipping past the border of the cursed lands and back into Assidia had been easier than I'd anticipated. Apparently the king had forgotten that the very person he sought was also the one who'd been in charge of his defences. It took me a week to make my way to the city of Fortuna, a wicked little town to the far northeast of Siona, home to Malaya's temple, and a place where men could remake or ruin themselves. Well, there was another reason I ventured there. Hidden in the corner of the ramshackle tavern, aptly named the Sly Fox, I brought the glass of ale to my lips and took a large drink. My compass rested on the table, the etched claw symbol on its back, staring back at me as revellers danced in a drunken stupor, while others downed liquor in hopes of forgetting their misfortune. Fortuna boasted more than Malaya's temple. Dozens of gambling dens and fighting pits filled the city, which smelled of blood, ale, and coin. You could find anything you wanted here, from assassins to illegal drugs or weapons. The black market had often been overlooked by Syrian, who'd claimed it was a minor inconvenience. Lucky for me. A man wearing an obnoxious red jacket slid into the seat beside mine, his eyes trained on the band playing a raucous tune across the room. When he crossed his arms, I caught sight of a tattoo on the underside of his wrist, a single claw.
I hear you require an audience with the fox.
It wasn't a question. I do, I said, sitting up and knocking back the last of my drink. The liquid courage went down smoothly, warming my already heated chest. Since that day back in the mist, the flames inside me hadn't dissipated. They were always there, ready to be unleashed. I shoved my pouch of stolen coins onto the table. The man snagged the bag and tucked it into his jacket. His cap rested low over his eyes, but I imagined they gleamed at the feel of the bag's weight.
Come with me,
was all he said as he stood. The fox's minion slunk through the crowds with the ease of a man who'd been born and raised in the bedlam that was Fortuna. I followed, my hand on my dagger's hilt. If there was one soul in Assidia who could help me now, it would be the fox, the very last person I ever wanted to see again. But for her, for Kiara, I'd do just about anything. As I trailed after my guide, past the bar and through a set of doors leading to a long hall, I thought of her face, imagined how it would look when I finally returned and held her in my arms.
Through here,
Redcoat said, grunting at the open door at the end of the corridor. No guards were posted before it, but I suspected the fox had other securities in place. She wasn't one to be trusted. Nodding at the man, who slipped back into the hall, I marched over the threshold. A warm office greeted me, and tapestries from all over the realm hung on the dark-panelled walls. Statues and figurines littered small tables and ottomans, the trinkets likely worth a fortune all by themselves. The fox was a well-known collector, a thief. A desk sat in the centre of the room, and a slight woman with brown eyes and gleaming black hair sat in its chair, her hands splayed across the polished wood surface. She never took her eyes from me, and I never gave her the satisfaction of cowering. This woman owed me a debt.
"Welcome," she said, motioning to a seat before her desk. "I was wondering when you'd come to me."
Screams sounded from the bar, muffled by the thick walls of the fox's lair. Her grin grew predatory as I took a seat, and her gaze dipped to where my coat fell open, revealing the Godslayer blade. Her brown eyes twinkled in delight. I lifted my chin, forcing my mask in place. How many times had I envisioned sitting right here before her? How many years had I wondered why she'd left me, alone with a cruel man who fed off my pain? I leaned forward, placing the compass on the table between us. Her eyes flickered down, but not a trace of emotion shone in them. "Thought I'd return this," I said, forcing a grin. Let her see how little her presence meant to me. She cocked her head, but she made no move to retrieve the compass. "I believe you owe me a favor, dearest mother." The end. We hope you have enjoyed this production of To Kill a Shadow by Katherine Quinn, narrated by Gideon Emery and Moira Quirk. Recorded books are available wherever audiobooks are sold. Thank you for listening to Recorded Books.